Chapter 1246. Huh. Just as Xiaohua was looking under the door, a weak green light shot out from the forest far away, heading straight to the west. Under the night sky, the green light was very conspicuous. Li Dao, you couldn't help but stare blankly at it. I have something to do at the last minute. I'm afraid I can't follow you for 4 hours. Li Dao Yu pressed on the door panel and lowered it slightly. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua's body lightly landed on a high slope in the forest. There's still less than an hour before the confinement talisman loses its effect. This place is quite peaceful, so there shouldn't be any danger. You're on your own now. After Li Daoyu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak. He pushed the door and chased after the green light. Senior! Xiaohua shouted. Li Daoyu's figure had long disappeared, so how could he hear him? Senior, you're really something. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. You're obviously warm-hearted, but you're also extremely cold to people. Could it be you don't care about my gratitude? Come to think of it, he was only a disciple of the first layer of the ore refining realm, while this man was a senior of the 12th layer of the ore refining realm. Perhaps when the time came, he would be able to step into the foundation establishment realm and become a grandmaster. How could he possibly care about his verbal gratitude? Forget it. If there's a chance in the future, I'll repay him. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and looked around. It was already late at night. Xiaohua was in an open space in the forest. This open space was quite high, so it should be a high hill. There was also quite a bit of distance between him and the surrounding trees. Li Daoyu was right. He estimated that there shouldn't be any danger for less than an hour. However, Xiaohua looked left and right, then took a deep breath. He raised his arm slightly and pressed it against the confinement talisman. Then, using 50% of his strength, the light that was confining Xiaohua shook slightly under Xiaohua's great strength, as if it was about to collapse. Xiaohua used another 10% of his strength, and the talisman in the light moved slightly. Soon after, it lost its original order. With a pa sound, a weak light flashed and was annihilated. The confinement talisman was actually broken by 60% of Xiaohua's strength. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He almost did a few somersaults in the air. He never thought that he could actually break a confinement talisman with the strength he normally used to do chores. Since I can break this confinement talisman, then what about other confinement talismans? Or, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly, he thought of another possibility. However, although he thought a lot, it was all just a hypothesis. He didn't have any chance to put it into practice. Seeing that it was still early, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. He silently circulated Death Hua Ming's cultivation method and closed his eyes to cultivate. The moment Xiaohua closed his eyes, the cube-shaped light source in his mind space also stopped rotating. A kind of strange fluctuation swelled up. The night sky's boundless strange starlight was projected onto his body through the void. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, bursts of birdsong could be heard. Xiaohua opened his eyes. His mouth and nose were filled with the earthy fragrance of the deep forest early in the morning. Before his eyes, there were also traces of light fog covering the nearby deep forest. It seemed to have a kind of mysterious aura. Xiaohua stood up and stretched his waist. Just as he was about to fly, he suddenly discovered that he seemed to be lost. Last night, fellow Taoists casually threw him down and didn't point him in a direction. If Xiaohua kept flying forward, he could find Medicinal Farmer Peak. But now that he stopped, where would he go to look? It seems that I still have to find someone to ask. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But this was the deep forest, a place that Xiaohua was afraid of. How could he find someone to ask? Thinking this, Xiaohua took out a flight talisman. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he suddenly felt alarmed. Just as he was about to raise his eyes and look in a certain direction, he saw a light cyan brilliance quickly streaking across not far from his eyes. Within that brilliance was a girl in her 20s. She was making hand seals and hurriedly flying through the air. Seeing the girl's anxious expression and looking back from time to time, it seemed that someone was closely chasing after her. And when the girl turned her head, she saw Xiaohua standing on a high hill. She immediately revealed a happy expression. She made hand seals and changed her direction, flying straight towards Xiaohua. Seeing someone appear, she was also happy. She could at least ask for directions. However, when he saw the girl's panicked expression and when she saw him, her face revealed even more joy than his own. Xiao Hua had long complained in his heart. Wasn't this gaze the same as his last night? In this kind of situation, how could he not know what he had encountered? If he had the capital to be chivalrous, he would naturally be happy to help others. However, he was only a first-layer qi refining cultivator. He hadn't even crossed the threshold. How could he have the power to protect himself? How could he help others? Besides, Xiao Hua had just been schemed against by that fellow Taoist Chang yesterday, and almost fell into his evil hands. He had already experienced the ruthlessness of the cultivation world. If he made the slightest mistake, he would become a ghost under the hands of others. Seeing that girl lead the disaster to him, how could he not be nervous? That girl's speed was very fast. Just as Xiao Hua revealed a nervous expression and retreated half a step, she had already arrived within 10 feet of him. At this time, Xiao Hua also clearly saw the appearance of the person who came. He saw that this girl looked very ordinary. She had big eyes, thin eyebrows, and her skin was slightly dark. She looked just like a village girl. When the girl saw Xiao Hua's expression, she was also slightly taken aback. Looking carefully, she saw that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the first layer of the qi refining realm. Her expression greatly changed. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard several arrogant voices behind her. "Over here. This girl actually has a helper. Be careful." "Oh, that's not right. What are you afraid of? It's just a brat who just started qi refining." This brat who came to help might also have something good in his hands. Following the shouts, several rays of brilliance of various colors came from the distance. For cultivators in different attire also followed behind. They formed an encirclement and rushed that girl towards Xiao Hua. It was already too late for that girl to change direction again. Unless she flew over Xiao Hua's head, she could only go around from the side. Seeing that her forehead was dripping with sweat and her complexion was pale, it was obvious that her magic power was already exhausted. After thinking for a moment, the girl slightly flew to the side and landed. She patted her waist and a small sword-shaped yellow talisman appeared in her hand. Her face was tense as she coldly looked at the direction of the people who came. "Huh, you guys actually aren't together?" Seeing that the girl wasn't together with Xiao Hua, a 30-something-year-old male cultivator in the lead couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the three people who also stopped not far away and said, "That's right, this person, but he has nothing to do with me. We only met by chance." The girl turned her head and saw that Xiao Hua was still foolishly standing there and watching. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She glared at him, seemingly hinting that he should hurry and escape. Then she turned her head and said, "Besides, isn't he just a brat in the first layer of qi refining? How can he be my helper?" Seeing that the girl was glaring at him, Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. How could he not want to fly away as soon as possible? Just as the four people surrounded that girl and rushed towards him, he had already taken out his flying talisman. However, just as he was about to use his magic power to activate it, he sensed something in his heart. He felt that behind him, the only place he could escape to, there was also a dangerous aura approaching. Although he couldn't say where this feeling came from, he still chose to believe it. Moreover, based on their flying speed, he could already see that these people were all around the fifth layer of qi refining. Although their magic power was stronger than his, their flying speed shouldn't be able to catch up to him. He only had to wait for the person behind him to reveal himself and make these people lose their vigilance towards him. Then, he could find a chance to fly away from them. As for the girl who came out, alas, she was a senior in the fifth layer of qi refining. She was far from being comparable to Xiao Hua. That's strange. Didn't you run all the way here to find a helper? Since you saw him, why didn't you go up and ask for help? Seeing that the girl had no way out, the middle-aged man had some confidence and said with a smile. The girl took a deep breath, seemingly wanting to seize the time to regulate her breathing. She said with a smile, "If it was someone with a high cultivation level, I would naturally ask for help. But this kind of cultivation level, I don't want to drag people down with me." Good. Not far from the middle-aged cultivator, another cultivator with a ruddy complexion and wearing Taoist robes clapped his hands and said, Such elegant conduct. I haven't asked for your name. Presumably you're also a descendant of a famous sect, right? Hee, how could I be a descendant of a famous sect? If I were, would I still be chased by you guys? The girl replied with a sneer. At this moment the other two people weren't young either. Taking advantage of the time when the three people were talking, they flew for a while and surrounded Xiaohua and the girl. You brat. Why didn't you leave? While the girl was talking to the two cultivators, she was also paying attention to the others. At this moment her magic power hadn't recovered yet, so she couldn't fly away in time. However, when she saw that Xiaohua didn't fly away despite being surrounded by the other two cultivators, she couldn't help but feel anxious and couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wanted to leave, but how could he leave? The corner of his mouth quietly curled up. Obviously, the girl didn't understand Xiaohua's meaning. Seeing Xiaohua's bitter smile, she knew that Xiaohua had difficulties in his heart. She could only say apologetically, "Don't blame this little girl for bringing disaster here." When this little girl saw that there was actually someone in the wilderness, she thought it was some kind of expert. Alas, forget it. As she spoke, she turned her head and said to the middle-aged cultivator, "Brother Tai, miss, there's no need to say anything. If this person was an ordinary person, we naturally wouldn't pay attention to him. However, although his cultivation level is low, he's still a cultivator after all. If you want us to spare his life, it'd be better to first consider handing over the thing you obtained last night." Hearing that the middle-aged cultivator didn't say to first let Xiaohua go and instead mention the thing from last night, the girl knew that the situation was bad. Thinking that the other party had the intention to kill Xiaohua, she coldly said, "This girl can't even protect herself. How could I have the time to care about other people? It's just that because I rashly pulled him into this, I feel guilty in my heart." Chapter 1248. In addition, I only found that thing half a step ahead of you, and there were already people chasing after that thing before me. I really didn't get any benefits. I've already explained it clearly, why don't you believe me? The girl said angrily. "Miss, your words really can't be trusted." The cultivator dressed like a Taoist smiled and said, "This is the Feimong mountain range. There are no demon beasts or spiritual herbs here. Who would come here? We just didn't have time to go elsewhere. Plus, we just walked around on a whim and found it. How could there be other people as bored as us? It's because your cultivation isn't high enough that you don't dare to go elsewhere." The girl sneered. "You only know how to bully a weak girl like me in the wilderness." "Haha, miss, you're right. Isn't the law of the jungle the golden rule of the cultivation world? If you're afraid of this, hurry up and hand over the thing. We're in a good mood and let you go. Go home with that pretty boy behind you and give birth to a fat boy. Let him come back to the cultivation world." Ha ha ha. The four people all laughed. "Give me your life." The girl was so angry that her face turned red. She threw the small sword-shaped yellow paper in her hand into the air. A faint brilliance flashed and the yellow paper turned into a flying sword. With a whoosh, it pierced toward the middle-aged cultivator in front of her like lightning. The middle-aged cultivator had already landed on the ground. When he saw the yellow paper talisman in the girl's hand, he had already taken out his own yellow paper talisman. Seeing the flying sword piercing toward him, he wasn't nervous. He threw the yellow paper talisman in his hand and it burned on its own. A yellow brilliance flashed and a light shield like a golden bell covered him. "Golden bell talisman?" The girl sighed. She formed a seal with her hand and pointed at another person. The Taoist was even more arrogant. He threw a yellow talisman at the wind and it stuck to his body. In an instant the Taoist's body seemed to swell up. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He raised his fist and smashed it at the sword light. "Powerful Vajra talisman?" The girl smiled bitterly in her heart. She pointed with her hand, and the flying sword suddenly expanded by 30%. Then it went straight for the Taoist priest's fist. With a loud bang, the Taoist priest's fist collided with the small sword. With a burst of brilliant light, the small sword was sent flying. Then it slowly shrank and turned back into a piece of yellow paper. With a light pop, the yellow paper was burned and turned into ashes in an instant. The Taoist gritted his teeth and his body gradually shrank back to its original size. His face was also a little red. Seeing that the flying sword was ineffective, the girl's expression changed slightly. She patted a small storage pouch on her waist and took out a few yellow talismans. She looked like she was in pain. She picked one out and muttered something. Then she pointed her finger and a large fireball appeared out of thin air and flew toward the girl. Immediately after, another flying sword talisman appeared in his hand and flew towards the middle-aged cultivator closest to him. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. His golden bell talisman hadn't lost its effect yet, so the flying sword couldn't do anything. The girl seemed to only want to attract the middle-aged cultivator's attention. After the flying sword talisman was sent out, she used her magic power to ignite another yellow talisman. Then, she flew up and charged toward the Taoist priest along with the fireball. The Taoist priest still hadn't calmed down. When he saw the fireball flying over, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman. He waved it in the wind and a mist of water spread out toward the fireball. With a pop, water vapor rose and the fireball and the mist of water both disappeared. At the same time, the small sword pierced the middle-aged cultivator's light barrier and messed it up. But something strange happened. Just as the middle-aged cultivator's light barrier dissipated, a pale yellow brilliance suddenly rose from behind the flying sword and enveloped the middle-aged cultivator's body. The middle-aged cultivator was anxious. Without thinking, he immediately patted his waist. A brilliance flashed and a similar golden bell talisman covered his body. At the same time, the brilliance behind the flying sword also attacked. Strangely, that brilliance was exactly the same as the middle-aged cultivator's golden bell talisman. It actually hit the outside of the middle-aged cultivator's golden bell. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was bewildered, he saw the girl's face flash with a proud smile. She turned around and flew in front of the middle-aged cultivator. When the middle-aged cultivator wanted to use his flying talisman to chase after her, he found that he couldn't move at all. The Taoist priest had just taken out his flying talisman and didn't have time to fly. As for the other two, they were behind the girl and Xiao Hua was between them. They simply couldn't catch up. Everyone present was dumbstruck. Xiao Hua was even more flabbergasted. This was the first time he saw this kind of yellow talisman being used in such a strange way. And the girl's method was also wonderful. She actually shook all four of them. There was no need to mention Xiao Hua. The middle-aged cultivator struggled several times but didn't succeed. He could only look on helplessly as the girl flew past him. She flew further and further away, and the Taoist priest flew after her. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he stopped and walked in front of the middle-aged cultivator, wanting to help him out. Xiao Hua saw the girl fly away in the direction he felt the dangerous aura from. His face unconsciously became gloomy and uncertain. He didn't use the flying talisman in his hand, hesitating whether or not he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape. The two people in front of him slightly hesitated. One flew up and the other walked to Xiao Hua's side. Just as Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and prepared to risk his life to fly away, a figure appeared in the air. It was the girl who had just escaped. With a bit of fear on her face, she flew back. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged cultivator laughed heartily. Girl, you have good methods. If we didn't have a backup plan, wouldn't you have escaped? Sure enough, behind that girl, there were two people who formed a triangle and forced her back. At this time, the girl seemed to somewhat understand why Xiao Hua had curled his lips at her back just now. These two cultivators were still middle-aged, but they were different from the previous four. These two people were dressed in secular clothing and looked almost the same. Even the vulgar and greedy light in their eyes were the same. They forced the girl back to her original position, even to Xiao Hua's side. The two people chuckled coldly at the same time. See? You guys still let her escape in the end. If it weren't for us two brothers, you guys would have been like drawing water with a bamboo basket. How about it? Do we still have to discuss how to split the profits? Humph, when the middle-aged cultivator finished laughing, his face showed disdain. However, it seemed that the six people had already discussed beforehand, so he had no choice but to agree. Seeing that everyone didn't agree, the two people rubbed their hands at the same time. They looked at the girl's face and said, "Girl, looking at your appearance, I'm afraid you're not a virgin, right?" I don't know if you've heard of us brothers? The girl was disdainful at first, but then she thought of something. The expression on her face changed rapidly, and even her body trembled slightly. Her eyes hurriedly searched left and right for an opportunity to escape. Ha ha ha, don't look for it. Hurry up and hand over the thing from last night. And then sk join us brothers in studying the joyful Zen. The girl gnashed her teeth. Pailon and Shuang. Xiong, you guys actually ran here? Hey girl, what's so strange about this? We brothers are only here to gain experience. Why can't we come? Said one arrogantly. Why are you wasting your breath on her? Said the other impatiently. Kill first and then rape, we don't have to worry about not finding that thing. As soon as this person said this, his eyes revealed a dazed look. The person beside him became even more interested. His left hand snapped his fingers and laughed. If you don't behave, there's no harm in killing first and then raping later. The girl's whole body shivered. She clenched her teeth, and a trace of desperation appeared in her eyes. At this moment she was quite close to Xiaohua, almost as close as him. Admittedly, she didn't look at Xiaohua, seemingly not wanting to implicate him. However, Xiaohua saw the person behind him and knew that he couldn't escape either. He couldn't help but pay attention. Hearing Pailon and Shuangxiong's obscenities, he was already angry. Seeing the despair in the girl's eyes, he very naturally thought of his own situation. Putting himself in her shoes, how could Xiaohua not understand that the girl's heart was like dead ashes, and that if this matter really happened, she would rather die than live? A trace of murderous intent arose unconsciously. It's just that the other side had 6 people, all of them in the 5th layer of qi refining, and Xiaohua himself was only in the 1st layer of qi refining. What could he use to kill people? Even if Xiao Yuehong gave him a stack of yellow talismans in his space, they would definitely be used for defense and escape. How could he use them to kill people? Seeing that the girl's beautiful face turned pale, Pailon and Shuangxiong were very excited. They rubbed their hands and walked forward. That girl was naturally afraid and also naturally moved closer to Xiaohua. She had long forgotten that the cultivation of the young man beside her was shallow. She only had a kind of grasping at straws to rely on him. What could Xiaohua do? He couldn't escape, so he could only sigh. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. To heroes. This junior has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. One of the Pailon and Shuangxiong beamed. Since you know you shouldn't say it, then there's no need to say it. Cough cough. This junior is not acquainted with all of you, and has nothing to do with your grievances. But this junior thinks that since it's just for the item, why don't we let this young lady take out the item? You can take it and release this young lady, and that's it. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. To be able to leave a person's life and accumulate a bit of virtue, that's also good. Pailon and Shuangxiong's faces revealed an inconceivable expression, as if they didn't understand. The two of them slowly approached in a pincer formation, as if they didn't let down their guard. Their mouths, however, sneered. Little guy, with this kind of cultivation you can actually say such words. It seems like your courage isn't small. How did your master teach you? Just in the 1st layer of qi refining you want to come out to gain experience? Since you want to come out to gain experience, you still haven't heard of my brother's reputation. If you know of my reputation, you'll naturally know why my brother won't let this girl go. Chapter 1249. Kaka, little brother, take a look. Did fellow Taoist Lu and the others say anything? Of course, Xiaohua raised his eyes and swept his gaze over. Although the several people from before had surrounded the two of them, they were all far away from the twin blue bears. Their faces also carried a trace of contempt, as if they disdained to be associated with them. The face of the girl at the side was pale, and she said softly, Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this. This is a fireball talisman. I'll have to trouble you. If something happens to me, please hit me. I'll be eternally grateful. As she spoke, she handed over a yellow talisman brimming with vital energy fluctuations. Xiaohua frowned slightly and reached out to receive it. The girl's eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, Fellow Taoists, these twin blue bears have always been lecherous, taking pleasure in torturing corpses. Fellow Taoist. No need to say anything more. As she spoke, she patted her waist and took out several yellow talismans. She gave a few to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist, these are several yellow talismans. Please accept them. You and I are now fighting side by side. At that time we shared a common hatred. I don't know how many yellow talismans fellow Taoist has, so I'll use them first." Looking at the yellow talismans in his hand, Xiaohua almost wanted to laugh bitterly. His magic power was at the first level of the aura refining realm. He didn't know if he could activate these yellow talismans. But thinking about it, this girl was at the 5th level of the aura refining realm. She probably knew he could use them, so he nodded slightly. His right hand took a yellow talisman and held it in front of his chest. His left hand took out several others and placed them to the side. Seeing the two people take out yellow talismans, the twin blue bears didn't hesitate. They patted their hands and similarly took out 2 yellow talismans. With a wave of their hands, the yellow talismans transformed into an earthen yellow brilliance that enveloped the two people. These yellow talismans were different from the golden bell talisman from before. They didn't form a light barrier. Instead, they stuck to the two people's bodies and disappeared without a trace. "Iron cloak talisman," the girl muttered. "This high-grade yellow talisman must have been bought by this guy at a high price." "High-grade yellow talisman?" Hearing the girl's words, Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly. He inwardly said, "This thing probably spent a lot of spirit stones on the market?" However, at this moment the twin blue bears were already within 3 meters. "Man, you look at my yellow talisman." Xiaohua snorted and sent the meager amount of magic power in his body into the yellow talisman. With a flick of his hand, the talisman immediately exploded and a large fireball appeared with a bang. The surrounding world's origin energy swarmed over. Looking at the fireball, it was at least 3 to 4 times smaller than the one that the girl had released. Following Xiaohua's gesture, the fireball flew towards the twin bears. "Ha ha ha." Pai Lan and the twin bears laughed so hard that they almost bent over. Even the people around them covered their mouths. Indeed, how big would you expect a first-layer qi refining disciple to shoot out a fireball? But just as everyone was laughing at him, Xiaohua slapped his left hand, and a flying talisman appeared on his body. With a burst of magic power, his figure followed the fireball and charged towards one of the 2 pylon bears. "Oh my god! Someone who doesn't know the difference between life and death actually came knocking on my door?" The twin blue bears leaned forward as if they didn't care. They had iron cloak talismans on their bodies, which absolutely couldn't be broken by a low-level qi refining disciple. However, Xiaohua's flying speed was very fast. The twin blue bears didn't feel anything when facing Xiaohua, but the 4 people next to him were flabbergasted. "Ah? How can he be so fast?" Even the girl behind Xiaohua was flabbergasted. This speed was far from what she could match. Everyone was astonished. The twin blue bears were even more caught unprepared. When Xiaohua approached them, even though the twin blue bears' eyes were somewhat flustered, they were still full of ridicule. Xiaohua also didn't neglect them. As soon as he arrived in front of one of the twin blue bears, he immediately raised his hand and grabbed the arm of one of the twin blue bears. That person stared blankly, and his face became even more disdainful. Not to mention the iron cloak talismans on his body, and the true qi protecting his body. He wasn't afraid of the martial arts on his hands and feet. One of the reasons why the twin blue bears were called bears was because these 2 people had cultivated body refining techniques and martial arts with their fists and feet. One of the twin blue bears waved his hand, wanting to block Xiaohua's hand, but Xiaohua's hand moved in an unknown way and unexpectedly dodged his hand. That seemingly very delicate hand still grabbed his arm. In an instant, an incomparably huge force was transmitted from the twin blue bear's arms. "Ayo, this is bad." Although that person didn't know what was going to happen next, he already had a vague feeling in his heart that something was wrong. Sure enough, just as he was thinking that something bad was going to happen, a fist suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Pa pa pa. This fist instantly struck the twin blue bears' faces 3 times in a row. The twin blue bears who were struck by Xiaohua's fists let out blood-curdling screams. It seemed that the first punch had already caused them to suffer heavy injuries, and the following 2 punches were even more frightening. Xiaohua's fists, without exception, struck the same place on the twin blue bears' faces. It was merely 2 punches, but the twin blue bears' faces actually emitted a burst of chaotic brilliance. Voila! A crisp sound rang out. It was actually the sound of the iron cloak talisman being broken. This crisp sound was extremely weak and also extremely familiar. However, in everyone's ears, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. With merely 2 punches, this youngster actually broke a high-level iron cloak talisman. Was this the cultivation of a first-level chi refining cultivator? In an instant everyone thought of something else. I'll leave it to you, little girl. Xiaohua let out a long laugh, then turned around and flew towards the other twin blue bears. His flying speed was even faster. This speed confirmed some people's thoughts. The girl cried out in delight, "Yes, senior." As she spoke, the sword talisman in her hand moved again. A long sword flew towards the twin blue bears whose iron cloak talisman had been broken. Xiaohua turned around, and without any pretense, he casually raised his fist and smashed it towards the other twin blue bears. That person was already terrified. He thought that Xiaohua was a nascent soul cultivator who had concealed his cultivation level. How could he still dare to fight back? He cried out, "Senior, please spare me." His figure flew up, desperately flying backwards. The instant he flew up, Xiaohua's fist also arrived. It hit his waist. This time Xiaohua's strength was even greater. He had used up all his strength. With a crisp walla sound, that iron cloak talisman was broken in one fell swoop. Run! The 4 spectators no longer dared to hesitate. They glanced at each other, then scattered and flew away. As for the twin blue bears that the girl's sword talisman attacked, although their defenses were broken by Xiaohua, they had already used their flying talismans. When the small sword attacked, they flew into the air. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiaohua shouted. He turned around and seemed to chase after that person. His fist also flew over. That person's face had already changed color. He didn't dare to stay any longer and fled without looking back. "You want to run? It's not that easy," the girl shouted. She also used her flying talisman. Her figure jumped up, and she was just about to chase. How could Xiaohua let her chase? He hurriedly pulled her hand, looked around, picked a direction and flew away. "Senior." When the girl saw Xiaohua grab her wrist, her face flushed red. She wanted to break free, but then she calmed down and said in a low voice, "Senior, why didn't you kill the twin blue bears? They are extremely notorious in this area." How could Xiaohua have the time to explain to her? Just now, he also took a risk and tested his strength. Sure enough, he was able to break the twin blue bears' so-called high-grade iron cloak talisman. It gave them the misconception that he was a great expert and could defeat them with just his body. But there were many flaws in this. If he carefully thought about it, how could he not know? Presumably, the 6 of them would wake up as soon as they flew halfway. Xiaohua's flying speed was very fast. They might not be able to catch up, but this girl was different. Xiaohua could only take advantage of the fact that the 6 of them were still confused and quickly pull this girl away. The further the better. The girl didn't understand Xiaohua's actions, but he was a nascent soul senior. He was enough to be her grandmaster. How could she dare to ask more? However, under the pull of the nascent soul stage senior's hand, the young lady felt an enormous force pulling her along. The speed of their flight was indeed much faster than hers. However, after flying for 2 hours, the young lady felt that something was wrong. This nascent soul senior's flying speed was admittedly fast, but it didn't seem to be as awesome as she had imagined. Moreover, it seemed that Foundation establishment seniors all used magic tools to fly. Why did this senior keep using flying talismans? And the most important thing was that this nascent soul senior actually only used his magic power to protect her body. It wasn't as she had imagined to protect her as well. It seemed he didn't have any intention of taking care of her. Another 2 hours passed. Xiaohua, this nascent soul senior, actually reached out and took out a flying talisman from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, he slapped it on his body. He actually replaced the flying talisman that had just lost its spiritual energy. This time, the girl really didn't understand the situation. Nascent soul senior still needs to rely on flying talismans to fly? The girl pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua simply ignored her. He only lowered his head and looked all around as if he was looking for something. Soon after, his face lit up with joy and his figure flew down. The girl followed the direction of his descent and saw that it was a mountain range. Xiao Hua brought the girl to the ground and found a secluded place. It was precisely a place that was blocked by several mountain rocks and couldn't be seen from the sky. Only then did he loosen his hand and take the lead to walk over. Upon seeing this, the girl slightly hesitated. Standing in front of the mountain rocks, she bowed and saluted. Junior Luoyang's Kaizhuoxia greets Senior. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Xiao Hua saw her appearance and knew that Kaizhuoxia was worried about him. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The one who should be worried should be me. Kaizhuoxia had been secretly sizing up Xiao Hua all along. Seeing a smile at the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth, she immediately said, Senior, perhaps you haven't heard of Luoyang's Kai clan, but I'm sure you've heard of Qingyuan's Kai clan. Senior, please know that my Luoyang's Kai clan is a branch of Qingyuan's Kai clan. Soon after, she said somewhat awkwardly, but because we haven't been in contact for a long time, and there hasn't been a foundation establishment cultivator in the clan for a long time, so, clan? Xiao Hua stared blankly. Chapter 1250. Senior. Could it be that you don't believe Junior? Kaizhuoxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Junior knows that Senior must come from a famous sect, and is a famous nascent soul cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent. Of course you look down on cultivator families like us. Not to mention my Luoyang Kai clan is only a cultivator family, so we can't enter Senior's eyes. But my Qingyuan Kai clan also once had an ancestor who was an elder of the Kunlun sect. Even now, the Kunlun sect often selects disciples from my Kai clan. It's just that my Luoyang Kai clan hasn't had an outstanding disciple for a long time, so we lost our precious quota. Junior. Kaizhuoxia stopped speaking and stole a glance at Xiao Hua's expression. Hearing Kaizhuoxia say so much in one breath and not letting him speak, Xiao Hua more or less understood the meaning of these so-called cultivator families. They should be one level lower than cultivator sects like Shang Huaming and 100 Herbs Gate, but they were much stronger than ordinary families. These families had very deep foundations and their disciples all had very good cultivation aptitudes, so they could cultivate more easily than ordinary people. However, he heard the sect leader say that there were many cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent who could only cultivate to the ore refining stage. Presumably, these cultivator families were like this. Of course, according to Kaizhuoxia's meaning, this Kai clan also had some Kunlun sect elders, so they had the capital of, when one person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. This was how they obtained the shelter of their elders and made their clan qualified to cultivate. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, Kaizhuoxia was somewhat discouraged. She bit her lip and raised her head to look into the distance again. She muttered, Junior. The reason why I'm telling Senior all this isn't because I have other intentions. It's just that Senior just saved Junior's life. Junior knows that Senior's cultivation base is profound, and you don't care about Junior's repayment. However, Junior still wants to ask for Senior's celestial title. I hope Senior will engrave it in my heart so that in the future, if there's a chance, Junior can repay Senior. Towards the end, Kaizhuoxia's voice had already become much softer. In her cultivation clan, nascent soul cultivators were tantamount to an unattainable existence. Speaking of repayment, how could this be possible? Kaizhuoxia's original intention was perhaps to get closer to Xiao Hua so that she could have some kind of opportunity in the future. Therefore, her heart felt weak and her voice seemed to float away. Seeing that Kaizhuoxia had finally finished speaking and was giving him a chance to speak, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly at first. Then, he obediently bowed and said, Senior, please don't say that. I'm not a senior. I'm only at the first layer of the Qi refining realm, not some nascent soul cultivator like Senior said. This is impossible. Kaizhuoxia covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had doubts just now, she had already dispelled them in her heart. Now that she heard it with her own ears, how could she still believe it? Senior, you should come over. If you are seen by the Blue Bear duo again, I'm afraid we won't be able to scare them this time. Xiao Hua looked at the mountain rock above his head and said somewhat anxiously. Oh, hearing the name Pylon Twin Bears, Kai Zhuoxia felt a chill run down her spine. In addition, Xiao Hua was only a first-layer aura refining disciple who didn't enter the sect. Compared to her own fifth-layer aura refining cultivation, Kai Zhuoxia walked in without hesitation. Are you really in the first layer of qi refining? Which sect are you from? With such a low cultivation level, why did the sect send you out alone? Why don't you follow a senior brother with a high cultivation level? Where are you going? Kai Zhuoxia stood not far from Xiao Hua. Her eyes were wide open as she curiously looked at this young man whose cultivation level really couldn't be brought to the table. Xiao Hua was somewhat embarrassed. He didn't expect Kai Zhuoxia to say so much to herself just now, and now unexpectedly ask so many questions in one breath. Moreover, he still remembered fellow Taoist Li's words from last night, so he didn't want to answer any of these questions. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, "Didn't Senior already see that Junior's cultivation level is indeed at the first layer of qi refining? It's just that Junior's strength is great. Just now, Junior took advantage of the Blue Bear duo's carelessness and caught them off guard. Otherwise, when this Junior destroyed the Iron Cloak talisman of one of the twin bears of Pailon, I should have directly killed him. But this Junior was afraid of provoking the anger of the other person. If they didn't run and fought with this Junior would definitely be killed. Fortunately, they actually ran away. Junior had no choice but to let them go." Puffed, seeing Xiao Hua's helpless expression, as if he was very unwilling to scare them away, she couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect your strength to be so great. You were actually able to destroy a high-grade yellow talisman. I really didn't dare to imagine it." Kai Zhuoxia's face was full of smiles. "Moreover, you also flew extremely fast." Speaking up to here, Kai Zhuoxia seemed to have thought of something and her face revealed a pleasant surprise. However, her eyes spun a few times before she said, "Moreover, you flew extremely fast and looked very young. Not only me, but the other 6 people also regarded you as a nascent soul senior." "Ah, but why?" Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. "What's so strange about that?" Seeing this, Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, "You flew very fast, far surpassing us 5th-level aura refining cultivators. If nothing unexpected happened, you should be at least at the 12th level of aura refining. Since you're at the 12th level of aura refining, your age should be at least 30 or 40 years old. However, you look only 16 or 17 years old. If you didn't reconstruct your body when you stepped into nascent soul realm, how could you appear so young?" Reconstructing a body in nascent soul realm? Xiao Hua wrinkled his brows. This was the first time he'd heard of this. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to have not forgotten to investigate Xiao Hua's background. She bowed again and said, "No matter what, fellow Taoists still saved my life. I'll remember this favor. In the future, if there's fate, I ask fellow Taoist to come to Luyang's Kai clan." "That's right, fellow Taoist. May I know which mountain range you're a loose cultivator in? If it's appropriate, I'd like to pay a visit to your clan. In addition, there's another matter I want to discuss with fellow Taoist." "Loose cultivator?" Xiao Hua stared blankly. He asked curiously, "What's a loose cultivator?" Indeed, during the 3 years Xiao Hua was at Shanghua Ming, Xiao Yueheng only taught him the first layer of Shanghua Ming's immortal art. There were also many cultivation techniques related to spiritual plants and other cultivation techniques. Regarding the situation of Xiaoyu Continent's cultivation world, there was very little information. Furthermore, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 were even more focused on cultivation. Aside from the new happenings in Yi City, they very rarely talked to Xiao Hua. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua didn't understand. Could it be fellow Taoist isn't a loose cultivator? Kai Zhuoxia was even more surprised. She opened her mouth and said, "Since fellow Taoist is from a sect, why is your aptitude?" Speaking up to here, she felt that it was inappropriate. She hastily covered her mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. In the country of Shi's cultivation sects, regardless of their size, their disciples all have extraordinary aptitudes. Their cultivation is all at the 7th level of qi refining and above. I didn't expect that fellow Taoists would still be at the 1st level of qi refining at such an age. Oh, I forgot again. What's fellow Taoist's name? Which sect are you from?" Kai Zhuoxia slapped her forehead in realization. Xiao Hua scratched his head. His expression was slightly awkward. He smiled and said, "Reporting to Senior, I'm called Xiaohua. As for which sect, I hope Senior can forgive me. It's not convenient for me to tell you." It's fine, it's fine." Kai Zhuoxia waved her hand repeatedly. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't mind me. I shouldn't have asked you in detail. It's just that I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao, so I asked a bit more. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao belongs to a sect, how come you don't even know about loose cultivators?" "Senior, I've just reached the first level of qi refining, and haven't been accepted into the sect by the sect master. There are many things I don't know," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to call me Senior. You can just call me fellow Taoist." Kai Zhuoxia also smiled and said, "Sure enough, your noble sect has its rules. You won't be accepted into the sect unless you're at the third level of qi refining. If you were in my Kai clan, fellow Taoist, although you're only at the first level of qi refining, you have the ability to fly and have great strength. You'd certainly be regarded as a pillar." Kai Zhuoxia's words were a bit insincere. The first level of qi refining was the most basic cultivation level. Even if it was a cultivation clan with low-level cultivation methods, they could still nurture a person with the same cultivation level as Xiaohua. How could they regard him as important, as she said? Xiaohua didn't know about this and only nodded slightly. As for loose cultivators, they're cultivators who don't belong to a sect outside of various cultivation sects and cultivation clans. They're cultivators who cultivate alone and don't belong to a sect. "Oh, I understand, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua nodded. "Then where do loose cultivators get their cultivation methods?" "First, there are cultivation methods. Afterwards, there are loose cultivators," Kai Zhuoxia said. "It's precisely because some people obtained cultivation methods but can't be assigned to a sect that they cultivate alone." Aren't cultivation methods rare in Xiaoyu continent? Where did these loose cultivators get them?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Kai Zhuoxia glanced at Xiaohua. He has a sect, so he should know more than her. How could he ask such a superficial question? Xiaoyu continent's cultivation methods are naturally rare. My country's cultivation methods are even rarer. However, this rarer cultivation method refers to cultivation methods that can be cultivated to foundation establishment or even golden core. As for those incomplete cultivation methods or cultivation methods that can only be cultivated to the various levels of qi refining, they can still occasionally appear. Just now, fellow Taoist Xiao encountered Pai Lan, the twin bears, and the others are all loose cultivators. They just happen to obtain nameless cultivation methods and set foot on the path of cultivation. It's just that their actions are completely based on their own likes and dislikes. They don't follow any rules, which is completely different from fellow Taoist Xiao who has a sect. Xiaohua understood. Disciples like him have the backing of a sect. They have cultivation methods and resources. They also have senior brothers and senior sisters. All of them have good self-cultivation. They won't act against some cultivators for no reason. After all, they still have to consider whether or not other people will retaliate against their own sect. Their actions and conduct will also be somewhat methodical. But loose cultivators are different. They are all unorthodox. What kind of restrictions are there to speak of? Moreover, the so-called loose cultivators don't have a sect. They don't have any cultivation resources. They completely rely on methods like smashing, and robbing to make a name for themselves. Let alone a cultivation aristocratic family. Even if it's a cultivation sect, they won't let go of an opportunity. A qi refining stage cultivator like Kai Zhuoxia is a good target for loose cultivators to rob. Pai Lan, the twin bears, and the others, aren't they such people? Chapter 1251. By the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, did you come out this time to gain experience? Kai Zhuoxia asked again. No. Xiaohua shook his head. I have some matters to attend to. Medicine Farmer Peak. Xiaohua thought that he might have to ask Kai Zhuoxia about the location of Medicinal Farmer Peak in a while, so he revealed some information. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go to the 100 Herbs Gate. What a pity. Kai Zhuoxia's tone was a little disappointed, but there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Clearly, this 100 Herbs sect was one of the famous sects in the state of Xi. A pity? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback and asked curiously, Why is that? This? Kai Zhuoxia was a little hesitant. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has something to do, I don't think it's convenient for you to talk about it. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Just now, Kai Zhuoxia said that she wanted to talk to him about something, but she didn't say anything. Presumably, it was this MOT matter. And if it's inconvenient for fellow Kai, there's no need to mention it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao would be the most suitable person to handle this matter. It's just that. If you're unlucky, you can't do it. Kai Zhuoxia still sighed, feeling very regretful. However, if fellow Taoist Xiao is busy now, I wonder if you have time to make a trip to the 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later? 1,000 Zhang Peak, where is it? After Kai Zhuoxia told him the location, Xiaohua pondered for a moment. Hearing Kai Zhuoxia's tone and thinking about the matter of Pai Lan, Shuang Xiong and the others just now, he faintly felt that there was something fishy going on, so he asked, if I can't go down, how about I ask my senior marshal brother or senior marshal sister to go down? What do you think? Don't. Kai Zhuoxia's expression changed when she heard that. She quickly waved her hand and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, this matter is to repay fellow Taoist for saving my life. If fellow Taoist is too busy to go, then so be it. Please allow me to find an opportunity to repay you in the future. Just forget about your sect's elders and elders. Even if they know, they might not go. Xiaohua nodded and said thoughtfully, fellow Taoist Kai didn't say anything, so how would I know if it's worth going? Don't worry, fellow cultivator. You're my savior. Although I'm from a cultivation family, I know how to repay kindness. Moreover, I do need a helper to go to the 1,000 Feet Peak. You're the best helper. Kai Zhuoxia said sincerely. Xiaohua thought to himself, half a year later, the Peiyuan pill would have been refined long ago, and senior marshal brother and senior marshal sister's cultivation levels would have also improved. Moreover, the linglong grass would have just sprouted not too long ago, so the foundation building pill definitely wouldn't be able to be refined. I don't have anything to do on Xihua Peak, so why don't I go with her to Thousandjiang Peak? Since she has already explained her background, I only need to tell the sect master the whole story half a year later. Even if this Kai Zhuoxia wants to harm me, she still has to consider the safety of her family. Just now, she thought that I was a nascent soul senior, so what she said must be true. Since she said that senior marshal brothers won't go, presumably, there won't be too much danger. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, thank you, fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist has the heart, then I'll do my best to go. Hearing this, Kai Zhuoxia was overjoyed. She took out a summoning talisman from her bosom and handed it over, saying, fellow Taoist Xiao, please accept this summoning talisman. If you arrive at the 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later, you can send it out. If fellow Taoist doesn't have time to go, then you can keep it. When you arrive at Luyang Town, send it out and I'll do my best as a host. Xiaohua accepted it with a smile and put it away. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Kai, I'm in a hurry, so I won't stay here any longer. I don't know if the Pai and Lan duo can find this place. If they can, then fellow Taoist can stay here for a while. The Pai and Lan duo may discover that something is wrong with fellow Taoist Xiao, but all rogue cultivators are cowards. They may not chase after you. Fellow Taoist, please leave. I'll rest for a while and also leave. Kai Zhuoxia cupped her hands and said, that's good. Xiaohua nodded. He hesitated for a moment and asked, I don't know. Does fellow Taoist Kai know the location of Medicine Nong Peak? What? Kai Zhuoxia was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying, the direction that fellow Taoist Xiao is leading is precisely towards Medicine Nong Peak. When I heard it just now, I thought fellow Taoist Xiao was taking me here in passing. Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I'm indeed lost. From here to Medicine Nong Peak is only a few hundred miles away. With fellow Taoist Xiao's flying speed, I'm afraid you'll arrive in a few hours? Thank you, fellow Taoist Kai, we'll meet again someday. Xiaohua cupped his hands and saluted. He looked around and saw that there were no abnormalities in the sky. He then turned around and looked at Kai Zhuoxia, who followed him out. He put a flying talisman on his body and his figure flew like an arrow towards Medicine Nong Peak. Seeing that Xiaohua's speed was much faster than hers, Kai Zhuoxia quietly stood there until Xiaohua's figure disappeared. She then sighed. First-level aura refining has this kind of flying speed. Moreover, he's so strong that he can actually break the Iron Cloak talisman. It's a pity that he's so old. I really don't know if this Xiaohua is a genius or a good-for-nothing. Alas, this kind of strangeness. I'm afraid he's comparable to little sister. Only this kind of strange person, which sect does he belong to? There aren't many famous sects in the country of Xi. If I have time, I'll have to carefully investigate. Kaixuoxia stood there for a moment. She also took out a flying talisman from her storage pouch and directly flew in another direction. Xiaohua flew in the air, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Last night, when he broke free from the confinement talisman, he already had a faint feeling in his heart that he should have discovered a divine ability that others didn't have, and that was to break through with force. However, last night he only had a feeling and couldn't confirm it. After all, this kind of divine ability was indeed strange. He'd never heard Xiao Yuehong and the others mention it. And this morning, before he could wake up from his sleep, he was dragged into trouble by Kaixuoxia. He was only a first-level aura refining disciple. In the eyes of the sixth-level aura refining experts, he wasn't worth mentioning. Moreover, the rogue cultivators wanted to kill Xiaohua to silence him. Therefore, in a situation where Xiaohua didn't have any power to fight back, he had no choice but to take the risk and take out the divine ability he just discovered. Fortunately, Xiaohua's strength wasn't just for show. He really could break through with force and break the Iron Cloak talisman of the Pylon twin bears. Of course, to kill the Pylon twin bears on the spot, Xiaohua still didn't have the strength to do so, because Xiaohua used his fists to break the Iron Cloak talisman of the Pylon twin bears, relying on being caught off guard, relying on the other party's carelessness. As long as the other party was on guard and pulled apart the distance, although Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, if they threw one yellow talisman after another, Xiaohua would definitely be killed before he could get close. This was also the reason why Xiaohua didn't dare to rashly kill one of the Pylon twin bears, lest it arouse the other party's anger. And most importantly, after Xiaohua broke the Iron Cloak talisman of the Pylon twin bears, he clearly saw that one of the Pylon twin bears' hands had already taken out the other yellow talisman. Therefore, he left this person to Kaixuoxia, while he himself attacked the other person, giving others the illusion that he was in control of the overall situation, that he was fighting one against two. Sixth level of the Qi refining realm. Xiaohua's heartbeat sped up. Those are great experts in the middle stage of the Qi refining realm. I actually scared them away. Even if I told second senior martial brother, he wouldn't necessarily believe it. However, using force to break through can only be used as a surprise attack method. It can only be effective when I get close. But normally, when fighting its magic power and talismans, how can they let me get close? Therefore, increasing my cultivation is the way of the king. Xiaohua rolled up his sleeves to show off the muscles on his arms, thinking to himself, Kaixuoxia actually regards me as a nascent soul stage senior. My goodness, I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, let alone the nascent soul stage. They really think too highly of me. Crap, there's someone in front. Xiaohua saw some brilliance in front of him from afar, as if there were people fighting. He immediately lowered his altitude and hid in a place to watch from afar. In the past, he didn't know what individual cultivators were, but now that he received Kaixuoxia's guidance, he finally understood. If these cultivators who didn't belong to any school or sect wanted to improve their cultivation, if they didn't seek out other people's misfortune or rob other people's things, how could they improve? That fellow Daoist Chong from before was probably an individual cultivator, right? He actually didn't even let off a first-level Qi refining disciple like himself. Xiaohua hid for a moment, but when he saw that the flashing brilliance in front of him didn't weaken in the slightest, he knew the fight was still going on. He thought for a moment, looked left and right, and circled around from the side, determined not to get close to them. Just like that, Xiaohua became cautious. Whenever he sensed any warning signs, he would immediately flee. Unexpectedly, he spent half the time Kaixuoxia estimated before he arrived in front of a mountain range. During these several hours, Xiaohua had seen more than 10 Qi refining cultivators. No matter whether their cultivation level was high or low, Xiaohua felt that these people's faces were engraved with the labels of robbery and silencing. His heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even when he arrived in front of this mountain range, 3 second and 3rd level qi refining cultivators flew out from the mountain range and blocked his path. His heart still skipped a beat, and he inwardly said, "Crap, how did I end up in front of them? This guy, does he want to take my life?" Just when he was thinking about whether he should hide and circle around from the side, or take advantage of their unpreparedness to break through their defenses and kill them, he heard one of the 3rd level qi refining cultivators coldly shout, "Which sect's disciple is in front of you? Don't you know this is my 100 Herbs Gate's territory?" 100 Herbs Gate? When Xiaohua heard this, he was secretly delighted. When he looked at that cultivator again, the bad look on his face had already disappeared, and he appeared very sanctimonious. "Strange," Xiaohua inwardly exclaimed. "Just now, I didn't know this person was a 100 Herbs Gate disciple. I felt that he wasn't safe from head to toe, but after hearing that he's a 100 Herbs Gate disciple, why do I feel that he won't harm me? This definitely isn't right. Even if they aren't individual cultivators and are 100 Herbs Gate disciples, if I lose my vigilance, the one who will suffer in the end will still be me." As he thought this, Xiaohua stopped and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "This one is Xiaohua of Shenghua Ming. I've come to seek an audience with sect leader Jiang on the orders of my sect's sect leader. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it." Chapter 1252. Shang Huaming. The disciple was obviously stunned. He sized Xiao Chen up and down in disbelief before putting on a fake smile and saying, "You say that you are Shang Huaming's disciple. Do you have any proof?" Xiaohua replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. "When I came down, the sect master had already sent a transmission talisman to your sect. Your sect master Jiang has also seen me before, so he didn't give me a token. You are indeed Shang Huaming's fellow Taoist." When the disciple heard this, his expression unconsciously changed. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting. "I am Chen Feng from the 100 Herbs sect. Earlier, the young sect master had warned me that Shang Huaming's fellow Taoists would come. However, the young sect master only said that he would come in 2 days. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to come so quickly." Then, he looked behind him and frowned. "The other senior brothers or sisters of your sect didn't come?" Xiaohua blanked. He thought that Xiao Yuehong had already sent a transmission talisman and told him about his arrival. Seemed that he was wrong. He could only smile and say, "Only I came from my sect. The other senior brothers haven't come out yet." Chen Feng was somewhat flabbergasted. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Presumably he wanted to say, "Your Shang Huaming is really at ease. He actually let a disciple at the 1st level of qi refining out of the sect." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." As Chen Feng spoke, he took out a yellow talisman from his bosom and sent it with his magic power. The yellow talisman flew out with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace in a few blinks of an eye. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the young sect master instructed that as long as Shang Huaming's disciple comes, we should inform him immediately. He will definitely come out to welcome you personally." Xiaohua's face was filled with fear as he hastily said, I don't dare. I am Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't even entered the sect. How can I deserve to be personally welcomed by your young sect master?" In fact, Chen Feng was also bewildered. He couldn't figure out how a mere 1st-level qi condensation cultivator could be worthy of a 12th-level qi condensation young master's welcome. However, since Zhang Fan had given such an order, how could he disobey? Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of drum music sounded from the distant mountain peak. Then, a huge red brilliance stretched out from the mountain peak like a rainbow in front of Xiaohua's eyes. At the same time, a rather large round plate flew along with the red brilliance like lightning. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. He had already seen that on the round plate. At the very front was Zhang Fan in black and Zhang Yan in red. Behind them there were disciples from 2 sections. They were holding strange musical instruments in their hands, and they were making beautiful sounds. After a long distance, Zhang Fan released his divine sense and saw that Xiaohua was the only one standing in front of Chen Feng. He was just as surprised as Chen Feng was before. He turned to look at Zhang Yan, who was equally surprised, and asked curiously, "Didn't Shang Huaming's sect master Xiao say that he would send his disciples over? Why, don't I see Xiao Xianrui or Gong Mingwei? What are these disciples doing here?" Then he looked behind Xiaohua. There was no one there. Could it be that the disciple mentioned by sect master Xiao is this guy? Zhang Yan's face was ashen. She had dressed up to welcome them, thinking that they were from Xiao Xianrui. Unexpectedly, it was actually a first-level qi condensation kid. Seeing Zhang Yan's expression change greatly, Zhang Fan knew that something was wrong and immediately warned, "Yinner, be careful. Although this kid hasn't entered the sect, he has always been serving behind sect master Xiao. He can be considered Shang Huaming's confidant. Father wants to build a good relationship with Shang Huaming. This kid can't be neglected. Don't lose your temper. Big brother. It's fine if you flatter Xiao Xianrui. I can't say anything. What kind of people are Shang Huaming? One Gong Mingwei, one Zhang Qingxiao. Both of them are only at the 10th level of qi condensation. They are too far away from our 100 Herbs Gates disciples. Father, how could he not know what sect master Xiao meant? Why did he ask me to welcome them? Even if it's those two, I can endure it. But this Xiao something, even if he is Shang Huaming's disciple, he is only a first-level qi condensation disciple. How can he be welcomed by two late-stage qi condensation cultivators of our 100 Herbs Gate? Zhang Yan pointed at Xiaohua and said angrily, Forget it. It's all Big Brother's fault. I thought if Shang Huaming's disciple was coming, it would definitely be Xiao Xianrui. I never thought it would be this guy." Zhang Fan hurriedly said, "Since we're already here, it's not good to go back halfway. Let's stand here for a while first." As they spoke, the two people's round plates arrived in front of Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw the two young lords of 100 Herbs Gate coming in person, he was already surprised. He flew forward and bowed in greeting. "This one is Xiaohua of Shang Huaming. Greetings to the two young lords. Two seniors coming in person really makes this one panic." Zhang Yan stood on the round plate and ignored him. Her mouth was tight and her eyelids were lowered as if she didn't hear him. Zhang Fan's face was full of spring breeze. He floated down from the round plate and helped Xiaohua up with a smile. "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, it's only been a few days since Shang Huaming left. I didn't expect Sect Master Xiao to send you to our 100 Herbs Gate. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then he pretended to look behind and asked curiously, "What? Is Junior Marshal Brother Xiao the only one from your sect who came? Junior Marshal Brother Gong and the others didn't come? Senior Marshal Brother and Senior Marshal Sister are repenting in the Tranquil Heart Cave. It's not time yet, is it? They can't leave the mountain for the time being. I, Shang Huaming, have some other matters to attend to in the mountain these days. Sect Master is busy and can't leave the mountain, so he sent me here. Please forgive me." Xiaohua said sincerely. How could Zhang Fan not know what Shang Huaming had encountered? His face was full of surprise. "What kind of trouble has your sect encountered? Could it be the 10,000 Poisons sect? Do you need my 100 Herbs Gate's help? Shang Huaming and my 100 Herbs Gate are now allies. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask." Xiaohua smiled. "It's a small matter. I Shang Huaming can deal with it easily. It's just that the matter is complicated that Sect Master can't leave. If there's a need, I'm sure Sect Master would have already sent a message." And that's true. That day, my 100 Herbs Gate found some traces of the 10,000 Poisons sect and even sent a message talisman. Later, when I received your sect's reply, there was no mention of the 10,000 Poisons sect. We were worried for nothing." Zhang Fan said with a smile. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said vaguely, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I Shang Huaming am fine." Good. It's good that you're fine." Zhang Fan grabbed Xiaohua and flew straight to the round plate. He said, "Let's go. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest from afar. Let's go to the guest hall first." Xiaohua followed Zhang Fan onto the round disc. The sound of the drums had long since disappeared. Xiaohua saw Zhang Yan and once again saluted. Zhang Yan snorted and didn't even pay him any attention. She turned around and walked inside. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't take offense. Last time, this little sister had a good chat with your senior marshal sister. This time, I thought it was your senior marshal sister who came, so I excitedly came out to welcome you. Jiang Fan said awkwardly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Xiaohua didn't seem to care. He smiled and said, both of you are seniors in the late qi refining stage. I'm just a junior. How can I be qualified to argue? Jiang Fan couldn't hear the sarcasm in these words. He could only laugh and point at the scenery below the flying disc to explain to Xiaohua. Medicine Farmer Peak was like Yellow Flower Ridge. It was a huge mountain range with many peaks, rivers, and forests. The scenery was naturally beautiful and varied. However, it was a bit different from Yellow Flower Ridge. Medicine Farmer Peak was in the middle of the mountain range. There were many disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, so there were many places in the mountain range that could be used. Unlike Shanghuaming, Minushi Peak was near the edge of Yellow Flower Ridge, while most of Yellow Flower Ridge was in the depths of the mountain range. Shanghuaming couldn't control it. Therefore, when Xiaohua saw the vast expanse of herb fields on Herb Farmer Peak, as well as the dense clouds and spiritual energy, he knew that the strength of 100 Herbs Gate was much greater than Shanghuaming's. Seeing Xiaohua's attention on the medicine fields, Jiang Fan slowed down the flying disc and said with a smile, disciples of 100 Herbs Gate who are below the third level of qi refining stay in the medicine fields and do the chores of cultivating spiritual herbs. Only when they reach the third level of qi refining can they truly be accepted into 100 Herbs Gate and focus on cultivation. Of course, these disciples also have their own medicine fields to cultivate the spiritual herbs they need. Then, he pointed at the mountain stream in the distance and said proudly, that place is an important place of 100 Herbs Gate. Hundreds, even thousands of years old spiritual herbs are all gathered there. Oh? Absorption fruit, exquisite grass. Are they all planted there? Xiaohua asked, his heart moved. Haha, absorption fruit can be refined into pills after 30 years. Naturally, there's no need to pay too much attention to it. It's not planted there. As for exquisite grass, those that are 400 or 500 years old are naturally planted there. Jiang Fan said with a smile. But most of the spiritual herbs here are not planted. Not planted? Then how do they grow? Xiaohua asked curiously. Haha. Jiang Fan smiled and pointed in another direction of the disc, saying, fellow Taoist Xiao, look at that place. That's where 100 Herbs Gate's mid and late stage qi refining disciples cultivate. It's considered a dangerous place in Medicine Farmer Peak. Xiaohua secretly despised him. This guy is really stingy. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then why do you have to mention it? Even if this is an important place of 100 Herbs Gate, the rare spiritual herbs are not planted but grown in the wild and are thousands of years old. But what are you showing off in front of me for? Humph, isn't it just 1,000-year-old exquisite grass? If this young master is happy, in 3 years I'll also grow a large field of 1,000-year-old exquisite grass for you. In another 30 years, this young master will grow a large field of 10,000-year-old exquisite grass for you so that you'll die of thirst. Xiaohua was not in the mood to listen to Jiang Fan's introduction. He muttered in his heart, this one junior and so on, and only picked up this young master. He didn't have the bearing of a cultivator at all. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Jiang Fan was secretly happy. He thought that he had scared this little boy who hadn't seen the world. When he returned to Shanghuaming, he would tell Xiao Xianrui about his shocking experience. Unconsciously, he became eloquent again. He didn't expect that he, a 12th layer qi refining senior, would act as a guide for a first layer qi refining junior. 100 Herbs Gate was somewhat suspected of flattering Shanghuaming. Chapter 1253. Just as Jiang Fan was showing off the situation of the 100 Herbs Gate to Xiaohua, the flying disc gradually approached a huge oval-shaped mountain top. Jiang Yan, who was next to him, was already impatient. She turned her head and said a few words. Jiang Fan raised his head slightly and smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look for yourself. I forgot to inform the gate master. With that, he cupped his hands and walked to Jiang Yan's side. He also said a few words. Then Jiang Yan slightly squinted her eyes at Xiaohua and no longer spoke. Jiang Fan patted his hand and took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his storage bag. After saying a few words, he shook his hand and the sound-transmitting talisman flew through the air to the medicine farmer peak in front of him. In fact, since the last time he saw the little white snake transformed into a python at Yellow Flower Ridge, Zhang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate had the intention of establishing a good relationship with Shang Huaming. If Xiao Xianrui came this time, even if it was inappropriate for him as the gate master to personally receive her, it was extremely necessary to show the concern of an elder. However, Zhang Fan had already broken the rules by personally seeing Xiao Hua, a disciple who had not yet entered the sect. It was even more impossible for Zhang Jiantong to appear, so Zhang Fan still sent this message to his father first. Shang Huaming is really declining. He actually sent a disciple who has not yet entered the sect. It seems that the threat of the 10,000 Poisons Gate has not been eliminated yet. After receiving Zhang Fan's sound-transmitting talisman, Zhang Jiantong's mouth hung a cold smile. He thought to himself, this is a good time to win over Shang Huaming. If nothing unexpected happens, the 100 Herbs Gate will go one step further under eye. Ha ha ha. With that, he clapped his hands and said a few words, and the sound-transmitting talisman flew back. Zhang Fan received the sound-transmitting talisman, walked to Xiao Hua with a smile, and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao, our gate master has an important matter to attend to. I'm afraid he can't meet you in person. Xiao Hua panicked and hurriedly returned the salute. How could I dare? How could I dare to meet Gate Master Zhang in person? Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be afraid. When we arrive at the guest hall, if your sect has any matters to attend to, just tell me. If it's not important, I can make the decision and agree to them one by one. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and said, then I'll have to rely on Senior a lot. While they were talking, the flying disc had already landed on Yaonong Peak. Originally, they had arranged a grand welcoming ceremony, but because it was not Xiao Xianrui's arrival, most of it was removed. However, the disciples who stayed were all above the third layer of qi refining, which was enough to give Shang Huaming and Xiao Hua face. Walking down the round plate before the crowd dispersed, Zhang enforced a smile on his face and handed over a beautifully made yellow talisman. He said with a smile, Xiao, fellow Taoist, this is an invitation talisman that I personally refined. Please return to Shang Huaming and give it to Sister Xiao of your sect. Just say that I missed her very much after meeting her at Yellow Flower Ridge. If you have nothing to do, please come to my Medicine Nong Peak for a chat. This humble one will lead Sister Xiao to tour the strange scenery of Yaonong Peak. Xiao Hua did not dare to be neglectful. He received it with both hands and put it into his bosom, saying respectfully, Junior does not dare to neglect Senior's request. Junior will personally deliver this invitation to Senior's sister. Seeing Xiao Hua's respectful attitude, Zhang An's expression relaxed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, my brother will take care of all the sect's affairs. This humble one has other trivial matters to attend to, so I won't accompany fellow Taoist Xiao. I don't dare. Senior, please go ahead. Xiao Hua immediately saluted. After Zhang An left, Zhang Fan took Xiao Hua to the guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate. The guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate was much more imposing than Shang Huaming's. Not to mention the respectful disciples. Just the momentum and scale of the guest hall were like clouds and mud compared to Shang Huaming's. Zhang Fan wasn't a shallow person, but because of Shang Huaming's matter, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, so he actually stole a glance at Xiao Hua's expression. However, when he saw that Xiao Hua's expression was normal, he couldn't help but secretly praise, Shang Huaming really has some inner qualities. This Xiao Hua hasn't even entered the sect yet, but he's actually so cultured. He doesn't seem to be uneasy in the face of such a great momentum. In fact, Xiao Hua himself was also puzzled. This guest hall's momentum was extraordinary. Not only were there carved beams and painted pillars, but even the various talismans flashing faintly above the hall were 100 times better than Shang Huaming's. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in his heart. It was far from the feeling he felt when he saw the many medicinal fields of the 100 Herbs Gate on the round plate just now. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. After entering the guest hall and walking inside, Zhang Fan raised his hand and invited Xiao Hua to the guest seat. Xiao Hua smiled and waited for Zhang Fan to sit cross-legged on the main seat before sitting down himself. As soon as Xiaohua sat down, several disciples below the third layer of qi condensation had a look of astonishment in their eyes. They carried several plates of fruits that Xiaohua had never seen before, and placed them on the table in front of him. Please, fellow Taoist Xiao. These are our 100 Herbs Gate specialty fruits. The taste is not bad, and it will be of some help to fellow Taoist Xiao's cultivation. Zhang Fan looked at the colorful fruits and said very warmly, "Thank you, young master. Junior has come on behalf of the gate master. How could Xiaohua want to eat these fruits?" Xiaohua got straight to the point. He. Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're a guest from afar. How could my 100 Herbs Gate not entertain you? Zhang Fan smiled and interrupted Xiaohua. All right, thank you, young master. Xiaohua helplessly picked up a thumb-sized fiery red fruit and threw it into his mouth. This fruit was very strange. When Xiaohua closed his mouth and tongue, the fruit was immediately bitten open. A spicy taste immediately rushed into Xiaohua's nose and mouth. Xiaohua was startled. Tears were about to gush out of his eyes, but at this moment, the spicy taste slipped into his throat and immediately turned into a kind of icy and moist taste. The tears in Xiaohua's eyes immediately stopped flowing. Not only that, when the icy cold taste entered his stomach, it turned into a burning flame in an instant. This flame flowed into his meridians and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He silently used his heart technique to examine himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his magic power had unexpectedly increased by a little. Xiaohua was about to raise his head when he heard Zhang Fan clapping his hands and laughing. Very good, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're indeed a fated person. This ice fire fruit is an extremely rare spirit fruit in my medicine farmer peak. It takes 10 years for it to bear fruit, and the fruit is very rare. Because it can increase the cultivation of early-stage qi condensation disciples, my 100 Herbs Gate has always rewarded meritorious disciples who have just entered the gate. Of course, this fruit is only effective when eaten for the first time. After eating it, you can only taste it. The fruit that fellow Taoist Xiao just ate also ripened a few days ago. Fellow Taoist not only came at the right time, but also obtained the most precious ice fire fruit, with just a wave of your hand. I can't help but sigh with emotion. Xiaohua was astonished. When he looked carefully again, sure enough, there was no more ice fire fruit on the plate. Xiaohua was speechless. Of course, when Zhang Fan and the others went to Shanghuaming, Xiao Yuehong asked him to offer the fruit. The modesty in his mouth was really modesty, not some kind of courtesy at all. The fruits of the 100 Herbs Gate were really more precious than those of Shanghuaming. However, when he thought of Zhang Fan's covetousness towards Xiaoxian Rui, Xiaohua lost his appetite. Originally, he didn't want to take advantage of the 100 Herbs Gate, but then he had another thought. It's a waste not to take advantage of this. Anyway, when I go back, I won't say anything good about you. Thinking this, he smiled at Zhang Fan, picked up the various fruits, and tasted them one by one. He ate to his heart's content. It must be said that 100 Herbs Gate was indeed founded on spiritual herbs. This fruit had a unique flavor to it. Although the other fruits couldn't promote cultivation like the ice and fire fruit, it still greatly satisfied Xiaohua's appetite for good food. He was inwardly very pleased. Seeing Xiaohua being so impolite, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had already dealt with Shanghuaming, this disciple who hadn't seen the world. Seeing Xiaohua eat a dark green fruit, licking his lips and straightening up to speak, Zhang Fan coughed and smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao, unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, a second-layer qi refining disciple hurried in and whispered a few words in Zhang Fan's ear. Zhang Fan frowned and scolded. This matter has already been decided. You should just carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Can't you see that I'm receiving an important guest? The disciple's expression didn't change. He bowed and was about to withdraw. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly said, Young master must be busy. Junior will wait. Zhang Fan smiled. I've made fellow Taoist Xiao laugh. It's just a small matter. There's no need for me to go. He then looked at the second-layer qi refining disciple and explained to Xiaohua, Our 100 Herbs Gate has many places to grow spiritual plants. In addition to the common ones, we also cultivate rare ones. 100 years ago, in a hidden cave on Medicine Farmer Peak, More than 10 different spiritual plant seeds were found. They looked shriveled, but to be on the safe side, the previous gate master decided to plant these seeds in a place with abundant spiritual chi on Medicine Farmer Peak to see if they could germinate within 100 years. A few days ago, it was already 100 years old, and the place where these seeds were planted had to be changed to other spiritual plants. Therefore, a disciple came to report whether or not to dig out those seeds. Fellow Taoist Xiao, such a small matter was already decided 100 years ago. You only need to carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Xiaohua smiled. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous. They can even find seeds that are 100 years old. At this point, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Zhang Fan wave his hand to dismiss the disciple, he couldn't help but say, Junior has spoken too much. I wonder, what should we do with these seeds? What can we do with them? Put them in the warehouse or throw them away. Anyway, they can't be grown. And we don't know what kind of spiritual plant they are. Our 100 Herbs Gate can't spend another 100 years on them. Zhang Fan said casually. I see. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. Junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if these useless seeds, could you give them to me? Give them to you? Zhang Fan was stunned. Normally, even if he destroyed these seeds himself, Zhang Fan would not give them to others. But now he wanted to leave a good impression on Xiaohua and get closer to Xiao Xianrui and Shang Huaming. If he made Xiaohua unhappy because of these dispensable seeds, the ice and fire fruit just now would have been eaten by Xiaohua for nothing. Chapter 1254. I wonder, what does fellow Taoist Xiao want these seeds for? Based on my experience, if they can't germinate within 100 years, then they might not even germinate for another 100 years. They should be seeds that have already lost their vitality. Zhang Fan asked. It's nothing much. Xiaohua smiled. Senior should know that I, Shang Huaming, only have one disciple and that's me. Usually I read books by myself. Unlike 100 Herbs Gate, I don't have many medicinal fields and spiritual herbs, so I've learned too much. That's why I want to read more and learn more. If it's inconvenient for Senior, then forget it. Haha, so that's how it is. Zhang Fan clapped. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to like studying spiritual herbs. Although the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate have better conditions than you, they don't care about studying spiritual herbs. They only like to cultivate. Once they reach the third layer of qi refining, they don't go to the medicinal field anymore. It's really frustrating. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so eager to learn, how can I not help you? Then he turned to the second layer disciple and said, Go, take these seeds that should be disposed of. In addition, choose some spiritual herbs that aren't forbidden to be spread outside of 100 Herbs Gate. Pick a few seeds and bring them over. Xiaohua was overjoyed and smiled. Thank you, young master. Actually, if those withered and damaged seeds are useless, it's also good for me to study them. Although Xiaohua's words seemed a bit insatiable, it did not contradict his statement that he wanted to comprehend the spirit grass ancient records. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Thinking about those dead seeds, even the elders of 100 Herbs Gate thought they were useless. What kind of waves could Xiao Huaming cause? Therefore he smiled, gave the disciple a look, and waved his hand to dismiss him. The disciple understood that Zhang Fan's look meant he didn't need to take his words seriously. He only needed to take some of the seeds from 100 Herbs Gate, or some of the damaged ones. As long as they had a little background, even if they couldn't germinate, they couldn't give them to Xiaohua. After the disciple left, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Thank you, young master, for your help. You're welcome. It's just a seed that needs to be thrown away. There's no need to thank me. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Afterwards, Xiaohua stood up, straightened his clothes, and bowed deeply to Zhang Fan, saying, Junior's first priority in coming here is to thank 100 Herbs Gate for remembering the alliance between our two sects and sending this important information to me, Shang Huaming. This is the sect master's instruction before he left. Since I can't meet sect master Zhang, I hope that young sect master can convey my gratitude to him. All right. Seeing this, Zhang Fan hurriedly got up and helped Xiaohua up. Shang Huaming and my 100 Herbs Gate are already allies. If anything happens to Shang Huaming, my 100 Herbs Gate will also be in danger. Helping Shang Huaming is helping my 100 Herbs Gate. Sect Master Xiao is too polite. After saying that, he invited Xiao Hua to take a seat. Xiao Hua cleared his throat and placed the jade bottle he had already prepared on the table. He smiled and said, "Thank you, clan leader Jiang. Next is the second matter that sect leader asked me to come over for. Young master, please take a look at these jade bottles." Oh, Jiang Fan was as genial as ever. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle fell into his hand. When he opened it, his face revealed extreme confusion. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what is the meaning of absorption fruit?" Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression was as usual and not as surprised as he had expected, Xiao Hua knew this was bad. He was afraid that the absorption fruit wasn't that precious in the other party's eyes. Seeing Jiang Fan ask, he could only brace himself and put on a smiling face, saying, "Senior, what do you think of this absorption fruit?" "It's all right." Jiang Fan didn't understand. He casually picked up the other bottles and looked at them one by one, nodding slightly. These absorption fruits are nearly 30 years old. They're barely useful and can be used to refine the Peiyuan pill. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao wants to do with these absorption fruits. It's like this. My sect master asked this junior to bring these absorption fruits. He wants to use these absorption fruits to exchange for some black tusk grass from 100 Herbs Gate. I wonder what does senior think? Xiao Hua replied weakly. As soon as Jiang Fan heard the words black tubergrass, he understood. A trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. He said, "Normally, it's possible to exchange absorption fruits for black tubergrass. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't come to my 100 Herbs Gate, you can still do it in E-City." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was shocked and blurted out, "Unfortunately what? It's nothing. I'm sure fellow Taoist Xiao knows that I went to E-City a few days ago and met your sect's senior martial brother there. Most of my 100 Herbs Gate's black tubergrass was exchanged for spirit stones or spirit herbs with other fellow Taoists at E-City." "Most?" Xiao Hua said anxiously, "What about the rest?" "The rest is naturally for my 100 Herbs Gate to refine pills." Jiang Fan said awkwardly. "Ah?" Xiao Hua's face was full of anxiety. Not only him, but even Xiao Yuehong probably didn't think of this. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao, your sect just wants a few Peiyuan pills to help your sect's senior martial brothers and Fairy Xiao increase their strength. If that's the case, I earnestly request my gate master to gift your sect a few Peiyuan pills. Why go through so much trouble?" Jiang Fan's face was full of smiles, as if he were Shang Huaming's savior. Xiao Hua's face was full of joy at first. He wanted to nod, but then he realized this guy wants to curry favor with Shang Huaming. That's not all. If I, Shang Huaming, can't refine enough Peiyuan pills, not only will my senior martial brother's cultivation not be improved, I'm afraid they'll still be suppressed by 100 Herbs Gate. Besides, a few Peiyuan pills may be enough for my senior martial brothers, but what about mine? I'm afraid I'll have to draw water with a bamboo basket. After thinking about it, Xiao Hua's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, and I thank you on behalf of my gate master. However, gate master has already made it clear that if I, Shang Huaming, ask for a few Peiyuan pills, 100 Herbs Gate will definitely agree to it for the sake of the alliance between our two sections. However, this will make my Shang Huaming look like a small sect. We've just formed an alliance with 100 Herbs Gate, so it's really inappropriate to take advantage of them. Secondly, the alliance between our two sects will naturally be frequent in the future. As the saying goes, even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. If there's any deal in the future, it's hard to say. Therefore, I ask 100 Herbs Gate to give me a suitable exchange according to the customs of E-City." "So it's like that," Jiang Fan said with a smile. "Our two sects have already formed an alliance. I didn't expect Gate Master Xiao to still be so polite." Then he frowned, "But my 100 Herbs Gate's black tusk grass is really very little." He stood up and paced back and forth in the reception hall several times. He sighed and gritted his teeth. "Forget it. Since Gate Master Xiao wants it, I'll give it to Shang Huaming first, even if my 100 Herbs Gate's Peiyuan pill can't be refined." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Many thanks." Junior will definitely report young Gatemaster's kindness to my Gatemaster. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, fellow Taoist Xiao. Jiang Fan hurriedly stopped him. He patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a sound-transmitting talisman. He said a few words in it, and with a burst of transcendence energy, the sound-transmitting talisman flew out of the reception hall. Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Jiang Fan explained, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. My 100 Herbs Gate has been refining the Peiyuan pill for the past few days. I don't know how much black tusk grass is left. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became tense. A moment later, a crimson light flew over and stopped in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan didn't avoid Xiao Hua. He grabbed it and squeezed it. A slightly old voice sounded, reporting to young Gatemaster. There are only 10 black tusk grass left. According to your wishes, we have stopped refining the Peiyuan pill. This old man has already sent someone to deliver the black tusk grass to you. 10? Xiao Hua frowned. He wasn't sure if these 10 black tusk grass were enough for Xiao Yuehong. As expected. Jiang Fan spread his hands and shook his head, saying, It's still too late, fellow Taoist Xiao. These remaining 10 black tusk grass aren't enough to exchange for your Gatemaster's absorption fruits. Xiao Hua was very disappointed, but what could he do? He could only say, let's take what we have. It's better than having none. How about this, fellow Taoist Xiao? These black tusk grass are a gift from my 100 Herbs Gate to Shang Huaming. My 100 Herbs Gate won't accept these absorption fruits. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, No, Senior should take the absorption fruits that are suitable. Since my Gatemaster has given the order, Senior shouldn't make things difficult for Junior. Xiao Hua shook his head and refused. All right, since Gatemaster Xiao has given the order, I won't be polite. Jiang Fan picked up 2 of the jade bottles and put them in his storage pouch. At this moment, the second-layer Qi refining disciple who went out just now returned with a small storage pouch in his hand. He took out several jade boxes and placed them in front of Jiang Fan, saying, These are the black tusk grass that Elder Lan ordered this disciple to bring. Then, he took out 2 small pouches from his storage pouch and handed them forward, saying, Young Gatemaster ordered this disciple to take these. One contains the dried seeds and the seeds that haven't sprouted yet, and the other contains the damaged seeds. And give these 2 pouches to fellow Taoist Xiao. Jiang Fan didn't check them and ordered the disciple. Xiao Hua took the 2 small pouches and opened them to take a look. Sure enough, one of the pouches contained some abnormally dried seeds that were covered in dust and dirt. The other pouch was full of damaged seeds. Fellow Taoist Xiao, here are 10 stalks of black tusk grass. Please check them. Jiang Fan waved his hand and several jade boxes flew to the table in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put down the 2 pouches and opened one of the jade boxes. Inside the jade box were 2 stalks of black tusk grass that were about a foot long and had long sword-shaped leaves. The edges of the leaves were deeply serrated and there were fine red and black lines all over the leaves. And that's right. Thank you, young Gatemaster. Xiao Hua looked at the other jade boxes and found that they were all full-grown black tusk grass. He smiled and said to Jiang Fan, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take the remaining absorption fruits back. Jiang Fan was about to wave his hand when Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Wait a moment. Chapter 1255. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is there something wrong? Jiang Fan's complexion changed slightly. It's nothing. Young master, this junior suddenly thought that since these absorption fruits have been brought here, this junior won't take them back. If your sect still has some black tuber grass that hasn't reached maturity yet, this junior will exchange them all. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Less than mature black tuber grass? Jiang Fan was obviously surprised, his eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, This year's black tuber grass is gone, and if there are any, it will naturally be 1 year old. However, according to this junior's knowledge, there aren't many black tuber grass that are 1 year old. Our 100 Herbs Gate also doesn't plan to exchange black tuber grass next year. If your sect really wants to exchange, then we can only have the matured black tuber grass in the year after next. Then he said apologetically, but the matured black tuber grass in the year after next is much worse than the matured black tuber grass. It's very inappropriate to use it to refine the Peiyuan pill. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still want to exchange? This? Xiaohua's face was extremely embarrassed. After bitterly deliberating for a long time, he clenched his teeth and said, exchange. It's better than having nothing. If the Peiyuan pill's effect is not good, then let this junior take it. Well, since fellow Taoist Xiao insists on exchanging, then this junior can only reluctantly accept. Zhang Fan's face was very embarrassed, however. In order to make up for your sex loss, this junior will let the disciple pay another 10% according to the rules of the exchange market. Then many thanks, young Master Yu Chang. Xiaohua's face was full of gratitude. Sure enough, Zhang Fan said a few words and put away the remaining absorption fruits. Not long after, the disciple brought back dozens of jade boxes. Xiaohua looked at them and sure enough there were stalks of black tuber grass inside, but they looked very fresh, obviously just picked. On the surface of the black tuber grass, red and black fine lines were not densely covered, and it also didn't look mature. Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, please put these jade boxes into your storage bag, Zhang Fan said with a smile. Xiaohua's face reddened and he muttered, This junior didn't bring a storage bag. Ah! Zhang Fan was taken aback, but he soon understood. He laughed out loud and said, Sect Master Xiao is indeed meticulous. Fellow Taoist Xiao is only a first-layer qi refining cultivator. It must be extremely dangerous for him to carry a storage pouch with him. Only someone with nothing would come to our 100 Herbs Gate. Furthermore, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come to our 100 Herbs Gate, how could we let fellow Taoist Xiao risk going back alone? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch from the disciple beside him, collected all the items, and handed it over to Xiaohua. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take it for now. After resting for a while, I'll send a disciple to send fellow Taoist Xiao back. It won't be too late for fellow Taoist Xiao to exchange for this storage pouch when we arrive at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He reached out to receive the storage bag and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for senior's kind intentions. This junior is extremely grateful. You're welcome. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said, Is there anything else, fellow Taoist Xiao? Xiaohua shook his head. All right then, fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a rest first. I will make arrangements to send fellow Taoist Xiao back to Yellow Flower Ridge. Senior, this junior isn't tired. How about we leave now? Xiaohua said. I still have to make arrangements. Fellow Taoist Xiao should take this time to rest. Zhang Fan explained. Xiaohua had no choice but to follow the disciple beside him to the abode next to the guest hall. As soon as the disciple left the abode, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. On Medicine Farmer Peak in a quiet place, Zhang Fan stood with his hands behind his back and reported to Zhang Jiantong, who was sipping tea with his eyes closed. When Zhang Fan finished, Zhang Jiantong opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at Zhang Fan. He smiled and said, Fan, well done. Although this black tusk grass isn't that important, we can't give it to Shang Huaming in full. What you're doing is showing that our 100 Herbs Gate is trying our best to help them, and also restricting the development of Shang Huaming's disciples. Even I can only do this much. Thank you for your praise, Father. Zhang Fan said modestly, Boy, prepare a Peiyuan pill and give it to Xiaohua. Although this guy's cultivation is shallow, his weight in Xiao Yuehong's heart is not light. It's better to win him over. Is that so? Zhang Jiantong looked at Zhang Fan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Zhang Fan was startled and suddenly realized. He slapped his forehead and said, Father is right. Boy, if you do this, it will show that our 100 Herbs Gate is too close to Shang Huaming. I'm afraid it will make Xiao Yuehong suspicious. And that's right. If you give this Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xianrui, it will be just right. As for Xiaohua, didn't you already give him some useless seeds? The amount is just right. Zhang Jiantong smiled. Boy understands. Boy will do it right away. Zhang Fan nodded. Go. Send a few capable disciples to safely send Xiaohua back to Yellow Flower Ridge. We have done so much, we can't let others take advantage of us. Yes. Zhang Fan bowed and withdrew. Zhang Jiantong's face showed a satisfied smile as he watched his proud son withdraw. The flying shuttle that sent Xiaohua was the one that Zhang Jiantong and Zhang Fan went to Yellow Flower Ridge to spy. The people escorting and driving it were also a group of people, but Zhang Jiantong and Zhang Fan didn't understand. The flying shuttle was really fast. In just half a day, they arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiaohua threw out the flying talisman. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao came out to greet him. After greeting the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, they took out the things in Xiaohua's storage bag and put them into Shang Huaming's storage bag. Then, of course, Gong Mingwei invited the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate to rest at Yellow Flower Ridge. The disciples of 100 Herbs Gate naturally didn't go. After a round of pleasantries, they cupped their hands and bid farewell. After the disciples of 100 Grass Gate left, Zhang Qingxiao chuckled and hugged Xiaohua Shang's shoulder, which was a head taller than him. She said, "Good kid, you actually came back safely. You didn't lose any arms or legs." "Second senior brother, it can't be." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Do you really want me to not come back? With your luck, you can even find an absorption fruit in a corner. Even if I wanted you to not come back, it's impossible for you not to come back." Zhang Qingxiao's face was full of disapproval. "You didn't encounter any danger along the way, right?" Gong Mingwei asked with a smile. "AI, it's a long story." Xiaohua sighed, a trace of lingering fear on his face. "Ah, really?" Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. At this moment a voice came. "Why haven't you come in yet? Are you waiting for others to rob you?" It was Xiao Yuehong's voice. Zhang Qingxiao stuck out her tongue and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. The three of them flew into the formation and went straight to Minushi Peak. At this time the sun was setting in the west. Xiao Yuehong was lying lazily on a boat-shaped magic tool. His complexion looked much better than before. Xiao Xianrui was standing next to him. Seeing Xiaohua return, her face was full of joy. "How was it? Xiaohua, how was the journey?" The magic tool under Xiao Yuehong tilted, straightening Xiao Yuehong's boat. Reporting to Sect Master. "Let's talk about the journey." Disciple went to 100 Herbs Gate. Xiaohua bowed and told him about his trip to 100 Herbs Gate. "What? 100 Herbs Gate didn't have enough black tusk grass? How is this possible?" Xiao Yuehong's expression changed slightly. "Father, it's possible. I saw 100 Herbs Gate selling spirit herbs in E-City. There was black tusk grass among them." Xiao Xianrui said. "Is that so?" Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui lowered her head slightly. Gong Mingwei glanced at Xiao Xianrui and nodded. "Yes, disciple saw it too." Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. "AI, it's useful to spoil black tusk grass that's 2 years old, but it's extremely inappropriate to match it with this year's absorption fruit. What a waste." Xiao Yuehong sighed. Then, he glanced at one of the jade boxes and threw it aside. Disciple planted these black tusk grass in the medicine garden. Maybe it can be used the year after next? Xiaohua said softly. "The year after next?" Xiao Yuehong glanced at his disciples with a complicated expression. He then said, "That's the only way. And disciple will go over now. Since the black tusk grass has just been plucked, it should be able to survive." Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out his storage pouch and reported. "All right, you can go," Xiao Yuehong said to Xiaohua with a smile. Xiaohua got up and flew to Cherishing Flower Peak. Just as he was about to plant the black tusk grass, he saw the puppet beside the medicine garden and changed his mind. He walked to the puppet, patted it, and stored it into the space in his mind. Then, he stored the black tusk grass in the dozens of jade boxes into the space and ordered the puppet to plant the black tusk grass in the flat medicine garden. When he returned to Minci Peak, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already disappeared. Reporting to Sect Master, "The black tusk grass has been planted." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. He knew that Xiao Yuehong didn't go to the medicine garden that many times a year, so he wasn't afraid that Xiao Yuehong would find something fishy and plant it. "We'll talk about it later." As expected, Xiao Yuehong wasn't interested. He waved his hand and said, "Your senior brothers have gone to the pill room to prepare. Master is going to start refining pills in 2 days. At that time, you can also come and take a look." "What? Disciple, can take a look?" Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. He wasn't Shang Huaming's official disciple. Although he was an alchemy boy in name, he only prepared things. When it was time to refine pills, he could only wait outside the pill room, unable to see anything. You'll be Shang Huaming's disciple in the future. What's the harm in taking a look now? Moreover, if you don't have master's teachings on the Tao of alchemy, what can you see just by looking? Xiao Yueheng said disdainfully, that's right, tell me what happened along the way. Master has been worried all this time. Only when I saw your sound-transmitting talisman did I feel relieved. Disciples' cultivation is insufficient. I've made sect master worry. Xiao Hua's nose twitched as he muttered, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If your cultivation is insufficient, you can continue to cultivate. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 10 years. If 10 years isn't enough, cough cough, then 50 years. Master won't drive you away. When you're 60 years old and enter the 3rd layer of qi refining, Master will still take you into Shang Huaming. Xiao Yueheng said with a smile. That's not necessary, sect master. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Although he was extremely grateful in his heart, he really couldn't keep his face straight. Chapter 1256. What? Fellow Taoist Chang, who's roughly in the 9th layer of qi refining. Xiao Yueheng's expression slightly changed. With a gloomy face he said, needless to say, a 9th layer qi refining cultivator bullying a 1st layer qi refining disciple. Who else could it be other than that loose cultivator called Chang Huan? This loose cultivator is quite a headache. It can't be said that they're all snobbish people who would attack spirit stones and spirit plants when they see them, but they don't belong to any sect or school, so they do as they please. They're willing to kill and rob, but there are still some chivalrous and benevolent people among them who cultivate peacefully. This Chang Huan you encountered has the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. The worst reputation? Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and said inwardly, that's because you haven't heard about the blue twin bears. Xiao Hua, then, how did you escape? If you were caught by Chang Huan, not only would those vitality-assimilating fruits be taken away, even your little life would be in danger. Yes, sect master. At that time, this disciple was also scared. But it just so happened that a young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining came. Xiao Hua explained. Ah? A young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining. How come I've never heard of him? When did our country of Xi have such a genius? Xiao Yueheng curiously asked, what's this person's name? This disciple doesn't know that person's name, and he also didn't say. This disciple only knows that Chang Huan called him fellow Taoist Li. A cultivator surnamed Li? Xiao Yueheng furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, there are 3 major cultivation sects in the state of Xi, namely the Splendid Sect, the 7 Skills Sect, and the Xuanyan School. The Splendid Sect's Sun Yunzi, the 7 Skills Sect's Reverend Lu and I, and the Xuanyan School's Fairy Yingzhua are all at the late nascent soul stage. They have countless disciples, including Gold Core and Foundation Establishment disciples. Disciples at the peak of the qi refining stage are nothing. However, for disciples at the 12th layer of the qi refining stage with outstanding aptitude, they would only be able to advance 1 layer per year in the early stages, 1 layer per 2 years in the middle stages, and 1 layer per 5 years in the late stages. Especially for the 11th and 12th layers of the qi refining stage. But this cultivator surnamed Li actually reached the peak of the qi refining stage at the age of 24. This is something that has never been heard of in the 3 great cultivation sects of the state of Xi. Soon after, Xiao Yueheng was startled and asked curiously, that's right, Xiao Hua. How did you know this cultivator surnamed Li was at the peak of the qi refining realm? Reporting to sect master, this disciple felt that he had divine sense, but it was much weaker than sect master's divine sense. Xiao Hua answered honestly, what? You can actually perceive my divine sense? Xiao Yueheng was flabbergasted. He had an inconceivable expression on his face. Divine sense is a divine ability that only appears at the peak of the qi refining stage. Unless you also have divine sense, you absolutely can't perceive it. Is that so? Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't know about this. Scratching his head, he said, this disciple doesn't know. This disciple doesn't have any divine sense. It's just that when sect master used his divine sense to sweep over me, I had a feeling. As for whether it was divine sense or not, this disciple heard second senior brother mention it before. This disciple can't be sure. Take a look at this, isn't it? As he spoke, Xiao Yuehong swept a strand of divine sense over Xiao Hua's body. Reporting to sect master, this is the feeling. This disciple felt that sect master used his divine sense to sweep over the thing in this disciple's arms. Xiao Hua said, "Strange, strange." Xiao Yuehong laughed heartily. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "Child, where did you come from? You're only at the first level of the qi refining realm, but you can actually perceive divine sense?" Xiao Hua was sad. He lowered his head and said, "This disciple doesn't know where this disciple came from. This disciple can't remember anything." "Ai Xiao Hua, don't be sad. There's nothing in this world that you don't know. It's just that you haven't found the way to find the truth. As long as you cultivate to become the #1 cultivator in the world and become an almighty great ascension stage expert, can you still not find your origin? Great ascension stage." Xiao Hua was stunned. "Then what cultivation level is that?" Cough cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed awkwardly twice and changed the topic. "However, even if you can't remember your origin in this lifetime, it doesn't matter. This Shanghuaming is your home. Master will be responsible for taking care of you when you're old." "Sect master, this aren't you saying the opposite? It's this disciple who will take care of you when you're old." Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Yuehong was referring to and said in a low voice, "Then you'll have to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage first." Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, "Sect master." Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. However, in his heart, he quite liked Xiao Yuehong's amiable attitude towards his disciple. I remember now." Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua's embarrassment and was very happy in his heart. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "I know who this fellow Taoist Li is." Xiao Hua saw Xiao Yuehong so excited that he was even happier than if he were teasing his own cultivation level. He couldn't help but be stunned and asked curiously, "This fellow Taoist Li, is he a famous figure?" "He's not just famous, he's simply too famous," Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. "Compared to him, there's nothing to compare." "Who is this person?" Xiao Hua was even more surprised. "Which of the 3 sects of our Shi country is he? How is he a cultivator of our Shi country? If he was a cultivator of our Shi country, Master would have known earlier." Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, "This person has some background. He's a disciple of the extreme happiness faction of the Lian country, Li Zongbao." "Li Zongbao? This name sounds extremely ordinary. Far worse than Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Your name sounds good, but it was also given by Master. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Yuehong looked up at the distant mountain stream floating in the clouds and said, 10 years ago, this Li Zongbao was in the limelight on our Xiaoyu continent." 10 years ago? Sect master, 10 years ago, Li Zongbao was only 14 years old. Xiao Hua said curiously, "That's right. When Li Zongbao was 14 years old, he cultivated to the 9th level of the qi refining realm. That is the late stage of the qi refining realm. Your eldest senior brother is the one with the best aptitude I've met. He was 20 years old when he reached the 9th level of the qi refining realm. A full 6 years later than Li Zongbao. Sai, even your eldest senior brother can't compare. How can you compare to him? You are now 21 years old and just reached the 1st level of the qi refining realm. If you didn't mention your age, I wouldn't have noticed. 3 years ago you looked 18 years old. Now why do you still look 18 years old? You haven't changed at all?" Xiao Yuehong suddenly noticed Xiao Hua's appearance and asked curiously, "Disciple hasn't changed?" Xiao Hua was also stunned and reached out to touch his face. This doesn't seem to have changed. When Xiao Yuehong heard Xiao Hua's question, he was also somewhat uncertain. After all, he had never paid attention to it before. "You seem to have grown a bit. Only when a nascent soul cultivator reconstructs his body would his face not change. You're not a nascent soul cultivator, so of course it would change." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and sighed again. In 10 years, he actually cultivated from the 9th level of the qi refining realm to the 12th level of the qi refining realm. How did he cultivate in the end? Sect Master, didn't you say that if your cultivation went smoothly, you could advance from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm in 15 years? Li Zongbao used 10 years, it's about the same. Xiaohua argued. What do you know? The so-called 5 years to increase one level is just a common saying. Different people have different opportunities, different cultivation methods and different elixirs. The time taken to break through each level is different. Moreover, from the 9th level onwards, it becomes more and more difficult to break through each level. Even for cultivators of the same level, because of different cultivation methods and qualifications, the difference is huge. Don't think that Zhang Fan from the 100 Herbs sect is already at the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. That's all because of elixirs. Moreover, Zhang Fan's qualifications are not bad. He's just 35 years old and can be considered one of the better cultivators in the country of Xi. But if you compare him to Li Zongbao, the difference is not just a little bit. Thinking about that cold-faced but warm-hearted young senior who ignored him and didn't even release the confinement talisman for him to save the yellow talismans, Xiaohua couldn't help but blush with shame. Compared to him, there was really nothing to compare. By the way, why didn't Li Zongbao stay in the Utopia faction? Why did he come to the country of Xi? Xiao Yuehong suddenly thought of this question. Moreover, that Chang Huan actually called out Li Zongbao's name. Presumably, Li Zongbao has been in the country of Xi for a long time. What is he doing here? Xiaohua shrugged and shook his head. Even the sect leader doesn't know. I don't even know. Is that so? How do you know I don't know? Xiao Yuehong smiled and shrugged his shoulders, as if he was imitating Xiaohua. Xiaohua was speechless. And then? Xiao Yuehong suddenly asked when Xiaohua was speechless. And then? There's no and then. Li Zongbao saved me and sent me on a journey. He saw a green brilliance in the Imitang Mountains. He abandoned me and ran away. Xiaohua smiled. Looking at him, he seemed to be looking for the green brilliance. Green brilliance then, what is it? Xiao Yuehong frowned again. Then he pinched his chin and said in a low voice, he actually came all the way to the country of Xi because of a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Xiaohua stood still and waited for Xiao Yuehong to continue asking. But after waiting for a long time, Xiao Yuehong actually stared at the clouds outside in a daze, as if he had been worried about Li Zongbao coming to the country of Xi. Cough cough, sect leader. Xiaohua coughed twice, but Xiao Yuehong ignored him. Forget it, maybe I don't need to report Kai Zhuoxia's matter to the sect leader. Xiaohua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind. Even if he left Yellow Flower Ridge, he still had to let Xiao Yuehong know. If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sect leader, I have something to ask. Xiaohua had to interrupt Xiao Yuehong's thoughts. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Yuehong came back to his senses and asked curiously. It's like this, sect leader. Do you know Luyang's Kai family? Xiaohua asked embarrassedly. Kai family? Xiao Yuehong's expression changed greatly, but he immediately returned to normal. He said coldly, you met someone from Qingyuan's Kai family? Who is it? Chapter 1257. Qingyuan's Kai family? Xiaohua was stunned and asked casually. Sect master knows someone from Qingyuan's Kai family? Who did you meet? Xiao Yuehong didn't answer Xiaohua and only asked coldly. Reporting to sect master, disciple didn't meet anyone from Qingyuan's Kai family. I only met a female cultivator from Luyang's Kai family. Seeing the sect master's expression change, Xiaohua hurriedly stopped smiling and answered respectfully. Oh, Luyang's Kai family. Xiao Yuehong came to his senses and nodded. Master knows about Luyang's Kai family. It's a side branch of Qingyuan's Kai family. What's that female cultivator's name? Kai Zhuoxia. Xiaohua answered. Never heard of her. Xiao Yuehong said resolutely. Luyang's Kai family has someone called Fairy Hongxia. I heard her aptitude is extraordinary. Master isn't familiar with the others. After she finished speaking, she revealed a sneer on her face. Fairy, only those who have reached the nascent soul realm would acknowledge the title of fairy in the Xiaoyu continent. Don't even mention Gold Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm fairies. They all call themselves fairy for fun. A little Qi Condensation Realm girl dares to call herself fairy? She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua was a little surprised when he heard this. Xiao Yuehong was an amiable person and didn't put on the airs of an elder. Even the disciples of Death Flower Underworld sect would sometimes say some witty things in front of them. Xiao Hua had never heard Xiao Yuehong give such a harsh evaluation of a junior disciple. However, Xiao Hua naturally wasn't interested in Fairy Hongxia. Seeing Xiao Yuehong unhappy, he smiled apologetically and said, "This Kaizhuoxia left me a summoning talisman. She said that if I have the opportunity, I should go to 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later." 1,000 Feet Peak? Why go there? As expected, Xiao Yuehong's curiosity was successfully piqued by Xiao Hua. He said disdainfully, 1,000 Feet Peak became famous because of a 1,000-feet-old man 1,000 years ago. Why would a disciple of a sect like you go there? Why can't I go? Xiao Hua was a bit baffled. Because you're a disciple of a sect. Xiao Yuehong smiled. You have my Shanghua Ming's cultivation technique, as well as your master and senior brothers and sisters. Naturally, you don't have to go to 1,000 Feet Peak to look for that 1,000-feet-old man's treasures. Xiao Hua came to a realization. This 1,000-feet-old man was actually a rogue cultivator. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong continued, I'm sure the girl from the Kai family has already told you some things about rogue cultivators, right? Seeing the disdain on Xiao Yuehong's face when he mentioned rogue cultivators, Xiao Hua could only nod his head. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua and said meaningfully, Xiao Hua, you should know by now that the various sects of our Xiaoyu continent only accept disciples after they reach the third level of qi refinement. If they couldn't reach the third layer of qi refining within a certain period of time, these disciples would either be assigned to other jobs or have their cultivation crippled and driven off the mountain. As for the disciples who had already cultivated, they had already come into contact with cultivation. Of course, they hoped that they could still have the strength they had before their cultivation was abolished, so they tried their best to cultivate. Everything depended on human effort. Many people were able to successfully recover their cultivation. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that when the cultivation was crippled, they would be merciful and not cripple their cultivation at all. As for these disciples, they became rogue cultivators without any sects or clans. Therefore, the vast majority of rogue cultivators were disciples abandoned by various sections. And there was also a small portion that simply didn't enter the eyes of the various sections. They had never cultivated in a sect for even a day. However, they just happened to have top-notch aptitude. Relying on a cultivation technique that they obtained out of thin air, they cultivated to an extremely high realm. Xiao Hua was baffled and asked, since they have top-notch aptitude, why didn't the other sects take an interest in them? Immortal fate. Xiao Yuehong exposed the truth with one sentence. Aptitude is nothing. If you don't cultivate, no one will know. Even if you have heaven-defying aptitude, you can't let others see it. If you don't even have the slightest opportunity to cultivate, then no one will know whether you have aptitude or not. Could it be that there's no other way to discover it before cultivating? Xiao Hua frowned. There is, but it consumes quite a lot of magic power. If one doesn't have an extremely deep background and is extremely valued by others, who would use it? Xiao Hua said with a smile, but since you have an extremely deep background and are extremely valued by others, who would let others test you? Why is it so hard to pronounce? Xiao Hua shook his head and said, if there was a simple method to determine whether someone has the fate to cultivate or not, wouldn't that be great? And Master will leave this matter of saving the cultivation world to you, Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong solemnly patted Xiao Hua's shoulder. Xiao Hua didn't know if Xiao Yuehong was joking with him, or if he was serious. He could only mutter a few words and didn't agree. Xiao Yuehong was obviously joking with him and continued. Elder Hunderzhang belongs to the latter. This famous rogue cultivator senior had never stayed in a sect for even a day, but suddenly, he rose like a star. First, he was at the 5th layer of qi refining, then he appeared at the 10th layer of qi refining, and finally, his cultivation actually reached the peak of foundation establishment. You have to know that our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation techniques have withered. Aishang Huaming can only cultivate to the gold core stage. The majority of the cultivation techniques in the hands of rogue cultivators can only cultivate to the late stage of qi refining. This elder Hunderzhang actually cultivated to the early stage of gold core stage in his lifetime. This doesn't mean much in the eyes of famous sects. but it's an extremely rare occurrence among rogue cultivators. It's just that this elder Hundredjang's cultivation cave was on Hundredjang Peak. According to his cultivation, he could also establish a sect. But for some reason, Elder Hundredjang never accepted any disciples. Even when he finally exhausted his lifespan and died on Hundredjang Peak, there wasn't a single disciple by his side, nor was there anyone to collect his remains. Oh, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Old man Thousandjang probably didn't leave behind any Tao teachings, nor did he pass down the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This doesn't count for much to cultivators who have sects, but to rogue cultivators who lack cultivation techniques, it's a fatal temptation. Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation technique can also condense gold core, perhaps Master would also covet it. Xiao Yuehong smiled. Unfortunately, 1,000 years have passed, and until now no cultivator has obtained Elder Hundredjang's Tao teachings. In our country of Shi's cultivation world, there's only a rumor that Elder Hundredjang left behind a certain clue. His cultivation technique is left on Hundredjang Peak, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. It's another matter of 1,000-year-old treasure. I'm afraid that in these 1,000 years, many rogue cultivators have fallen on Hundredjang Peak. Xiao Hua asked. Not only that, but there are also many low-level disciples from sections. That Kaizhuaxia must have seen that your cultivation is low, and used this to bewitch you. Xiao Hua sweated profusely. He was only at the first level of qi refining, how could he be bewitched? You should obediently cultivate on Yellow Flower Ridge. Our Shang Huaming's cultivation technique isn't necessarily worse than Elder Hundredjang's. Right, give me that little girl's sound-transmitting talisman, Xiao Yuehong warned. Xiao Hua took out the sound-transmitting talisman. Xiao Yuehong inspected it, then handed it back and nodded. This is a simple sound-transmitting talisman. The little girl didn't do anything. Oh right, Xiao Hua, why did that little girl from the Kai clan ask you to go to Hundredjang Peak for no reason? Could it be that she was bewitched by you? Xiao Yuehong looked Xiao Hua up and down, then muttered, I don't see anything attractive about her. Could it be that your two senior brothers haven't been settled yet? But you already have a dual cultivation partner? You're only at the first level of qi refining, yet you're thinking so much. Then he glared at Xiao Hua and said, I won't talk about other people, but this girl from the Kai clan humph without my permission, you can't easily make friends with her. Sect Master. It's not what you think. Xiao Hua's face was slightly red. Huh. Then why did she give you the sound-transmitting talisman? She even asked you to go to Hundredjang Peak together? That's because this disciple saved her. Xiao Hua said confidently. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong's expression was incomparably brilliant. He said with a smile, could it be you're a disciple at the first level of qi refining? Oh right, what's the cultivation of that little girl from the Kai clan? This? Xiao Hua only hesitated for a moment before recounting what happened. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yuehong interrupted him. Ah, you actually ran into the pylon twin bears? Xiao Yuehong was greatly alarmed. These two people have the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. Moreover, they kill without batting an eye and are most lustful for women. Moreover, these two people's cultivation. I'm afraid they're at the 6th level of qi refining. You were actually able to save that little girl from the Kai clan? What? That girl's cultivation is actually at the 5th level of qi refining? The other 4 are also at the 5th level of qi refining. How did you do it? Xiao Hua didn't plan to hide anything from Xiao Yuehong, so he told him everything in detail. Xiao Yuehong's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Xiao Hua's hand and said, just like that. You defeated the Iron Cloak talisman with your bare hands? As he said that, he patted his waist and took out a golden bell talisman. He urged his transcendence energy and hit himself with it. He said, Xiao Hua, try hitting me with your fists. Xiao Hua knew the sect master's cultivation wasn't something he could reach. Although his strength was great, he could only deal with cultivators around the 6th level of qi refining. Therefore, he didn't hold back and said with a smile, be careful, sect master. Afterwards, he gathered all the strength in his body and continuously hit the same place on Xiao Yuehong's arm. Pa 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 5 consecutive punches. Xiao Hua hit Xiao Yuehong to his heart's content. Xiao Yuehong also let out a long laugh. Good boy, good boy. You're really born with extraordinary talent. In the midst of Xiao Yuehong's laughter, the golden bell talisman on his body shattered with a crash. Although the golden bell talisman wasn't as high level as the iron cloak talisman, this golden bell talisman was still cast by a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Xiao Yuehong. The defense it produced wasn't just a little bit stronger than the iron cloak talismans of the blue and blue bears. If someone else tried to break this kind of defense, they probably wouldn't be able to break it without using extremely powerful yellow talismans or magic tools. However, Xiao Hua actually defeated it with just 5 punches. This was something Xiao Yuehong never even dreamed of before. Even now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't understand the key point within. Only did he need to know? Wouldn't it be fine as long as he knew that he, a first-level Qi refining disciple, had an attack power comparable to a 5th or 6th level Qi refining cultivator? Chapter 1258. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Sect Master, Disciple's move was indeed unexpected and powerful, but who would stand there and let Disciple beat them up? When Disciple saved Kaizhuoxia that day, I only scared them. When they saw Disciple's method and saw Disciple's young age, they mistook Disciple for a nascent soul cultivator and fled in a sorry state. I'm afraid they've already woken up and are looking for Disciple everywhere. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yuehong's face was full of disdain. Isn't it just the blue twin bears? If Master runs into them, I'll kill them first and vent your anger for you. But then he began to ponder. That's true. Your fists can't be compared to magic arts or talismans. They can only be effective in close combat. But in a normal fight, who would let you get close to them? It's really hard to deal with. Disciple never intended to use this move as a regular weapon. Cultivating seriously is the right way. Xiao Hua said with a smile. And good, well said. All kinds of magic arts need to be supported by magic power. Only when one's cultivation is profound can they have stronger magic power. Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and laughed. That's right, 100 Herbs Gates young master asked Disciple to bring a Peiyuan pill. Xiao Hua asked, Sect Master, do you want me to keep it or give it to you? Xiao Yuehong snorted. He waved his hand and said, Go to the pill room by yourself. After he finished speaking, the boat magic tool behind him floated up again and carried the frowning Xiao Yuehong towards the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua bowed and saluted before flying towards the pill room on Xihua Peak. Although the pill room was on Xihua Peak, it wasn't in the same place as the medicinal garden. It was a spacious and bright place at the foot of the mountain. It was a cave that was several people tall, and led straight to the inside of Xihua Peak. Above the cave, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Pill Refining Room. In the past, Xiao Hua would always guard the entrance of this cave and wouldn't take half a step inside. Now that he obtained Xiao Yuehong's approval, he stepped inside. The inside of the cave was very dry, and the surrounding stone walls were inlaid with many Minghua stones, illuminating the inside of the cave. Xiao Hua curiously looked around as he walked inside. The mountain path inside the cave wasn't straight. After a while it spiraled downwards. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiao Hua arrived at an open space with a radius of 10 zhang. In front of the open space there were 3 caves. Just as Xiao Hua didn't know which cave to enter, Zhang Qingxiao came out from the leftmost cave. When she saw Xiao Hua, she smiled and said, Xiao Hua, you finally came to the alchemy room? Xiao Hua is here? While speaking, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianruwei walked out from behind Zhang Qingxiao with strange things in their hands and asked with a smile. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Hua took a step forward and respectfully replied. He handed the storage bag on his waist to Xiao Xianruwei. That's great. Now that you're here, we can relax. Xiao Xianruwei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She took the storage bag and handed some things over to Xiao Hua. Looking at the things in his hand, Xiao Hua asked curiously, These are all used for alchemy? Of course, every time Father refines alchemy, we have to prepare for a long time. It's quite complicated. I already told Father to let you come, but your cultivation hasn't made any progress. Father has some misgivings. Xiao Xianruwei didn't hide anything. Please teach me, senior sister. In the future, this little brother will be responsible for the alchemy room. Xiaohua said with a warm voice. Well, this time we're almost ready. Let's wait for the next time. Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and said. Then she walked towards the middle cave. Walking in front of the cave, Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the cave and said, This is the real alchemy room. Then she pointed to a yellow talisman on the left side of the cave and said, This is a yellow talisman given by Master. Every time you come to the alchemy room, you have to stick the yellow talisman there. Otherwise, there will be an extremely powerful restriction in the alchemy room. When the three of them entered the cave, a hot breath hit their faces. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. When he saw the scene in the cave clearly, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. Because the layout of the alchemy room looked extremely familiar to him, as if he was very familiar with it. But this alchemy room was no different from an ordinary alchemy room. In the middle of the alchemy room there was a huge alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace's 3 legs were firmly standing on a platform. The platform was more than half a foot higher than the ground. On the left side of the alchemy furnace, there were a few rows of shelves with some scattered jade bottles on them. On the right side of the alchemy furnace, there were also some yellow talismans, some spirit stones, and some things similar to the ones in Xiaohua's hand. Some jade boxes that Xiaohua brought from the 100 Herbs Gate were also placed on the ground in front of the alchemy furnace. Around these jade boxes there were more than 10 jade bottles. Xiaohua recognized these jade bottles as the absorption grass that he taught Xiao Yuehong. Why is it like this? I don't think I've ever been here. Xiaohua secretly thought. Hee, how is it? Xiaohua, aren't you shocked by this alchemy room? Zhang Qingxiao put down the things in his hand and looked at Xiaohua's dazed expression. He smiled and said, Although our Shanghuaming is a small sect in the country of Xi, the alchemy furnace in this alchemy room it's comparable to the 3 major sects in the country of Xi. Xiaohua came back to his senses and put down the things in his hand. He smiled and said, Second senior brother, please teach me. What's the difference between our Shanghuaming's alchemy room and other ordinary sects? Not every sect has alchemy skills. Otherwise, sects like the 100 Herbs Gate and the 10,000 Flowers Valley that specialize in alchemy would have no value in surviving. But even if other sects have alchemy skills, it's not very complete. They can only refine the most basic qi replenishing and healing pills. But our Shanghuaming is different. Although Master usually only refines the Parasol pill, he can also refine the Peiyuan pill, the Marrow Cleansing pill, and even the Foundation Establishment pill. Gong Mingwei said proudly. After Gong Mingwei finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him and smiled. Do you see? This alchemy furnace is called Jihao. It's the alchemy furnace used by our Shanghuaming creation sect and has been passed down to this day. Although it's not famous in the country of Xi, I can tell you that it's more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gate's Lianhua furnace. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, Alchemy requires an alchemy furnace? Why is there a difference between alchemy furnaces? Zhang Qingxiao looked like a good teacher. He walked to the front of the Jihao furnace and pointed at the platform below the alchemy furnace. Do you see? Below the platform is the earth fire which is used for alchemy. If you don't have an alchemy furnace, how can you refine these spirit herbs and spirit fruits into pills? Xiaohua was stunned and said embarrassedly, Second senior brother, your words don't seem to have answered my question. Don't listen to your second senior brother's nonsense. Gong Mingwei, who was standing at the side, couldn't stand it any longer and said with a smile, He only knows half of it. This alchemy technique is very mysterious. Even Master hasn't fully grasped it, let alone impart it to us. What he just said was Master's casual guidance. Then he glanced at Xiao Xianrui and turned his head again. According to Master, the alchemy technique can be used to refine foundation elixir, marrow cleansing elixir, and even elixir pills for the gold core stage. The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy furnace is even more special. According to the records of the sect, the alchemy furnace can be as big as a fist when refining alchemy pills. When refining alchemy pills, it can be as big as our Jihao when refining alchemy pills. Xiao Xinrui nodded her head and said, The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy furnace is even more special. According to the records of the sect, the alchemy furnace can be as big as a fist when refining alchemy pills. When refining alchemy pills, it can be as big as our jihao when refining alchemy pills. Hearing this, Xiao Xianrui sighed and said, "Alas, in fact, such an alchemy furnace can already be called a magic weapon. How can the alchemy furnace of Jihao, which can't even be called a magic tool, be compared to the alchemy furnace of Jihao?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew that Xiao Yuehong's boat was a magic tool. Magic tools were more powerful than magic tools, but he didn't expect that in the high-level alchemy technique, just the alchemy furnace was a magic tool. So, junior sister, only the high-level alchemy technique can refine the legendary nascent soul pill. Our Jihao doesn't even dare to think about it. Nascent soul pill? Xiao Hua asked curiously, what kind of pill is that? TSK nascent soul pill? Zhang Qingxiao's face was fascinated. That's the key for nascent soul stage seniors to break through the nascent soul stage and enter the deification stage. Wow, then isn't it the same as the foundation pill? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She fiercely glared at him. You'll only be in the foundation building stage for the rest of your life. Every day you eat foundation building pills, don't you have a higher goal? Xiao Hua curled his lips and said with a natural expression, I'm only in the first layer of the qi refining stage. If I don't want to build my foundation, can I still want to enter the deification stage? Listen carefully. Senior brother is consolidating your Dao heart. Zhang Qingxiao saw that Xiao Hua was unconvinced and almost jumped up. Gong Mingwei stood at the side and found it funny. He didn't stop Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao had always been a junior brother. It wasn't easy to have Xiao Hua, who was much younger than him. So how could he not take the airs of a senior brother? At this moment, Xiao Xianrui faintly said, what eldest senior brother said is the ordinary division. According to father, it seems that above this high-level alchemy technique, there is an even higher-level alchemy technique. Oh, really? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she immediately stopped educating Xiao Hua. She turned her head and asked, what is it like? The alchemy technique mentioned just now is strictly limited to the pill furnace. The quality of the medicinal pill depends largely on the quality of the pill furnace. If you don't have a high-level pill furnace, you can't refine higher-level medicinal pills. Could it be that there is an alchemy technique that doesn't use a pill furnace? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 1259. I don't know. I seem to have heard father talk about it, or perhaps father sighed. Xiao Xianrui shook her head. I remember when father failed to refine pills when I was a child. I happened to be on the side and heard father muttering, refining pills like this is difficult. Then how can one refine pills with heaven and earth as the furnace and Taoist heart as the flame? At that time I was also curious and asked what was heaven and earth as the furnace. Father only said that there was no need to use a furnace and nothing else. Seeing Gong Mingwei and the other two's somewhat disappointed expression, Xiao Xianrui smiled sweetly and said, however, after I asked again, I found out that even father himself didn't know much about it. He only found a few words from the ancient books in the sect, and knew that there was such a wonderful alchemy technique in this world. He didn't know anything else. Xiao Hua and the other two were even more disappointed. This was equivalent to not saying anything. Well, everything is ready. Let's wait for master to refine pills in the next 2 days. Gong Mingwei clapped his hands and looked at the ground again. There is enough saltpeter for the fire. Xiao Hua, remember to buy more next time you are in the market. Yes, senior brother. Remind me when the time comes. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay. Gong Mingwei nodded naturally. Zhang Qingxiao was stunned at first. Then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and hold back her laughter. Gong Mingwei looked at Zhang Qingxiao strangely and walked out of the alchemy room. Xiao Hua and the others followed him out. Gong Mingwei pointed to the cave on the right side of the alchemy room and said, there are pills refined by master and the jade slip of alchemy in the sect. Without master's approval, you can't pass through the restriction in front of the door. Don't break in. Yes, I know, senior brother. Xiao Hua nodded. After leaving the cave, Xiaohua thought of something. He took out the exquisite yellow talisman from his arms and handed it to Xiao Xianrui, senior sister. This is an invitation talisman from 100 Herbs Sect. Jiang'an asked me to bring it to senior sister. He said that if senior sister has time, please come to 100 Herbs Sect to play. Xiao Xianrui took it with a smile and whispered, "This Jiang'an is really interesting. Can't he just send a message? Why waste time making an invitation talisman? They are 100 Herbs Sect. Rich and overbearing, they don't care about this waste." Zhang Qingxiao ridiculed. "Is there anything else?" Xiao Xianrui's beautiful eyes looked towards Xiaohua. "Oh, there's also a Peiyuan pill that Zhang Fan asked me to bring." Xiaohua stole a glance at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces and took out the jade bottle. Xiao Xianrui's face turned red, and there was a trace of joy in her eyes. She wanted to take it, but she was a little shy. She only said, "This thing. Father is going to refine it soon." "Why would I want this? Xiaohua, why don't you keep this? You'll need it for your cultivation." Why would Xiaohua stay? He stuffed it into Xiao Xianrui's hand and said, "If young Master Zhang knows about this, I'll be in trouble." Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with regret and helplessness. They got up and flew towards Minushi Peak. "Thank you, junior brother." Xiao Xianrui put away the Peiyuan pill and nodded towards Xiaohua. Her figure also flew over and shouted, "Eldest senior brother, wait for me." Alas, why bother? Seeing Xiao Xianrui's appearance, Xiaohua knew that his senior sister's impression of Zhang Fan had greatly increased. He was afraid that his two senior brothers had no chance, but what could he do? Watching the three people fly away, Xiaohua directly returned to the medicine garden. After finishing the chores in the medicine garden, he sat down cross-legged and checked the situation in the space in his mind. While Xiaohua was talking with Xiao Yuehong, the puppet in the space had already opened up another piece of the medicine garden and was about to plant the black bamboo grass. In the original medicine garden, some of the black bamboo grass that Xiaohua had planted earlier were already 50 or 60 years old. Isn't it just some black bamboo grass? So secretive. Xiaohua didn't care whether Zhang Fan had difficulties or not. He attributed all of them to having ulterior motives. This young master has dozens of years-old black bamboo grass here. It's just that there's no suitable reason to take them out. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out some more than 20 years old black bamboo grass. He had to plant some in the medicine garden of Xihua Peak. Otherwise Xiao Yuehong wouldn't be able to see them. While Xiaohua was planting the black bamboo grass in the medicine garden, the puppet in the space under Xiaohua's command opened up another medicine garden. In this medicine garden, Xiaohua was going to plant the useless and incomplete seeds he obtained from 100 Herbs Gate. The spiritual herbs in the space were also taken care of differently, so he just threw these seeds in there. If one or two of them could germinate and grow into an extremely rare spiritual herb, then Xiaohua would be rich. After finishing all this, Xiaohua regulated his breathing and cultivated while thinking. I heard that loose cultivator Chang Huan say that the 10,000 Flowers Valley has the marrow cleansing pill. I think I heard second senior brother say that this marrow cleansing pill can wash the marrow and refine the hair. It can improve a cultivator's physique the most. I haven't been able to make a breakthrough in my realm. Is it because I haven't taken the marrow cleansing pill? Alas, this marrow cleansing pill is probably too rare. Otherwise the sect leader would have made me take it long ago. And I still have time to ask about the marrow cleansing pill's recipe and see if I can plant some of those spiritual herbs. After a few dozen days, they'll mature and I'll have the sect leader refine some more. And this young master will eat one and one more. I want to see if it can improve my cultivation. Right, if it's effective, I'll have the sect leader recruit a few more disciples. No, I'll recruit a few hundred more disciples. It's not like our Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have a place. I'll have as many disciples as I can and let 100 Herbs Gate see that Shang Huaming isn't easy to bully. My senior sister doesn't have to insist on dual cultivation with their whatever young sect leader. At that time, I'll also be a senior brother and have a bunch of junior brothers under me. Should I also have the sect leader make some kind of flying magic tool? Xiaohua began to plan a beautiful future for himself and Shang Huaming. 2 fleeting days passed in Xiaohua's beautiful outline. Unfortunately, he didn't see Xiao Yuehong start to refine pills. Xiaohua was a little anxious. He unconsciously went to Wansi Peak to inquire about the situation. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was only because Xiao Yuehong felt that his injuries hadn't healed, and he couldn't control the magic power in his body perfectly. He was afraid that he would destroy those precious origin-returning herbs. Xiao Hua's inquiry made Xiao Yuehong laugh. What? Do you want to learn alchemy? It doesn't matter, Xiao Hua, don't be impatient. As long as you learn our sex alchemy technique, even if you're in the first layer of the aura refining realm for the rest of your life, Master will guarantee that you'll enter Shang Huaming's door. Xiao Hua was embarrassed. He knew that alchemy was Shang Huaming's secret. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to learn. Even his 3 senior brothers, who had been in the aura refining realm for more than 10 years, hadn't learned anything. How could he dare to belittle himself? He could only smile and say, "Sect leader must be joking. This disciple just wants to take the Peiyuan pill as soon as possible. How could I dare to covet alchemy techniques?" Then his eyes turned and he asked, "That's right, sect leader. This disciple heard that there is a marrow cleansing pill in the 10,000 Flower Valley. What kind of spiritual grass is used to refine this thing?" "Oh, I, Shang Huaming, also have the pill recipe for the marrow cleansing pill, but you haven't entered Shang Huaming's door yet, so I can't tell you for the time being." Xiao Yuehong smiled and said. Then he glanced at Xiao Hua and somewhat understood. Do you think you should take the marrow cleansing pill? And sect leader's insight is like a torch. This disciple is also looking for a way to improve my realm. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Perhaps this disciple's foundation isn't good. After using the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse my body, there will be some effect?" Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. "Your situation seems to have nothing to do with the marrow cleansing pill. You practice the first layer of Shang Huaming's cultivation method very easily. This shows that aptitude isn't the main reason. Oh, of course, if you have the chance, you can give it a try." After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuehong muttered to himself, "The main ingredients used to refine the marrow cleansing pill are black stallion and lumber wood. I, Shang Huaming, didn't plant these 2 spiritual grasses. If there's a trade next time, I'll have Mingwei and the others trade for some." Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua, very surprised. "Huh? Xiao Hua, why haven't you left yet?" Xiao Hua stared blankly and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "This disciple wants to tell sect leader that this disciple will go take a look nearby and look for some hidden places to see if I can find anything good. Go quickly, go quickly. If you can find some old spiritual grasses, Master will start refining pills tomorrow, and give you half of the refined Peiyuan pill." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, an impatient expression on his face. He, Xiao Hua bowed and saluted, then turned around and flew into the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. In the past 2 days, the black stallion brought back from 100 Herbs Gate had already matured in the space. In addition to the black stallion that Xiao Hua originally planted, it was enough to refine the marrow cleansing pill. Xiao Hua originally wanted to find an excuse to pick it. Today, when he saw Xiao Yuehong telling him the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation, of course he was very grateful. He immediately went to find a place to look for it. After flying for a while, he arrived at a hidden place led by Little White. Xiao Hua went in and unexpectedly ran into Little White in the hidden stream of water. Little White hadn't seen Xiao Hua for several days and was very affectionate. It wrapped itself around Xiao Hua's arm and was really sick of it for a while. Xiao Hua patted Little White's head, then used a tool to randomly move an area that he had already picked, making it look like it had just been picked. Then he reached into his bosom and found a message talisman from the pile of yellow talismans that Xiao Yuehong had given him. After saying a few words, he urged his magic power and the yellow talisman turned into a scarlet brilliance and flew out. After that, Xiao Hua took out enough black tusk grass and some other miscellaneous spirit herbs from his space. He held them in his hand and slowly flew out from the hidden place. Just as Xiao Hua flew out, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's excited shout in the air. Xiao Hua, are you lying to us? Here. Second senior brother." Xiao Hua had a smile on his face and shouted, "Here, senior brother, quickly here." Zhang Qingxiao shouted and landed first. Behind him, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui's faces were filled with excitement and disbelief. Where's the black tusk grass? Let me see." Gong Mingwei was still flying in the air and shouted, "That can't be right, Xiaohua. Did you step on dog shit outside?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. Before he landed in front of Xiaohua, he saw the spirit herbs in Xiaohua's hand and screamed and laughed. Chapter 1260. At this time Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui also saw it, and their faces were filled with joy. When the three of them landed, Xiaohua handed over the black bamboo grass and asked nervously, "Two senior brothers and senior sister, this little brother looks similar to the black bamboo grass I brought before, and there are some big differences. I don't dare to confirm, so I wanted to let senior brother come over and take a look. Don't make a mistake and let the sect master punish me." "Good boy, Xiaohua, master can't wait to see these rewards. How can he bear to punish you?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at the black bamboo grass in her hand and smiled. "Eldest senior brother, look. This is 70 or 80 years old black bamboo grass. And these wuji grass and blood-devouring grass are also 70 or 80 years old. Yes, these old spirit herbs, I have seen them in E-City, they are exactly like this." Gong Mingwei nodded, pointed to the black bamboo grass in his hand, and said with a smile, "Don't talk about the ones in your hand. Just these 30 years old black bamboo grass are enough. Xiaohua, where did you find these spirit herbs?" Xiao Xianrui was excited and a little surprised. "It's all because of this." Xiaohua raised Little White on his arm and said, "I met this little snake in the cold pond. Last time it wanted to bite me, I grabbed it 7 inches and almost pinched it to death. Later it learned and became very close to me. Just now, I came here under the sect master's order to find spirit herbs, and I saw it actually drilling into a small cave. I saw that I could also drill into that small cave, so I thought about the absorption fruit last time, and on a whim I drilled into it, and the result? I really found these." "No way, you drilled into a cave again?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cave behind Xiaohua that was not high, and very well hidden, and shouted exaggeratedly, "Yes, second senior brother, if you don't believe me you can go and see." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei looked at each other, and flew in one after the other. After a moment they came back and sighed. "Xiaohua, I don't know how to praise you, there are only so many spirit herbs in the cave, and you picked them all, you are really amazing. Let's go and tell father that he must still be worried about the black tusk grass. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed the concoction," Xiao Xianrui said with a smile. When he saw the black bamboo grass that he urgently needed, Xiao Yuehong's expression was incomparably speechless. He was just joking with Xiaohua a moment ago. He never thought that Xiaohua would find these black tusks grass after getting the rare absorption fruit. Moreover, there were many other spirit grasses. The look in his eyes was complicated. Xiao Yuehong didn't know if he should suspect the disciple he picked up here and hadn't even entered the sect yet. He should be praised. The discovery of these 2 spiritual herbs was really strange. Xiaohua saw the complicated look in Xiao Yuehong's eyes and felt awkward in his heart. Yes, anyone would be suspicious, but who asked Shang Huaming to be so poor? Refining a Peiyuan pill already took a lot of effort. If he didn't take out all these spiritual herbs, he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation. Looks like I'll have to be careful the next time I get the exquisite grass. Don't let the sect leader chase me down the mountain. Xiaohua thought about his sect's revitalization plan and couldn't help but feel sullen. However, he wasn't afraid. He wouldn't tell anyone about it and no one would find out. Xiao Yuehong could only suspect. "Xiaohua, where did you find this?" Xiao Yuehong calmed his mind and began to interrogate. "Master," Zhang Qingxiao said excitedly. "I didn't ask you to say." Xiao Yuehong snorted and scolded. "Father." Xiao Xianrui saw and knew that her father was suspicious. Thinking of Xiaohua's kindness, she immediately reminded him, "Xiaohua just found the spirit grasses and sent us a communication talisman. I heard Xiaohua say that he also left here just now." Xiao Xianrui said softly. "And I know." Xiao Yuehong sighed and glanced at Xiaohua. "Tell me, how did you find it?" Xiaohua's face was still filled with excitement as he repeated what he just said. "Let's go take master to see it." Xiao Yuehong's words were obviously relaxed. After seeing the mess in the hidden cave, Xiao Yuehong was speechless again. He turned to Gong Mingwei and scolded, "Boss, didn't you give Xiaohua the grass gathering technique or the gathering talisman?" Gong Mingwei said embarrassedly, Master. Xiao Hua is just at the first level of qi refining. I'm afraid he can't use the grass gathering technique. As for the gathering talisman, it's quite expensive. When we went to the e-market, disciple didn't exchange it. At this time, Xiao Yuehong remembered that the 3 people from the e-market only brought back the peacock illusion. They didn't bring back anything else. First, give me the grass gathering technique. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Haha. Congratulations, junior brother. Congratulations, junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao immediately cupped his hands and congratulated. Seeing Xiao Hua's surprised expression, Xiao Xinrui pursed her lips and said, the grass gathering technique is taught by 3rd-level qi refining disciples. Father will accept you as his disciple. Ah! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Don't say it yet. Wait until your cultivation reaches the 3rd level of qi refining, or until you learn the art of pill concocting. If I accept you now, I'm afraid your cultivation will slack off in the future. Yes, sect master, disciple understands. Xiao Hua replied respectfully. That's right, master. If Xiao Hua can find another 300 years old linglong grass, will you directly accept him? Zhang Qingxiao asked from the side. Humph, do you think it's that easy to find linglong grass? Then he was also moved. He looked at Xiao Hua from the side and said, Master wants to see your luck. If you find another 300-year-old linglong grass tomorrow, Master will accept you as his disciple. Xiao Hua's face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a face full of disbelief, Sect Master, you aren't joking, right? Xiao Yuehong glared at him. Joking? Of course I'm joking. Tomorrow, Master will open the cauldron to concoct pills. Don't tell me you want to drill holes all over the mountain? After he finished speaking, he flew back to Minisu Peak without looking back. What does Sect Master mean? Xiao Hua turned his head and pretended not to know. Boy, your luck. AI, there's nothing to say about it. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cave again, as if she wanted to remember the characteristics of this cave, and go look for it herself. Little junior brother, you should first learn alchemy and observe Master concoct pills. That's a rare opportunity for disciples. As for the linglong grass, put it aside first. That thing is too rare. Even if you turn the entire yellow flower ridge upside down, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. He really couldn't imagine how surprised they would be if he put a 300-year-old linglong grass in front of them a year later. The next day, Xiao Hua was waiting respectfully at the entrance of the pill room on Xihua Peak very early. Looking at the pill room that he had just visited, his heart was not calm. In the past, the spiritual herbs and other things that Xiao Yuehong needed were all placed at the entrance of the cave. From today onwards he could finally learn alchemy openly. Late in the morning, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 also arrived at the entrance of the pill room on time. Their faces were solemn. Even Zhang Qingxiao had a straight face, without her usual playfulness. And you've all come? A drawn-out voice sounded in the air. Xiao Yuehong flew over on a flying boat. He was wearing the correct Taoist robe and looked full of energy, unlike his usual lazy self. Welcome, Master. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 shouted loudly and bowed. Xiao Hua didn't say anything, but he also respectfully saluted. Xiao Yuehong waved his sleeve and a gentle force supported the 4 people. He said solemnly, Today, Master will be refining the Peiyuan pill. It's a good opportunity for you to observe, don't miss it. Xiao Hua. This is your first time watching, so just remember the steps carefully. As for the details, Master will slowly explain them to you in the future. If you have any superficial questions, you can ask your 2 senior brothers after the pill refining. However, when Master is concocting pills, don't talk too much. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua said with a serious face. It's not that Master is demanding of you, but because this time is unusual, you can ask again when the parasol pill is refined next time. Xiao Yuehong thought that these spiritual herbs were all found by Xiao Hua and felt embarrassed, so he added, Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua still nodded. Xiao Yuehong didn't say anything else and led the way into the pill room. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 entered one by one, with Xiao Hua following behind. Mingwei, go ignite the earth fire. Xiao Yuehong sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace for a moment and said to Gong Mingwei, who was standing respectfully beside him. Gong Mingwei didn't answer and walked to the things he had prepared before. He took out several pieces of saltpeter and placed them on the platform below the pill furnace in a very orderly manner. Then he picked up a yellow talisman and urged it with magic power. The yellow talisman was ignited, and the already dry pill room became even hotter. The air was almost ignited. Xiao Hua knew that this yellow talisman was a fire talisman, which was secretly made by the Raging Flame School, and contained a trace of earth fire essence. Sure enough, seeing the yellow talisman lit, Gong Mingwei didn't dare to be negligent and pointed his finger. The yellow talisman turned into a ball of flame and flew under the pill furnace, in the middle of several pieces of saltpeter. Tong tong, several muffled sounds rang out in succession, and those pieces of saltpeter were also ignited. After finishing this, Gong Mingwei retreated to the side. Xiao Yuehong expressionlessly stepped forward and beckoned with his hand. A small fiery red gourd flew into his hand. Then Xiao Yuehong struck the gourd with a spell and waved his left hand. The gourd spat out an azure flame like a thin line of fire and flew into the flames produced by the fire talisman and the fire talisman. The originally yellow flames instantly turned azure. Xiao Yuehong tossed his hand and that small gourd flew to the side of the pill furnace. It quietly floated in the air and didn't move. Xiao Yuehong's expression was respectful and solemn at this time. He actually closed his eyes and his hand slowly waved. A seemingly complicated and mysterious spell gradually formed in his hands. However, just as Xiao Yuehong completed the spell in his hands and urged the magic power in his body to send this spell into the azure flames, Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, had a kind of astonishment, a kind of sudden realization, or a kind of inexplicable expression. Chapter 1261. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua was astonished. It was also no wonder that the expression on Xiao Hua's face was extremely complicated. It was because the spell Xiao Yuehong used looked very familiar to Xiao Hua. It was as if he could also use this spell. However, as Xiao Yuehong completed the spell, Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Xiao Yuehong's spell looked very familiar, but the details were poles apart from what he felt in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Hua faintly felt that Xiao Yuehong's spell seemed to be used incorrectly, or perhaps there was a mistake somewhere. As a result, Xiao Hua's fingers, which were hanging on both sides of his body, unconsciously moved slightly. Just as his fingers moved slightly, Xiao Hua suddenly shook his head and secretly said, "Is there a mistake? Sect Master's spell can only be used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. How could I use it? Even if I knew it 3 years ago, I didn't have any cultivation. How could I know alchemy?" While Xiao Hua was thinking, Xiao Yuehong's spell had already struck the cyan flame. The flame received Xiao Yuehong's magic power and suddenly shrank. It only felt that the entire alchemy room had become hotter. After the cyan flame shrank for a few breaths, a faint rumbling sound came from the platform. "Oh, Sect Master's spell is used to ignite the fire." Xiao Hua thought very naturally in his heart. But this spell, before it is used, saltpeter and a fire-igniting talisman are used. If it can directly ignite the earth fire, then it will be the real fire-igniting spell. With a boom, the platform under the alchemy furnace suddenly burned. The bright yellow flame with a trace of cyan color wrapped the entire bottom of the alchemy furnace. "All right," Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly, igniting the earth fire. "This alchemy furnace needs to be warm for a while. Xiao Hua, do you have some doubts?" Xiao Hua was just about to say no, but after thinking quickly, he said, "Sect Master, disciple feels that if you directly strike the spell on the earth fire, wouldn't it save eldest senior brother and the others from going to Yi City to exchange saltpeter and fire-igniting talismans?" Xiao Yuehong didn't laugh, but Gong Mingwei and the other two laughed first. "Ai, future little junior brother, it's easy for you to say that. Didn't eldest senior brother already tell you about the difference in alchemy yesterday?" Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help laughing as she said, "What you're talking about is a high-level alchemy technique that even the 3 great sects of the country of Xi may not have mastered. A Shang Huaming although. Cough, master, please tell me." Zhang Qingxiao stole a glance at Xiao Yuehong and didn't dare to continue. "It's nothing." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. I Shang Huaming's alchemy skills are quite low. I'm not afraid of others talking about it. Then he looked at the cauldron with green and yellow flames licking it and said in disappointment, Qing Xiao is right. I Shang Huaming am from a small sect. It's already not bad that I have alchemy skills. I don't have high hopes for you. I only hope that you can pass down this low-grade alchemy skill. Yes, master. Your disciple has already tried his best to learn. Of course, Gong Mingwei was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yuehong didn't say this just once or twice. But their comprehension of alchemy wasn't as good as their cultivation. Not to mention the fire-drawing art. Even if Xiao Yuehong set up the cauldron and let them refine ordinary pills, they couldn't do it. All right, everyone will do their best. Xiao Yuehong was very open-minded, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua. I hope you can stand out. Yes, your disciple understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Then Xiao Yuehong saw that the cauldron had been warmed up. He changed the seal in his hand again. He pointed his hand, and a small oval hole opened in the cauldron. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, and the jade box containing the vitality-absorbing fruit and black tusk grass flew to the cauldron. The cauldron opened automatically, and the spiritual herbs flew into the cauldron. After a while, Xiao Yuehong also put several other kinds of herbs into the cauldron. Then he pointed his hand, and a seal was cast on the cauldron. The cauldron closed, and the cauldron emitted a soft buzzing sound. Among the 4 people next to him, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 watched intently, as if they wanted to memorize all of Xiao Yuehong's seals. As for Xiao Hua, he was even more stunned than before. This was because all of Xiao Yuehong's actions were familiar to Xiao Hua. He even knew the use of these actions and seals very easily. It was as if Xiao Hua himself also knew alchemy. I really know alchemy? What kind of background do I have? Xiao Hua was both alarmed and somewhat delighted. After all, alchemy was something only foundation establishment cultivators knew. He was actually proficient in it at such a young age. Of course, it was an amazing thing. When the cauldron emitted a faint rumbling sound, Xiao Yuehong let out a sigh of relief. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head to look, and said with a smile, Xiao Hua, are you dazed? Xiao Hua came to his senses and said embarrassedly, yes, sect master. Disciple is indeed dazzled. I don't know what to ask. And don't panic. This alchemy technique needs to be seen more, learned more, and asked more. After you have a foundation, you can practice more and use more. Then you'll have some small success. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, however, your eyes are clear, strange, and confused. Compared to your 2 senior martial brothers, you're a lot stronger. Master, everyone should do their best. This is what you said. Zhang Qingxiao retorted in a low voice. Xiao Hua smiled. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Sect Master, if disciple wants to practice alchemy, but I only have the magic power of the first layer of the qi refining realm, I naturally don't need to think about it. Then is there a yellow talisman like the art of guiding fire that can be used? Of course. Without waiting for Xiao Yuehong to answer, Xiao Xinrui smiled and said, in E-City there are a lot of these things. After all, our country of Xi has very few foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, they all cultivate in peace. They rarely open their cauldrons to refine pills. Therefore, in each sect most of them are qi refining disciples. For this reason, the Raging Flame School's special saltpeter, fire guiding talisman, fire controlling talisman, Three-Yang talisman, and so on, as well as the Black Pill School's special elixir guiding talisman, elixir control talisman, elixir condensing talisman, elixir receiving talisman, and other yellow talismans are all used by these disciples. However, the price of these yellow talismans is really expensive. You have to use a lot of spirit stones to exchange for them. Moreover, alchemy is a delicate job. If you only use yellow talismans, won't anyone be able to refine pills? Therefore, even with these yellow talismans, alchemy is still difficult. It's far from being able to directly exchange them for pills. Gong Mingwei continued, otherwise, why is Master's Wucang pill so popular in E-City? It's also because of this reason. Xiao Hua had some understanding. He knew that even if he didn't have magic power and couldn't support the alchemy technique, as long as he had the necessary yellow talismans, he could still refine pills. Moreover, alchemy. in the end deviates from cultivation. If you focus too much on other things, your cultivation won't be able to increase. Therefore, many people don't like alchemy, Xiao Yueheng said. Just as he was speaking, the cauldron suddenly shook slightly, causing Xiao Yueheng's expression to change. He hurriedly formed a few hand seals to stabilize the cauldron. Then, as if he was still worried, he clenched his teeth and took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. The yellow talisman looked extremely shabby, but there was a faint brilliance on it. It was somewhat different from what Xiao Hua usually saw. Xiao Yueheng urged his magic power. The yellow talisman flashed and a ball of brilliant brilliance escaped from the yellow talisman. Xiao Yueheng pointed his finger and the brilliance flew to the cauldron and disappeared. Then, Xiao Yueheng carefully put the yellow talisman into his storage bag. That was close. Xiao Yueheng said to himself, I was a bit careless. The spiritual herbs I refined this time are all very old. The control of this technique also requires exquisite control. Then, he swept his divine sense and said to Gong Mingwei, Mingwei, Master will go to the side to rest for a while and recover my magic power. You all watch carefully again. If there's anything wrong, immediately send a message to me. After Gong Mingwei agreed, Xiao Yueheng left the alchemy room and went straight to rest. Xiao Hua frowned and asked, Eldest senior brother, what kind of yellow talisman did Master use at the end? What's the point of keeping it if it's already used up? That's a pellet-fusing talisman, Gong Mingwei said with a smile. Master has a pellet-fusing talisman that was personally made by an elder of the Qiandan sect in his early years. That elder was a senior in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so this pellet-fusing talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman that can be used many times. Master was afraid that he wasn't proficient enough in the pellet-fusing talisman, so he always carried this yellow talisman with him when refining pills. However, Master usually doesn't use it. It's just that today is too important, so Master took it out, Zhang Qingxiao said. Alright, this Peiyuan pill will take 7 days to refine. The 4 of us will stand guard. If we see anything abnormal, we'll immediately notify Master. Gong Mingwei said, right now it's stable, so let Xiao Hua stand guard. Yes, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised that refining pills would take 7 days. I'll accompany Xiao Hua, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. If we go out, we'll have to go back to the tranquil cave. It's better to stay here. It's always warm here. Pei Master told us to stay in the tranquil cave to improve our cultivation. If you stay here, won't you be slacking off? Gong Mingwei scolded. It's Xiao Hua's first time standing guard. I'm afraid something will happen, Zhang Qingxiao said confidently. Gong Mingwei was helpless. After thinking about it, he also felt that it was reasonable. He turned around and left with Xiao Xianrui. After the two of them left, Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. They looked at the yellow flame in silence. Xiao Hua. After a while, Zhang Qingxiao spoke. Second senior brother? What's the matter? Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's cold voice, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. You were standing behind me just now. What were your fingers doing? Zhang Qingxiao stared straight at Xiao Hua and suddenly asked. Me? Xiao Hua didn't expect Zhang Qingxiao to notice the changes in his fingers. He was stunned for a moment, then said casually, I saw that the spell in Sect Master's hand was marvelous and wanted to learn it. Is that so? Zhang Qingxiao narrowed her eyes. It seems that the spell in your hand is different from Master's. Xiao Hua was even more shocked. He immediately shouted, Second senior brother, how could I know if the spell was right or wrong? I was just following Sect Master's spell. That's a spell from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course I'd make a mistake. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1262. Xiao Hua. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua with a complicated expression, her tone somewhat cold. Maybe Master and eldest senior brother didn't pay attention to you, but I was right beside you just now. I originally wanted to secretly explain Master's technique and movements to you, but who would have thought that even I, a 10th level aura refining second senior brother, couldn't understand this technique. You're only at the first level, yet you could understand it the first time you saw it? You could use your fingers to imitate it? Xiaohua was a bit shocked just now. He only focused on Xiao Yuehong's technique, and didn't notice that his abnormality was actually seen by Zhang Qingxiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly. Xiaohua, ever since the 10,000 Poisons sect attacked my Death Flower Great Formation, you seem to have changed into a different person. You've changed a lot in the past 3 years. Could it be that you were taken over by someone else? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Second senior brother, you're really funny. I'm only a first-level aura refining boy. If someone wanted to take over my body, why wouldn't they look for you? Instead, they looked for me? Bah, Zhang Qingxiao spat on the ground. Who knows? Maybe you were taken over 3 years ago? Alas I don't know myself. Xiaohua shook his head sadly. It's already been 3 years. I don't have the slightest impression of my past. Then you should think about it again. Zhang Qingxiao said meaningfully. But there's one thing I can tell you. Last time you found the small cave where the absorption fruit was. I didn't go in. But today I seem to have drilled into this cave when I was a child. There doesn't seem to be any spiritual plants inside. Zhang Qingxiao used the word seems twice in a row, and her tone wasn't certain. Second senior brother. Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand to stop him. This Death Flower Great Formation and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places I grew up in. Master, eldest senior brother, and junior sister are also the people closest to me in this world. I definitely won't let them hurt anyone. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to hurt them, even if I go to the 9th heaven, the 9th level of hell, even if I fall into the devil's path or the ghost path, I won't forgive them. Speaking up to hear, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness as she coldly swept her gaze over Xiaohua. These words sounded cold, but Xiaohua's heart was warm. He calmly said, second senior brother, although I don't know where I came from, and I can't remember all the things that happened in the past, I've lived on Yellow Flower Ridge for 3 years, and I know that master and senior brother have treated me well. Especially this time when I went out, I felt the kinship of Shang Huaming. These 3 years have been like second senior brother in your 20s. Since second senior brother has the heart to protect Shang Huaming, how can I not? If it weren't for the fact that little brother's heart was set on killing Huaming, how could the heavens be moved? How did you let me find the spiritual herbs in a secret place? And the Peiyuan pill refined from these spiritual herbs? Hee, second senior brother, don't you need to take it? Hee, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes turned, and she immediately changed her expression. She reached out and hugged Xiaohua, who was almost a head taller than her, and said with a smile, good junior brother, second senior brother was just testing you just now. You've already taken out the precious spiritual herbs. Even if you're a spy from another sect, this sacrifice is really big. Second senior brother will not bicker with you on account of your contribution of the Peiyuan pill. Xiaohua saw that Zhang Qingxiao had recovered her usual mischievous expression, and her face was relaxed, but her heart was absolutely not relaxed. He knew that this second senior brother was not just saying empty words and was definitely not testing him. However, he did not have any intentions towards Shang Huaming, so naturally, he was not afraid of his so-called testing. Sect leader has promised that as long as I find the black bamboo grass, half of this Peiyuan pill will be mine. When the time comes, don't fight with me for it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Come on, junior brother, look at your stingy appearance. Do you think senior brother cares about your Peiyuan pill? Zhang Qingxiao laughed and said, the Peiyuan pill is a pill that we've all taken together. If we take it again this time, I'm afraid the effect won't be great. Oh, why is that? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at him and muttered, you don't even know this? Looks like you're really not a spy. Then she explained, the most essential aspect of the advancement of a realm is the improvement of one's cultivation base and the comprehension of the realm. However, at each stage one can use pills to break through the realm. Of course, relying on pills to break through the realm has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can reduce the time of cultivation, and use rare pills to achieve 10 years or even dozens of years of cultivation. The disadvantage is that a pill is only useful for one realm. Taking it again and again will have no effect. Moreover, the magic power obtained from taking the pill is ultimately not from one's own cultivation, so there will be some impact on one's future cultivation. These effects may not be obvious when one's cultivation base is low. When one cultivates to a high level, it will appear. Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly. But how many people can reach a high level of cultivation? Therefore, this pill has long become the main method of breaking through the realm. Otherwise, 100 Herbs Gate would not be so popular. Zhang Qingxiao mentioned 100 Herbs Gate for no reason, and clenched her teeth tightly. Xiaohua was nervous and said anxiously, "Since you've already taken the Peiyuan pill, then, second senior brother, these pills refined by sect master, if you take them, won't they have no effect?" Seeing Xiaohua anxious, Zhang Qingxiao blushed with shame for her guess just now. She patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "It's okay. In the past, when we were poor, the Peiyuan pill we gave you was also squeezed out by master. We've been cultivating for so many years, how could we have enough Peiyuan pill to take? 1 or 2 Peiyuan pill were all exchanged from the market, and their quality was greatly reduced. It has little effect on the advancement of the realm. It's also because we've taken inferior Peiyuan pill before that master went deep into Yellow Flower Ridge this time to refine a better Peiyuan pill to help you and me advance in the realm." "That's good." Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for him to find an excuse to take out all the spiritual herbs. If they were useless, wouldn't it be annoying? But you, Xiaohua, you've only just reached the first level of qi refining. If you take the Peiyuan pill refined by master and want to rely on Peiyuan pill to advance in the future, it'll be troublesome. You have to use something better than the Peiyuan pill. Zhang Qingxiao reminded him with concern. "If it were me, I would think about it carefully. Thank you for the reminder, second senior brother." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Little brother is already so big. But I'm still at the first level of qi refining. What level do you think I can cultivate to?" "He just pretend I didn't say anything." Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically. She looked at the stable cauldron above the fire and said, "Just watch, this cauldron is really boring. Me, eldest senior brother, and junior sister can't do it. Right, when you went out, do you still have the summoning talisman that master gave you?" "Yes, master didn't take a single one of those talismans. He said it was a reward for me." "That's good, you keep watch. If there's anything wrong, immediately inform master." "Yes, I understand, second senior brother," Xiaohua said respectfully. After Zhang Qingxiao left, Xiaohua sat cross-legged by himself, looking at the cauldron. His heart was in turmoil, not because of anything else, but because of Zhang Qingxiao's probing just now. "Yes, although I'm a disciple of Shang Huaming who hasn't entered the sect, but after all, I was picked up by the sect master from the foot of the mountain 3 years ago. My life and origin are unknown. I can't compare to eldest senior brother and second senior brother, who grew up in Yellow Flower Ridge and know everything about me." Xiaohua thought to himself. In these 3 years he had gotten used to living in Shang Huaming, and had already treated Shang Huaming as his own home. He had never thought about his past. 18 years, where did I spend my 18 years before this? Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out the broken snake-like small ring. This thing was the only thing on his body after he woke up. Perhaps this snake-like ring was the only proof of his life that he had found. But this thing, what is it? Xiaohua looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, this thing is really hard to guess. I'd better stay in Shang Huaming and make Shang Huaming into a big sect. Only when Shang Huaming is famous in the country of Xi, or even the Xiaoyu continent, can I easily find my origin. Because of the spiritual herbs in his mind, Xiaohua couldn't help but have lofty aspirations. Second senior brother is kind-hearted, but since I can grow the absorption fruit, I can naturally grow other spiritual herbs and other medicinal pills. It's not necessarily difficult. Xiaohua put the snake-like ring into his space and thought to himself, but pill recipes and alchemy are big things? If I don't understand these, how can I get medicinal pills? That's right, E-City. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. I can take the spiritual herbs to E-City to exchange for medicinal pills. But then Xiaohua became depressed. If my cultivation doesn't improve, how can I dare to go to E-City? I'm afraid I'll be targeted and robbed clean. Moreover, the medicinal pills in E-City are scarce and not easy to exchange. The quality is also poor, so it's better to refine them myself. When will I have to ask the sect master to get me some yellow talismans for alchemy? I want to see if I can really refine pills. Thinking about this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and moved it slightly in front of his eyes. His 10 fingers were constantly moving, as if he was forming some kind of magic art. However, this magic art was completely based on the instinct of his hands. Xiaohua didn't have the slightest memory of it, but it was this instinctive movement that seemed much more obscure and difficult than Xiao Yuehong's magic art. Under the pill furnace, the greenish-yellow earth fire swayed up and down. The bright flower stone on the stone wall was brightly lit. Inside the pill room, only Xiaohua's figure was elongated by the light of the fire. He slightly waved his hand, casting his shadow on the stone wall behind him. Although there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy gathering, that momentum, that movement contained some kind of obscure, profound meaning. Alchemy was really boring. Aside from Xiao Yuehong coming over to take a look at the pill furnace at fixed times, forming a few hand seals, or casting a few yellow talismans, the rest had to face the dry and hot earth fire and the unromantic pill furnace. Therefore, although it was agreed that 4 people would be on duty in advance, ever since Xiaohua began his shift, the people in the pill room had never changed. However, it was precisely because Xiaohua was the only one watching over the pill furnace that every time Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate at night, a strange kind of starlight would shoot over, and there would always be some starlight enveloping the pill furnace. Chapter 1263. Alright, 7 days have passed. This Peiyuan pill should be almost ready. When Xiao Yuehong stood in front of the pill furnace and said this, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 gathered in the pill room. Zhang Qingxiao winked at Xiaohua. Gong Mingwei and the others also nodded at him. Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Everyone else felt that he was working very hard in the pill room. However, Xiaohua understood that although he hadn't found any clues about his origins in the past 7 days, when faced with the pill furnace, the earth fire, the spells Xiao Yuehong used on the pill furnace, and the use of various yellow talismans, he already knew that he must have been able to concoct pills in the past. Moreover, after observing the entire concoction process of the Peiyuan pill, Xiaohua knew in his heart that if the conditions permitted, he might be able to concoct the same pill. Of course, this condition required a series of yellow talismans, earth fire, and even a fire gourd. Xiao Yuehong stepped forward and scanned the pill furnace with his divine sense. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. How is it, Father, this Peiyuan pill? Can we use it? Xiao Xinrui saw Xiao Yuehong's expression and was overjoyed. And it shouldn't be a problem. Because there was still one more spell to be cast, Xiao Yuehong didn't dare to make any assertions. Everyone back off a bit. Xiao Yuehong thought for a moment, then took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. With a solemn expression, he activated his magic power. The yellow talisman instantly turned into a dark green brilliance and shot into the pill furnace, disappearing without a trace. This is the core condensing talisman. Zhang Qingxiao lowered her voice and said to Xiaohua, Cough, cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed twice and swept his gaze behind him. Zhang Qingxiao shrunk her neck slightly and didn't dare to say another word. Xiao Yuehong turned to look at the pill furnace. He took a deep breath and cast the spell in his hand. Just as Xiaohua expected, he also knew that the next spell should be used to condense the pill. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Yuehong's forehead was covered in sweat. Bad. Seeing that Xiao Yuehong made a mistake in his hand sign, Xiaohua immediately yelled in his heart. Xiao Yuehong also knew that he made a mistake, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hand and immediately took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. Without looking at it, he activated his Fa Li and threw it into the cauldron. Because of Xiao Yuehong's mistake, the cauldron let out a slight crackling sound. Now that it was under the control of the yellow talisman, the crackling sound gradually disappeared, and the buzzing sound inside the cauldron also gradually became softer. With a soft sound, the sound of the alchemy furnace stopped abruptly. Haha, great. Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and said, Great achievement. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said with a smile, Mingwei, go collect the pills. Pill collection? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback as he thought to himself, it seems that there should also be a method to pull and collect pills, right? It could be seen that Gong Mingwei went up as a matter of course. Following Xiao Yuehong's finger, the cauldron's hole opened. Gong Mingwei took out dozens of longan-sized emerald green pills from inside. Master, there are actually 24 pills. Gong Mingwei counted for a moment and said with some surprise, Master's alchemy skills have advanced by leaps and bounds again. I remember that there were only 18 Wusong pills last time. Is that so? Xiao Yuehong was obviously also taken aback. With a sweep of his divine sense he understood. He looked back at Xiao Hua and said, this is not Master's credit. It's because the quality of the absorption fruit and black bamboo grass that Xiao Hua found were good. That's why I was able to break through from 18 to 24 pills. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly as he asked curiously, Sect Master, why? Did you break through 6 pills at once? I'll let you know. In our Dawn Rain continent, alchemy has always been based on 6 pills. It's either 1 or 6 pills. If you go further it'll be 12 pills, 18 pills and so on. I heard that when one's alchemy skills have reached the realm of perfection, one can refine 36 pills at once. Master can usually only refine 12 pills. Occasionally I can refine 18 pills. As for these 24 pills, this is also the first time. Xiao Hua nodded with a slight frown. He felt that alchemy should be based on 9 pills. Gong Mingwei placed the 24 Peiyuan pill into 24 jade bottles and placed them in front of Xiao Yuehong. With a smile on his face, Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and split the bottles into 2. He pointed with his finger and said, Xiao Hua, these 12 Peiyuan pill are yours. Gong Mingwei and the others stared blankly. They had heard Zhang Qingxiao mention this before, but they didn't take it seriously. Sect Master, this won't do. Disciples' cultivation base is shallow. Let senior brother and senior sister take these pills. They need them more than I do. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't accept it and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Hua, didn't Master say it that day? If you can find the black tusk grass, Master will give you half of the refined Peiyuan pill. Now this absorption fruit and black tusk grass were found by you. If Master doesn't promise, wouldn't it seem unfair? Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple only hopes that my Shang Huaming will prosper day by day, and that all senior brother and senior sister's cultivation base will break through to the foundation establishment realm. As for disciple, I'll only take 2 pills. These 12 Peiyuan pill are really a waste. Xiao Hua said sincerely, moreover, even if senior brother and senior sister can't take so many, Sect Master can leave them. Next time we can exchange them for some spirit stones and the like. Master must do what he said. Otherwise it will be detrimental to cultivation. If you don't take it, it will delay Master's cultivation. Xiao Yuehong shook his head and said, moreover, the Peiyuan pill just now only used 30% of the spirit grass. If Master wants, I should be able to refine more than 40 Peiyuan pills. Yours are nothing. This? Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. Take it, Xiao Hua. You contributed the most this time. You almost lost your life in the 100 Herbs Gate. You deserve it. Gong Mingwei said with a smile. That's right, don't be so wishy-washy. Master told you to take it, so take it. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Zhang Qingxiao also said. Okay. Then disciple thanks Sect Master for the generous gift. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked him. Then he said to Xiao Xianrui and the others, if senior sister and senior brother don't have enough Peiyuan pill, just ask me for more. Of course. Xiao Xianrui smiled. She should be able to get 3 Peiyuan pill this time. It should be enough for her to absorb the medicinal power for a long time and increase her magic power. Didn't Xiao Yuehong say that? There was still 70% of the spirit grass that hadn't been used. Once they absorbed the medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill, they could refine the Peiyuan pill. Would they be afraid of not having enough Peiyuan pills? 10 or so Peiyuan pills would be enough to increase her cultivation from the 10th layer of qi refining to the 11th layer of qi refining. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear as they divided the Peiyuan pill. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, the 100 days of reflection are not up yet. Go back to the tranquil cave and take the Peiyuan pill. Cultivate diligently and strive to enter the 11th layer of qi refining as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 saluted. Xiao Hua, you should also go accompany them. If anything happens while you're taking the Peiyuan pill, tell your senior martial brothers immediately. Yes. Xiao Hua bowed, but after thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said, Sect Master, disciple has something that I don't know if I should say or not. Xiao Yueheng was very happy. He waved his big sleeve and said, "Speak. It's like this, disciple. Disciple thinks that I know how to refine medicinal pills, but if I really have to refine them, disciple doesn't know how to start. So disciple earnestly requests sect master to let disciple come to the pill room more often in the future." Oh? Although Xiao Yuehong's tone sounded surprised, his eyes didn't show the surprise that Xiao Hua had imagined. Xiao Yuehong continued, "You are still young, and your cultivation isn't enough. As for the art of pill refining, you shouldn't know. You've probably seen it before or stayed in the pill room, right? If staying in the pill room reminds you of anything, feel free to come." "Thank you for your kindness, sect master." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Xiao Yuehong returned to Mincy Peak, and Xiao Hua followed Gong Mingwei and the others to Lone Staff Peak. Gong Mingwei and the others had been trapped in the 10th layer of the qi refining realm for too long. As soon as they landed, they hastily said a few words to Xiao Hua before entering the Tranquil Heart Cave. They each took out a Peiyuan pill, threw it into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiao Hua had also taken a Peiyuan pill 2 years ago, so he was very clear about the details. Therefore, he also sat cross-legged on the cliff of Lone Staff Peak. Facing the cold wind, he took out a Peiyuan pill from a jade bottle and looked at the dark green Peiyuan pill against the sunlight. A strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils, and even the cold wind couldn't completely disperse it. Strange, why do I feel that this pill shouldn't have any medicinal fragrance? Xiao Hua was puzzled. If it had a medicinal fragrance, wouldn't the medicinal effects dissipate? Why think so much? It's more important to raise my cultivation. Hurry up and take it. Xiao Hua said self-deprecatingly, then swallowed the Peiyuan pill. As soon as the Peiyuan pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into a boiling hot current that rushed into Xiao Hua's dantian, then into his meridians. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He silently used Shang Huaming's cultivation method to refine the medicinal effects of the Peiyuan pill one by one. Soon, the sun set, and a bright moon hung in the night sky. While Xiao Hua was refining the medicinal effects, the cube-shaped light source in his mind stopped rotating. Waves of fluctuations appeared, and countless strange starlight shot to Xiao Hua's side. While the light source absorbed the starlight, Xiao Hua's bones, flesh, and meridians also absorbed the strange starlight. Although this starlight couldn't be refined by Shang Huaming's cultivation method, it was mixed with the medicinal effects of the Peiyuan pill, and mixed into Xiao Hua's meridians. Late at night, just as Xiao Hua was closing his eyes to cultivate, Xiao Yuehong silently appeared with the flying boat not far from the Tranquil Heart Cave. Xiao Yuehong quietly looked at Xiao Hua for a long time, then used his divine sense to check the situation of the 3 people in the Tranquil Heart Cave. Only then did he start the flying boat and silently glide away. The sun rose from the east, and the first rays of sunlight shone on Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if there was a flame burning within. When the sunlight flashed in his eyes, they finally regained their color, and gradually showed signs of life. A Peiyuan pill, as expected, it's not enough. It feels like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Xiao Hua checked his cultivation level and was a little disappointed. However, there was also a trace of anticipation in his heart. The medicinal strength of 1 Peiyuan Dan should be equivalent to the Fa Li that I trained hard for the past year. I wonder how many Peiyuan Dan will be able to raise my cultivation level to the 2nd layer of qi refining? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1264. I still have a lot of Peiyuan pill left from the left and right sect heads. There's no harm in giving it a try? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he brushed his hand next to his ear and took out a Peiyuan pill from the space behind his head. He stood up and walked towards the tranquil cave. Seeing that there wasn't any movement inside, he assumed that his senior martial brothers and senior martial sisters had sped up the process of refining the Peiyuan pill. But just as Xiao Hua turned around and sat down in front of the cliff, about to put the 2nd Peiyuan pill into his mouth, he suddenly realized something. I refined the medicinal strength of the Peiyuan pill myself. It only took me half a day and 1 night. Senior martial brothers and senior martial brothers, for some reason, haven't refined it yet? Soon after, He returned to the tranquil cave. When he saw Gong Mingwei and the other two with his own eyes, they didn't look surprised or happy at all. It was a clear sign that they were refining the medicinal strength of the pill. Xiaohua scratched his chin. He already understood. Senior Marshal brothers are really... I'm afraid they've already taken the second or third Peiyuan pill, right? Because of this, Xiaohua calmly sat down and started refining the second Peiyuan pill. At noon, Xiao Yuehong's flying boat reappeared. Standing on the boat, Xiao Yuehong's expression was a bit doubtful and he was also frowning. He knew that with the cultivation levels of his 3 disciples, refining a single Peiyuan pill definitely wouldn't take them that long. 3 Peiyuan pills were enough to push their transcendence energy to the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. If they wanted to reach the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, they'd need another 3 or 6 Peiyuan pills. However, on the one hand, he'd already agreed to leave half of the Peiyuan pill to Xiaohua. On the other hand, he also wanted his 3 disciples to stop at the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm for a while. That way, they'd be able to safely advance to the next realm. Given Gong Mingwei and the others' cultivation levels and knowledge, they should have understood Xiao Yuehong's intentions. Therefore, after taking 1 Peiyuan pill, they wouldn't immediately take the second one. But now, from the looks of it, they were already refining the second Peiyuan pill. Why are these kids still so impatient? Sometimes, staying in the same realm for a while longer isn't a bad thing. Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiaohua. He had already sensed that his cultivation was still at the first layer of the aura refining realm, but there was nothing strange about it. He formed an incantation gesture and urged his magic power to return to Minushi Peak. For 3 days in a row, Xiaohua took a Peiyuan pill every day. The transcendence energy in his body was equivalent to 3 years of cultivation in the past, but his cultivation level was still stuck at the first level of the aura refining realm. However, Xiaohua could already feel that it wasn't that his cultivation level hadn't moved. It really was slowly moving forward under the push of the Peiyuan pill's medicinal power. This discovery had already made Xiaohua extremely happy. This meant that the method of taking pills was still useful to him. Compared to his previous blind cultivation where he couldn't find a direction, it was much better. Master, Master. Just as Xiaohua was about to take the 4th Peiyuan pill, a loud shout came from the tranquil cave. Wasn't that Zhang Qingxiao's cry of surprise? Without waiting for Xiaohua to turn around, 3 figures had already flown out of the cave and headed straight for Minushi Peak. What happened? Xiaohua had just started to ask, but he was immediately overjoyed. Was there even a need to ask? Zhang Qingxiao must have broken through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. Otherwise, how could she have lost her composure like this? Let's go quickly. This is a rare good thing that happened to Hua Ming in the past 3 years. Xiaohua also had a smile on his face. He used a flight talisman and flew towards Minushi Peak. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua arrived at Minushi Peak, he saw Zhang Qingxiao beaming with joy as she gestured and explained to Xiao Yuehong. Xiaohua beamed as he watched everyone's jubilation and silently landed beside them. After Zhang Qingxiao finished speaking, Xiao Yuehong scolded with a smile, "Look at you, second brother. Why don't you have the bearing of a high-level aura refining cultivator? Foundation establishment is already in sight. Yet you're still so frivolous? Master already knew about your cultivation levels when you arrived at Minushi Peak. Moreover, it's not like you haven't advanced before." But, Master. Only now did Zhang Qingxiao come to her senses. She had been talking for a long time, but she didn't seem to have said the key point. But without waiting for her to speak, Xiao Yuehong continued as if he was scolding Xiao Xinrui. You use 3 Peiyuan pill to advance to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. It's enough to show that you didn't cultivate very hard together. If you put enough effort into it, 1 pill would be enough. These words were naturally different from what he thought in his heart. He didn't expect that 3 Peiyuan pills would be able to raise the cultivation levels of his 3 disciples to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. However, words were just to spur them on, so he really couldn't say it out loud. Ah? Master. Zhang Qingxiao said very exaggeratedly. So you know that I cultivate very hard on a daily basis. What do you cultivate hard on? Clean. Xiao Yuehong said casually, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly came to a realization. What? You only refine 1 Peiyuan pill, and And you broke through to the 11th layer of the ore refining realm? Yes, father. Xiao Xianrui also said with a smile on her face. It's precisely because we only used one Peiyuan pill to break through to the 11th layer of the ore refining realm that we were so surprised that we came to report it to father. How is this possible? Xiao Yuehong shook his head like a rattle drum. Master goes to see you every noon. How did it take you 3 days to refine one Peiyuan pill? Master, I don't know either. I only feel that there's something very special in this Peiyuan pill that's very useful for raising the cultivation level. However, this thing is extremely difficult to refine. I also spent 3 days of hard work to refine it. But the result of refining this thing is that the three of us stepped into the 11th layer of the ore refining realm at the same time. Gong Mingwei said with a smile, "Give me one of your Peiyuan pills." Xiao Yuehong's face was full of surprise. He took the Peiyuan pill from Xiao Xianrui and released his divine sense. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't see what was so special about this Peiyuan pill. "Father, why don't you take one too? Won't you know what it is then?" Xiao Xianrui suggested. Xiao Yuehong's expression changed, but then he shook his head and handed the Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xianrui. If one Peiyuan pill can send you to the 11th layer of the ore refining realm, then these 2 Peiyuan pills should be able to bring you to the peak of the 11th layer. How can Master take them from you? Oh right, Xiaohua, your senior brother and sister have made such great progress. Have you already reached the 3rd layer of the ore refining realm? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned around and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing behind them. At this time, Xiaohua's face and ears were already red. In a flurry, he took out the 2 jade bottles that he had taken out in advance from his bosom and said pitifully, "Sect leader, you use disciples' Peiyuan and try it." Seeing Xiaohua like this, Xiao Yuehong was a bit puzzled. He asked, "Xiaohua, you took a Peiyuan pill, but you only reached the 2nd layer of the ore refining realm?" This? Xiaohua's face turned purple, and the hand he used to hand over the Peiyuan pill slightly retracted. Looking at the 4 people's concerned eyes, he said with a sobbing voice, Disciple is still in the 1st layer of the ore refining realm." "Oh, it's okay." Xiao Yuehong comforted Xiaohua. "Your progress has always been slow, so it's just as Master expected. Just take a few more pills. Master doesn't want these 2 anymore." "But Disciple has already taken 3 Peiyuan pills." Xiaohua took a deep breath and finally said it. Of course, the 3 seniors only used 1 Peiyuan pill to go from the 10th layer of the ore refining realm to the 11th layer of the ore refining realm. While he took 3 in succession, he was still in the 1st layer of the ore refining realm. This really can't be explained. Even Xiaohua himself felt that taking the Peiyuan pill was a waste. Xiao Yuehong was speechless, Gong Mingwei was speechless, Zhang Qingxiao was speechless, Xiao Xianrui was speechless. After a long time, Zhang Qingxiao patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Little junior brother, you are really amazing. 2nd senior brother is convinced by you." "2nd brother." Xiao Yuehong scolded Xiaohua. "This is called a natural talent." Afterwards he comforted Xiaohua. "It doesn't matter, Xiaohua. You were the one who found the spiritual plants for these spiritualizing pills. Since you've taken 3 pills, it's useless, so take 9 more. Master wants to see how many spiritualizing pills you'll need to take in order to reach the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm." "Oh, that's right. You've taken 3 energy cultivation pills. Has your cultivation improved? Is there anything strange in this Peiyuan pill that your eldest senior brother and the others talked about?" Reporting to Sect Master, Disciples' cultivation has made progress. 1 Peiyuan pill is equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. It's just that Disciple didn't notice the strange thing that the senior brothers talked about. Xiaohua said honestly. "And if you didn't, then you didn't. Master will start refining pills and continue to refine 24 Peiyuan pills. It will let your cultivation progress again," Xiao Yuehong said heroically. He seemed to have seen Shang Huaming's beautiful future just like Xiaohua 2 days ago. "Yes, Master. Disciples will go prepare now," Gong Mingwei said with a grin. "There's no need. Don't you all still have Peiyuan pills on you? Go refine them." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, "Even Xiaohua doesn't need to come. You and your senior brothers are the same. Go cultivate. The things in the pill room haven't been tidied up yet." Master will refine the pills himself. Yes, Master. Gong Mingwei and the other two bowed. Their hearts were burning with passion. After all, they hadn't made any progress in their cultivation for many years. They weren't willing to let go of such a good opportunity. Sect Master, you really don't want it? Xiaohua didn't take back the Peiyuan pill and asked. There's no need. You take it. Master will be able to refine some more soon. Xiao Yueheng said with a smile, you all go quickly. Wait for Master to refine the pills. I hope you can make further progress. After saying that, he waved his hand and a flying boat appeared in front of them. Xiao Yueheng stepped in and flew directly to the pill room on Xihua Peak. Let's go, Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao pulled on Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, if you don't take it, then these two pills, what are you talking about? Gong Mingwei scolded. This is Xiaohua's Peiyuan pill. Master doesn't want it. What are you planning? Zhang Qingxiao said with a sullen face. Little junior brother won't have any effect after taking it. It's better to. Let me take advantage of it. Chapter 1265. How do you know it's ineffective for Xiaohua? Didn't he say it just now? He's improved, but it's less than us. Maybe it's because his body is different from ours. Xiao Xinrui said. What's the difference? Aren't we all made of flesh and blood? Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. However, he didn't dare to go against Gong Mingwei's wishes, so he could only give up on the idea of asking for the Peiyuan pill. Actually, it's fine. Senior Marshal brother, I have a lot of Peiyuan pill here. After you refine the 2 Peiyuan pills in a few days, if you don't have enough, just ask me. I'm right in front of the tranquil cave. Xiaohua said sincerely. He really wanted to see the smiles on his senior Marshal brother and sister's faces. Okay, it's a deal. Xiao Xinrui smiled. After I finish my 2 Peiyuan pills, I'll ask you for more. Gong Mingwei also nodded. He knew very well that refining 2 Peiyuan pills would take 6 to 7 days. This was also the time when his master would refine the Peiyuan pill. When that time came, there would be a new Peiyuan pill. The Peiyuan pill in Xiaohua's hands. They wouldn't be able to use it. Xiaohua nodded happily and followed them back to Lone Staff Peak. In the following 6 days, Xiaohua didn't see the 3 of them come out of the tranquil cave. Every day before he took the Peiyuan pill, he would go to the tranquil cave to take a look. However, Gong Mingwei and the others were still cultivating, so he didn't dare disturb them. As for Xiaohua himself, his magic power was increasing day by day, and his cultivation level was also slowly increasing. However, after taking 6 Peiyuan pills in succession, he still hadn't broken through to the second layer of qi refining. It was already the 7th day. The day Xiao Yueheng collected the second batch of Peiyuan pill. Seeing that Gong Mingwei and the others were still cultivating, Xiaohua flew into the pill room. At this time, Xiao Yueheng was sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Sensing Xiaohua's arrival, he asked warmly, Where are your senior martial brothers? Haven't they come out of seclusion yet? Sect Master, senior martial brothers, they're still cultivating. I don't know when they'll come out. What about you? Xiao Yueheng's voice became even gentler. Disciple is still at the first level of aura refining. Xiaohua was somewhat dispirited. It doesn't matter. Counting with my fingers, you've already taken 9 Peiyuan pills. In any case, the Peiyuan pill won't be ready today. It should be ready at this time tomorrow. Go back and take another one. Come with your senior brothers tomorrow. Thinking about how he only had 3 of the 12 Peiyuan pill left, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Disciple, it's better for me to stay in the pill room and serve the sect master. Xiao Yueheng shook his head. It doesn't matter who attends in the pill room. If you don't want to change the title of sect leader to master, then stay here. Then he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. Xiaohua stood there blankly for a long time. He knew Xiao Yueheng's painstaking efforts, so he clenched his teeth, turned around and flew back to Lone Staff Peak. As before, he sat cross-legged. Without any hesitation, he threw the Peiyuan pill into his mouth. Then he activated his heart technique and strove to refine the Peiyuan pill's medicinal power. After an unknown amount of time, the true qi in his meridians suddenly sped up. It was no longer the same as before. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition. Just as he was about to urge his true qi to break through, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. How many more Peiyuan pills are there? Take them all. Xiaohua slightly opened his eyes. In front of him was Zhang Qingxiao's concerned expression. He was just about to speak when he heard Zhang Qingxiao berate him. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry, this is the time for you to break through. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He didn't dare to be negligent. He reached into his bosom and took out the last 2 Peiyuan pills. As soon as the Peiyuan pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a strand of liquid. In an instant, that liquid transformed into a scalding warm current that rushed into his meridians. It was precisely the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained within the 2 Peiyuan pills. The medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill rushed into Xiaohua's meridians, adding fuel to the fire in his already accelerated true qi. The medicinal power combined with his true qi directly rushed towards the barrier of the first layer of the aura refining realm. It was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. After a few repetitions, just as the medicinal power was about to be exhausted, a light qi sound rang out. It was as if in Xiaohua's mind, the true qi in his meridians was like tearing through a layer of paper, breaking through the barrier of the first layer of the aura refining realm. All of the true qi was like mercury, cheerfully flowing into his new meridians. Second layer of the aura refining realm. Xiaohua muttered. He couldn't help but feel extremely bitter in his heart. These are 12 Peiyuan pills. It's equivalent to 12 years of my bitter cultivation. Others can break through to the first layer of the aura refining realm in a year and a half, but I actually had to cultivate for 12 years to reach it. Congratulations, little junior brother. Congratulations, little junior brother. Seeing Xiaohua break through to the first layer of the aura refining realm, Zhang Qingxiao acted as if she had also broken through to the next layer. Her smile was as brilliant as a flower. After the true qi slowly flowed through his new meridians and gradually adapted to it, Xiaohua stood up and said with a bitter smile, "Second senior brother, don't make fun of little brother. What's there to congratulate?" Ha ha, of course there is. I thought you'd be stuck at the first layer of the aura refining realm for your entire life. I didn't expect you to break through to the second layer of the aura refining realm in my lifetime. You've really given me a feast for the eyes. Of course I have to congratulate you. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let's go. Eldest senior brother and junior sister have already gone to the pill room. Master is probably also waiting for you. Zhang Qingxiao used her arts and flew up. Xiaohua followed behind her. Right, second senior brother, have you reached the peak of the aura refining realm? Xiaohua asked with concern. How could it be that simple? Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, We've just broken through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. How could 2 mere Peiyuan pills help us improve so much? We've only reached the early stage of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. Haha, congratulations, second senior brother. I heard that in the late stage of the aura refining realm, every step forward is extremely difficult. Second senior brother was able to break through to the early stage of the 11th layer in only 7 days. It's really gratifying. Although Zhang Qingxiao said it wasn't a big deal, there was still a smile on her face. I'm still just so. Eldest senior brother has reached the middle stage of the 11th layer. If master can refine another 24 Peiyuan pills, maybe eldest senior brother really will break through to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the pill refining room. Inside, Xiao Yuehong was sitting cross-legged while Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianruwei stood beside him. Master, Xiaohua broke through. Before they even entered the pill refining room, Zhang Qingxiao shouted loudly, "Ha! Congratulations, little junior brother. Congratulations, little junior brother." Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianruwei said with the same tone as Zhang Qingxiao. During this time, Xiaohua had already understood that although his path of cultivation was much more difficult than others, he now saw hope. As long as he had a direction, he only needed to follow this direction step by step. In the past, he couldn't even see the shadow of his senior brother and senior sister on the path of cultivation. Now, as long as he cultivated steadily, he would be able to see their backs sooner or later. Therefore, Xiaohua no longer felt depressed. He smiled and cupped his hands in return, saying, Congratulations to you too. Humph, it's only the second layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to be proud of? Xiao Yuehong said unhappily. How many Peiyuan pills did you take? Sect Master Disciple. Disciple took all 12 Peiyuan pills. Xiao Hua muttered. Isn't that right? You took all the Peiyuan pills and only reached the second layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to be proud of? If it was someone else, not to mention someone else, even your two senior brothers, if they took the 12 Peiyuan pills that year, their cultivation would have already reached the foundation establishment realm. Father. Xiao Yuehong's words were too ruthless. Xiao Xianrui couldn't help but stop him. Xiao Hua finally made progress. Everyone should be happy, right? Don't always pour cold water on them. Disciple understands, Sect Master. Disciple is definitely not proud. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Disciple just felt that he saw the dawn of cultivation and was somewhat happy in his heart. That's good. Xiao Yuehong threw away the seriousness on his face and said with a smile, it's good that you know your shortcomings. The heavenly Tao rewards the diligent. As long as you work hard, the heavenly Tao above us is watching. The heavenly Tao? Xiao Hua was shocked. It seemed that the heavenly Tao was very familiar to him. What's wrong now? Xiao Yuehong asked curiously. He didn't know what he said wrong. Nothing. Sect Master, how is the Peiyuan pill that you refined? Xiao Hua came back to his senses and asked. AI, it's not as good as the last time. Xiao Yuehong's face was somewhat regretful. He pointed to some jade bottles on the ground and said, this time I only refined 18 Peiyuan pills. It's 1 grade lower than the 24 pills last time. Only 17 Peiyuan pills? Xiao Hua looked at them and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Moreover, before you all came out of seclusion, I already took one. It seems there wasn't the strange thing that you all were talking about. Xiao Yuehong continued. In the past few days, when you were refining the Peiyuan pill, did you encounter it again? Yes. Master, in the past few days the Peiyuan pill was also difficult to refine. Disciples spent a lot of effort to refine those things. Zhang Qingxiao said. That's strange. How come you all could sense it but I couldn't? Xiao Yuehong frowned slightly. He waved his hand, and a Peiyuan pill stopped in front of each of Xiao Hua and the others. Each of you will take 1 Peiyuan pill and refine it again. See if there's any difference from the last time. Yes, Master. Gong Mingwei and the other two said in unison. No, Sect Master. This was Xiao Hua's voice. Why? Xiao Yuehong asked curiously. Disciple used 12 Peiyuan pills to advance from the first layer to the second layer of qi refining. Wouldn't it take 24? Or even 36 Peiyuan pills to advance from the second layer of qi refining to the third layer of qi refining? Sect Master, you should keep this pill. It would be a waste for disciple to use it. No matter, many a little makes a mickle. Moreover, this time you're helping me test the medicinal properties of the pills. All 4 of you have a share. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and smiled. The 4 of them took the pills and flew back to Lone Staff Peak. In less than half a day, the 4 of them returned to the pill room. What's wrong? There really isn't any of the strange things contained in the pills from last time? Seeing the 4 of them return at the same time, Xiao Yuehong couldn't be bothered to ask Xiao Hua why he refined the pills so quickly. Yes, Master. The Peiyuan pill disciple refined this time is the same as the Peiyuan pill disciple refined several years ago. Gong Mingwei said respectfully. The effects are far inferior to the one disciple took a few days ago. Chapter 1266. But the technique Master used these 2 times, the vitality assimilating fruit and black tusk grass were the same. Xiao Yuehong was bewildered. He had already thought about this question for a long time half a day ago, but he couldn't find any clues. Now that he asked again, he didn't expect any answers. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 weren't proficient in pill concocting, so they naturally couldn't answer this question. They could only stare at each other, not saying a word. Xiao Hua was even more straightforward. He didn't sense the strange thing they were talking about, so he had no right to speak. Forget it. You can divide the remaining Peiyuan pill among yourselves. Master will think about it, and then I'll refine the remaining spiritual herbs into a Peiyuan pill. Then we'll see how effective it is. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, and 3 Peiyuan pills flew in front of each of them. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took them. After Gong Mingwei and the other two saluted and returned to Lone Staff Peak, Xiaohua asked Sect Master, "Disciple doesn't want to take the Peiyuan pill now. I want to wait until my realm stabilizes." "Oh, okay." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand without turning his head. Just as he put down his hand, he suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. "Master forgot that you only have the first layer of my death flower art. Now that you're already in the second layer of the aura refining realm, you should practice the second layer of the art." After he finished speaking, he slapped his hand and took out 2 yellow talismans from his storage bag. He handed them over and said, "Go to the ancestral hall and take the art. These 2 yellow talismans are used in the ancestral hall." "Thank you, Sect Master." Xiaohua bowed and received the 2 yellow talismans. Then, after a bit of hesitation, he reported, "Sect Master, this ancestral hall. Where is it located?" "Disciple doesn't know." Sigh, Xiao Yuehong slapped his forehead again and shook his head slightly. "It's a bit messy. I've wronged my 100 years of aura refining cultivation." Then he said, "Go find your eldest martial brother and let him take you there." Just as Xiao Yuehong finished talking about his calm demeanor in the face of danger, he turned around and looked towards the pill furnace, throwing Xiaohua to the side. After Xiaohua saluted, he immediately flew back to the Lone Staff Peak. Hearing that their master was going to pass on the second layer of the aura refining realm's cultivation method, Gong Mingwei and the other two were all very happy. Zhang Qingxiao even volunteered to take Xiaohua to get the cultivation method. Gong Mingwei smiled and shook his head. "The ancestral hall of my Shang Huaming is different from other people's ancestral halls. Since Master has arranged for me to go, I naturally can't go. You'd better face the wall and meditate." Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and walked to her seat. She sat down cross-legged and adjusted the true qi in her body. "Let's go, Xiaohua." Gong Mingwei flew up first and Xiaohua followed. After flying for a while, Xiaohua felt bewildered. Gong Mingwei had landed on the back mountain of Mingli Peak, where the secret room was located. Turning his head to look at the strange Xiaohua, Gong Mingwei pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Instead, he used his magic power to activate one of the yellow talismans and stuck it on the stone wall. The secret room's passage appeared. After entering the secret room, the two of them went to the corner where the puppet was previously. Gong Mingwei looked at the messy things in the corner and sighed. "This ancestral hall hasn't been open for a long time. Xiaohua, you have to put in a bit more effort." Xiaohua looked at the 4 walls in the corner and didn't see anything strange. He could only smile apologetically and say, "Little brother knows. Little brother will definitely work hard." Gong Mingwei nodded and pointed at a place. "This is the entrance to the ancestral hall. Clean it up a bit." "Yes, eldest martial brother." Xiaohua agreed and cleaned up the place Gong Mingwei was pointing at, creating an empty space with a radius of 1 meter. Gong Mingwei walked to the empty space and activated another yellow talisman in his hand. That yellow talisman emitted a faint bronze brilliance. After a while, when the brilliance covered the brilliance of the Minghua stone, Gong Mingwei pointed his hand at the ground. The brilliance of the yellow talisman fell on the ground, and with a light Z sound, the ground rippled like water and gradually opened up, revealing a 3 feet square cyan stone slab. "So it's underground. No wonder I couldn't see anything on the stone wall." Xiaohua woke up and saw Gong Mingwei walk to the cyan stone slab. He waved his hand and said, "Xiaohua, you come here too." The 3 feet square was enough for 2 people to stand on. When Xiaohua stood on the cyan stone slab, Gong Mingwei waved his hand again, and another yellow talisman in his hand shot a bright yellow brilliance onto the cyan stone slab. The cyan stone slab immediately rose with the same brilliance and enveloped the 2 people. Xiaohua only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he blinked and looked again, he had already arrived in a rather large palace. This palace was comparable to the guest hall of Mingli Peak, and its grandeur and style of the palace was also much more simple and unadorned. On the thick stone pillars of the palace, there were also large Minghua stones inlaid, illuminating the entire palace. Looking at Xiaohua's dumbstruck expression, Gong Mingwei coughed and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, do you Feel that this ancestral hall is different from what you imagined? Xiaohua came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, yes, eldest martial brother. Because I heard the sect master say it was an ancestral hall, I thought it was just a small room. Even when you were in the secret room just now, I thought it was a place like a secret room. But, Xiaohua looked around and shook his head slightly. But I didn't expect that this ancestral hall is actually a palace, comparable to a guest hall. Ahaha, that's right, master. Has always called this place the ancestral hall. Actually, I heard master say that this place is called the inheritance hall. It is a place to worship the gods and pass down my Shang Huaming's cultivation method. Gong Mingwei laughed a few times, then immediately covered his mouth and said in a low voice, the inheritance hall is my Shang Huaming's most solemn place. You can't make a racket. That day when I came here for the first time compared to you, I was even more shocked. At that time I was still young, and only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did I come back to my senses. Finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, come, follow me to worship the god statue. Then we will learn the heart technique. Yes, I will listen to eldest martial brother's instructions. Hearing this, Xiaohua was unusually respectful, although he was very surprised in his heart, because he had never worshipped any god statue before. As Gong Mingwei walked into the depths of the hall, they were greeted by a huge platform. Xiaohua's gaze was immediately attracted by the emerald green god statue on the platform. This figure was not very tall or big. On the contrary, it was only about the height of a person. However, the god statue was floating in the air and could be seen very clearly. This god statue, what is it? A human? Or a fish? Looking at the god statue in the air, Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder. That god statue was extremely emerald green. Under the brilliance of the bright flower stones, it reflected a bright light. Under the light there was a strange appearance. This god statue's upper body was in the shape of a woman. She had a thin waist and large breasts. Her 2 hands were placed in front of her chest, and her 10 fingers were in the shape of a seal. As for the lower body from the waist down, it was not the legs of an ordinary person. Instead, it was in the shape of a fish tail. The fish tail's fine scales were faintly shining, and it looked a little dizzy. Oh no, this is not a fish tail. When Xiaohua walked closer, he saw that the god statue's tail was actually long and curled up. It was actually similar to Little White's tail. It's a snake tail. Why does that god statue have a snake tail? Xiaohua was certain in his heart. Suddenly, perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps Xiaohua walked to a special place. His eyes were dazzled, and his entire gaze was attracted by the seal in the god statue's hands. Buzz! There seemed to be a sound in his mind. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and an incomparably huge wasteland appeared in front of him. On this incomparably barren plain, there were countless strange beasts. Xiaohua had never seen any of them before, and these beasts were also incomparably huge. Each of them was 1,000 times bigger than Xiaohua. In front of these beasts, Xiaohua was like an ant. Ah, here. There are actually 10 suns here? When Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw the 10 big round fireballs in the distant sky, Xiaohua suddenly cried out in alarm. At this moment, a voice descended from the sky. Xiaohua! Xiaohua! Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and when he looked again, it was actually Gong Mingwei's concerned eyes. His ears were also filled with Gong Mingwei's concerned shouts. This? Xiaohua's eyes turned sharply, and he looked left and right. He was in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on his back. What's wrong with you? Xiaohua. Gong Mingwei didn't understand and continued to ask. No, nothing. Xiaohua raised his head somewhat fearfully and saw the god statue's round eyes. It was a god statue, but its eyes revealed a kind of benevolence, a kind of pity, as if it was looking at a real person. Eldest senior brother. Xiaohua looked at the god statue and whispered, this god? Who is it? How come it's wearing so little? It doesn't even have a Taoist robe? That's right. The upper body of the god statue only had some extremely exquisite ornaments covering its chest. Most of its body was bare. This wasn't the attire of the female cultivators of Xiaoyu continent. Huh. Gong Mingwei looked at Xiaohua in surprise and said curiously, you're really strange, Xiaohua. When I first came here, the first question I asked Master was why this god statue doesn't have legs. I've also asked second brother and little Rue the same question. You, on the other hand, didn't ask about your legs but your clothes? Then he said thoughtfully, oh, I kind of understand. At that time we were still young. Xiaohua found it funny. He really didn't know that this usually solemn eldest senior brother would actually joke in the inheritance palace, so he coughed and said, eldest senior brother, this is the inheritance palace. Gong Mingwei's face turned cold. He turned and saluted, muttering, ancestor above, this disciple has blasphemed. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Then his tone softened. But now we only have 3.5 disciples. Senior, please show mercy and don't punish this disciple. Then he turned and winked at Xiaohua, saying again, this is our Shang Huaming's half-disciple. He came today to receive my Shang Huaming's second-layer qi refining cultivation technique. And he still doesn't have the qualifications to kowtow to you, so he'll bow and salute. Xiaohua originally wanted to kowtow, but after hearing Gong Mingwei's words, he could only stop and bow in greeting. He also muttered that, sect master's ancestral master disciple. Xiaohua greets you, senior. Chapter 1267. The statue naturally couldn't speak. Xiaohua stood up after saluting. His eyes dodged the statue's chest, dodged the statue's seemingly bright and spirited eyes, and when he wanted to dodge the spell used by the outstretched hands, Xiaohua's expression unconsciously became sluggish. The spell was somewhat familiar, but when he thought about it again, he didn't have any clue. This spell. Xiaohua, you actually noticed the spell? Gong Mingwei was very surprised. He looked at Xiaohua's gaze and said, this spell doesn't seem to be a spell of our Xiaoyu continent. I only noticed this when I was at the 9th layer of qi refining. You actually noticed the abnormality of the statue's hands as soon as you saw it? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Eldest senior brother is overpraising me. How could this little brother know any spell? I just feel very strange. This ancestral statue seems to be real, and the spell used by the hands, I thought it was our Shang Huaming's secret inheritance. Ancestral master. Alas, actually, I don't know if it's our Shang Huaming's ancestral master or not. Gong Mingwei said something that made Xiaohua very surprised. According to master, this statue has always been here when I, Shang Huaming, established the sect. If it's our Shang Huaming's ancestral master, why isn't it in human form? This strange appearance, I'm afraid it's some kind of ancient demonic beast. Master searched through the ancient records in the sect for a long time, but he didn't find any clues. According to Master, before Grandmaster went out to travel and didn't come back, he had already told him that he wasn't sure if this statue was the founder of the sect. Then Gong Mingwei helplessly looked at Xiaohua and finally said, however, the ancestral master didn't leave behind an image. This statue can be considered the ancestral master who founded the sect. There's such a saying? Xiaohua was really speechless. Ancestral master. Could he still casually recognize it? Alright, let's not talk so much. Greet the ancestral master. On the table next to him is my Shang Huaming's cultivation method. Follow me. Gong Mingwei brought Xiaohua to the side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen books and several jade slips on the jade table. Gong Mingwei pointed at them and proudly said, the first dozen books are the cultivation methods for me, Shang Huaming, from the 1st layer to the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. These jade slips are the cultivation methods for the foundation establishment realm and beyond. After all, starting from the peak of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, cultivators can use their divine sense to check jade slips. Hearing this, Xiaohua nodded slightly. He saw a dozen books and several jade slips. They looked very ordinary, but the handwriting on the books couldn't be clearly seen. Xiaohua understood that there must be a restriction placed on these things. If he didn't have a way to break it, he absolutely couldn't see them. Sure enough, Gong Mingwei looked at it and waved the yellow talisman in his hand, sticking it onto the second booklet. A dark red light flashed, and the words on the cover of the booklet were revealed. Shang Huaming, 2nd level of qi refinement. Gong Mingwei took down the yellow talisman and handed the booklet to Xiaohua. He said Master didn't come, so I didn't dare to act on my own. Xiao Hua, you memorize the second-level cultivation method here. It's better if you don't take this booklet out of the inheritance palace. Yes, eldest senior martial brother. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. Ever since he took a trip outside and listened to Kai Zhuoxia's introduction, he already knew that Xiaoyu continent was extremely lacking in cultivation methods. It was already extremely rare for Shang Huaming to cultivate to the core formation realm, so he definitely attached great importance to it. He remembered that the book for the first layer of the ore refining realm was also given to him by Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong had stayed by his side, waiting for him to memorize it before taking it away. Xiao Hua walked to a corner of the main hall and sat down cross-legged. He held his breath and condensed his qi for a while, then flipped open the book for the second level of qi refining. His current cultivation level had already entered the second level of qi refining, but he didn't have a corresponding cultivation method. His true qi was freely dispersed in his new meridians, so he couldn't continue to temper it. Just as Xiao Hua expected, this second-level cultivation method was the same as when he cultivated the first level of qi refining. He only read it 3 times, and his true qi followed the instructions of the cultivation method, slowly tempering it through a cycle. The tempering speed wasn't slow, the growth of his true qi wasn't slow, and the increase of his magic power wasn't slow either. But Xiao Hua knew that his cultivation level was the same as when he was at the first level of qi refining. There was practically no change. Xiao Hua almost wanted to cry. At this moment he seemed to have understood that his aptitude wasn't bad. This Shang Huaming's cultivation method wasn't bad either. It wasn't that he didn't work hard. The crux of the matter was that he had to put in roughly 10 times the hard work of others in order to reach their cultivation level. From the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining, he used 12 Peiyuan pills. In other words, he had bitterly cultivated his magic power for 12 years in order to achieve a breakthrough. From the second level of qi refining to the third level of qi refining, perhaps, he would need at least another 12 Peiyuan pills. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua unconsciously shrugged his shoulders. Not far away, Gong Mingwei, who had been paying attention all along, saw this and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Hua, you have already memorized it?" Xiao Hua stood up and handed the booklet in his hand to Gong Mingwei. He smiled and said, "Thank you, eldest senior brother. Little brother has already memorized it." "You?" Gong Mingwei didn't take the booklet. He asked in return, "Have you used the second level of qi refining to temper your true qi? If you haven't, then read it a few more times." Reporting to eldest senior brother. Little brother has already circulated his qi for 1 cycle. There are no abnormalities. I have indeed mastered the second level of qi refining. AI alright. Gong Mingwei took the booklet and said with a complicated expression, "That year, when I tried to comprehend the second level of qi refining, I spent 3 days of effort. You actually managed to comprehend it after reading it for a short while. If you aren't a peerless genius, then you must have cultivated it before." Alright, eldest senior brother knows. Little brother also doesn't know why. Moreover, although my magic power has increased, my realm hasn't followed suit. I don't feel the slightest bit of progress. Forget it. Let's wait for master to refine another Peiyuan pill. Right now, these Peiyuan pills don't seem to be effective enough. It's too far from the last one. Gong Mingwei placed the booklet on the table. In just a few breaths of time, the booklet had already become blurry and couldn't be read clearly. Presumably, the restriction had already taken effect. Then Gong Mingwei's left hand pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve, and the yellow talisman in his right hand shot out. A ray of light flashed, and the 2 figures disappeared from the main hall, leaving only the strange god statue floating in the air. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes again, he was already in the secret chamber. The yellow talisman in Gong Mingwei's hand flashed and burned. In a moment it turned into ashes. This yellow talisman for entering and leaving the ancestral hall was personally made by master. It can only be used 1 at a time. Every yellow talisman will burn when it comes out of the ancestral hall. Gong Mingwei explained. This is also my Shang Huaming's secret. Other than master, I'm afraid. Only junior sister knows some clues. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Eldest senior brother is my Shang Huaming's eldest disciple. These secrets, shouldn't they be in eldest senior brother's hands?" Gong Mingwei's face was a little strange, And he shook his head slightly. Before I became Shang Huaming's disciple AI, these are all things of the past. In short, Master had no other choice. Perhaps after I reach foundation establishment, Master will have some arrangements. Xiao Hua was still not Shang Huaming's official disciple. Of course, he wouldn't say that this matter was unfair in front of eldest senior brother. Perhaps Xiao Yuehong thought that his daughter would definitely stay in Shang Huaming before, so he did this, but looking at the current situation, it was a little strange. After leaving the secret chamber, Gong Mingwei brought Xiao Hua to the pill room and returned the yellow talisman to Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong saw that it was Gong Mingwei who returned it, and he didn't ask much. He only glanced at Xiao Hua and asked, "Have you memorized the second level's mental cultivation method?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Gong Mingwei said with a smile, "Don't worry, Master. Junior brother has already circulated one cycle. He's really a genius." This answer was both unexpected and within Xiao Yuehong's expectations. Xiao Yuehong's eyes flashed with joy. He nodded slightly and said, "Xiao Hua is in the 100 Herbs Gate. Of course, she won't be covered in dust." Xiao Hua sweated and quickly said, "Reporting to Sect Master, this disciple feels that cherishing Flower Peak is very good. Don't mention Yao Nong Peak." Good. Xiao Yuehong smiled and turned to Gong Mingwei. "That's right, Mingwei. Master just thought about it again. If we directly refine the Peiyuan pill, in case it's the same as the batch we just refined, we won't have any more absorption fruits. Therefore, Master wants to refine a batch of Wucang pills first. If the absorption fruits in black tusk grass have that kind of strange thing, the second batch of Peiyuan pill should be the same as the first batch. Therefore, there should be a problem with Master's refining method. If the refining method is the key, then the Wucang pill should contain that kind of strange thing." Yes, Master's words are extremely true. Gong Mingwei didn't understand alchemy, but listening to Xiao Yuehong's words, it was very reasonable. He could only nod and say, "Then what can this disciple do for Master?" No need. Didn't I just say it? You all should cultivate. This time Master will do it personally." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said. Seeing that they weren't needed in the pill room, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Hua both returned to Lone Staff Peak. In the first 2 days, Xiao Hua was still cultivating the second layer of the mental cultivation method under Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's guidance. But after 2 days, the previous situation occurred again. Xiao Hua no longer had anything to ask in terms of cultivation. His magic power also increased day by day. Although the increase was slow, it was still increasing. As for his cultivation base, it still didn't advance. Seeing that they couldn't give pointers to Xiao Hua, Gong Mingwei and the others also cultivated on their own. Xiao Hua saw that he was bored and still returned to Xihua Peak. Before leaving, Zhang Qingxiao persuaded Xiao Hua in every way possible to give 2 Peiyuan pills. Xiao Hua couldn't refuse and could only accept them. There was a lot of work in Xihua Peak's medicinal field, but Xiao Hua had the strength and his movements were also fast. After finishing, he also spent a lot of time cultivating. The 2 Peiyuan pills were refined by the 2 people. Each pill increased their magic power by 2 years. The effect wasn't much different from the first batch of Peiyuan pills. This is strange. The 2 Peiyuan pills refined by Sect Master were extremely different in eldest senior brother's case. Why are they the same in my case? And, other people take cough, they don't need the Peiyuan pill to cultivate to the second layer of qi refining. Why do I have to take or cultivate for 12 years? It's really strange. Chapter 1268. Another 7 days passed, and Xiao Yuehong finished refining the third batch of pills. This time he was refining the parasol pill. When he received the message, Xiao Hua was inspecting the spiritual herbs in his space. Many of them were several decades old. Only the linglong grass still hadn't budded. However, Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time before the 100-day period. The linglong grass in the space also had several decades of spiritual energy to absorb. Everything would only be known after the 100-day period. And what Xiao Hua was worried about now was how to explain the origin of these exquisite grass to the sect leader. It seemed that from Zhang Qingxiao's words, she already had some suspicions about him obtaining the black bamboo grass from the cave, so much so that she even had suspicions about his own origin. There was also that conversation in the pill room. Xiaohua didn't believe that Zhang Qingxiao was the only one who noticed his actions in the pill room. Sect head Xiao Yueheng was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. His divine sense was definitely not something ordinary people could detect. It was impossible for him not to know that he was subconsciously simulating the pill refining technique. Seeing Xiao Yueheng's message, Xiaohua immediately took the puppet out of the space, threw it into the medicinal field, and used a flight talisman to arrive at the pill room on Xihua Peak. Since Xiaohua entered the second layer of the qi refining realm, he was even more proficient in using the flight talisman. Xiaohua faintly felt that even an 11th layer qi refining expert like Gong Mingwei might not be able to catch up to him. When Xiaohua arrived at the pill room, Zhang Qingxiao and the other two didn't come. Sect head Xiaohua cupped his hands in greeting. "Oh, Xiaohua, you came first?" Xiao Yueheng was obviously surprised. He first sent the summoning talisman to Gong Mingwei before thinking of Xiaohua. Yes, disciple received sect head's message and immediately came. "You're at Xihua Peak?" After saying this, Xiao Yueheng slapped his forehead. "Of course, if you're not at Xihua Peak, where else could you be?" After a long while, Gong Mingwei and the others arrived at the pill room. Xiao Yueheng didn't have time to ask anything else. He grabbed Gong Mingwei and said, "Mingwei, master just refined a batch of parasol pills. You and second brother come and see the effect." Gong Mingwei said with a smile, "No problem, master. Second brother has been taking Wutsong pills since he was young. Within the sect, only he is very familiar with the medicinal properties of this Wutsong pill. As long as he takes it, he will immediately know the difference." Zhang Qingxiao was exasperated and said anxiously, "Eldest senior brother, don't forget that you were also beaten up by others when you were young. Why is it all happening to me now?" "All right, number 2, come on, it's you." Xiao Yueheng didn't allow for an explanation. With a wave of his hand, a Wutsong pill flew into his hand. He poured the thumb-sized pill into Zhang Qingxiao's hand and said, "Take it. Master, disciple's injuries are already healed. What's the point of taking this parasol pill?" Zhang Qingxiao said very aggrievedly. Xiao Yueheng pulled a long face and put on the air of a sect master. "I told you to take it, so just take it. What are you being so long-winded for? Must I take it? Is there no room for discussion?" Zhang Qingxiao asked. "There's nothing to discuss." Apart from Xiaohua, the other three said in unison, "All right." Zhang Qingxiao accepted her fate and took the parasol pill. She then sat down cross-legged and stimulated the medicinal power. Although Zhang Qingxiao didn't have any external or internal injuries, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Qingxiao opened her eyes. "How is it? Number 2? Xiao Yueheng was a little nervous. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head, and Xiao Yueheng's heart immediately fell into an ice cave. "Master, this pill is exactly the same as the one you refined before." Zhang Qingxiao said honestly. "This is strange." Xiao Yueheng stared at the pill furnace, his brows furrowed. He muttered, "The refining technique is the same these few times, even the timing of the yellow talisman is the same. What's the difference for no reason?" Suddenly, Xiao Yueheng and Zhang Qingxiao said in unison, "Xiaohua." "Here, sect master." Hearing Xiao Yueheng call him, Xiaohua naturally answered, "I know." When the first batch of pills was refined, Xiaohua was guarding the furnace. Zhang Qingxiao was very sure, but she said with some hesitation, "And number 2 is right. The first batch of pills was guarded by Xiaohua." Xiao Yueheng seemed to have found the root of the problem. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen sycamore pills flew to the shelf at the side. Then several jade boxes flew in front of him. Come, Xiaohua, master will refine another cauldron of sycamore pills. You still stand guard at the side." All right. No matter what, Xiaohua would never have thought that the strange thing in this pill would actually land on his head. For the next 7 days, Xiao Yueheng continued to refine pills like before. During this period, he carefully explained the details to Xiaohua. He even explained some of the spells and the tricks of using the yellow talisman in detail. Xiaohua actually benefited even more than the first time. However, during these 7 days, not only did Xiaohua carefully guard, but Xiao Yueheng and the other 3 were also dazzled. They stared at Xiao Hua motionlessly to see what relationship Xiao Hua had with the pills. Needless to say, Xiao Hua didn't have time to close his eyes and cultivate. The strange starlight from outer space couldn't be projected, and the parasol pills couldn't be mutated. This is really strange. This time it was still Zhang Qingxiao who tasted the parasol pills. After taking it, facing Xiao Yuehong's expectant gaze, Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly. Master, it still doesn't work. It's really strange. Xiao Yuehong was very disappointed. Could it be that it was a coincidence? Father. Xiao Xianrui thought for a moment and said with a smile, since the first batch has a strange effect, then, why don't we do the same as the first time? Can't we get the same pills? Of course Father knows this. The techniques and yellow talismans are the same as the first time. There is no difference. Is this the same? Xiao Xianrui asked. Of course it's exactly the same. Xiao Yuehong insisted. Unfortunately, as soon as this sentence came out, the eyes of the four people had the same expression of enlightenment, and they said in unison, Xiao Hua. Me? What's wrong with me? This time Xiao Hua really didn't expect it. He couldn't think of any other abnormal performance. Nothing, Xiao Hua. Master will refine the last batch of parasol pills. Just like when you refine the first batch of Peiyuan pill. Do what you should do, don't worry about us. Xiao Hua understood and said with cupped hands, Yes, sect master. Xiao Yuehong put the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace, and a few hand seals also entered the pill furnace. He said to Gong Mingwei and the others, Let's go, you guys also go out, just like the first time. Disciple will stay. Zhang Qingxiao raised her hand. Oh? Okay. Xiao Yuehong was of course not surprised, and only smiled and nodded. After Xiao Yuehong and the others left, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, Little junior brother, what secret do you have? Why don't you dare to say it? Second senior brother, I really don't know. Xiao Hua also didn't know what to say. Of course he didn't know why the medicinal pill was so strange. Zhang Qingxiao chatted for a while, then said with a smile, My time is up, little junior brother. You should do what you should do. Do what? Xiao Hua understood. Xiao Yuehong meant to do all the situations from the first time he refined the pill again. Okay, Xiao Hua secretly said in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. However, he was currently cultivating the second layer of qi refining, which was different from the first layer of qi refining. He also didn't know whether or not it would affect the medicinal pill's effectiveness. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Zhang Qingxiao walked to the cave entrance and looked back. She didn't have any expression and walked away. Xiao Yuehong was very punctual. Every once in a while, just like the first time he refined the pill, he urged the earth fire, struck out a yellow talisman and did some hand seals. After finishing these things, he immediately left and didn't stay a moment longer. He strove to control all the time and steps to refine the Peiyuan pill in the same way. When Xiao Yuehong walked out of the alchemy room, he didn't look back. He walked a few steps to the left of the alchemy room into a cave. The mountain path was very smooth, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a spacious space. The layout of this space was very simple. A cloud bed leaned against the stone wall. On the left side of the cloud bed was a jade table with large and small jade bottles. On the right side of the cloud bed were some jade boxes, a few jade slips, and a stack of silk-like books. On the opposite side of the cloud bed was a stone wall as smooth as a mirror. In front of the stone wall, Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Xianrui were sitting cross-legged, staring at the stone wall. On the stone wall, there was a circular mirror about a foot long. Inside the mirror, all the movements in the alchemy room could be seen. Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. His face was expressionless as he practiced the heart technique. How is it? Did you find any clues? Xiao Yuehong asked in a low voice as he entered the cave. Master, you and we have been watching for a long time, but we didn't find any clues. There's no reason for you to find out in such a short time. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. Alas, if I had known that there was a problem with the first batch of pills, I would have paid attention. Xiao Yuehong was somewhat regretful. The mirror technique in the cave was to make it convenient for him to observe everything in the alchemy room while he was resting in the cave. Usually he didn't use it. The last time Xiao Hua was on duty in the alchemy room, Xiao Yuehong didn't use it at all. This time, in order to find the key to the problem, he used it. Father, it's been 5 days. Xiaohua is in the alchemy room. Other than meditating, it's impossible for him to know that we are here to spy on him. Do you think the things in here have nothing to do with him? Xiao Yuehong shook his head. Father can't answer this question. Left and right we are looking for clues. Even if we can't find anything, we can still refine pills, right? Master is also strange. Although this mirror technique can clearly see everything in the alchemy room, it isn't as exquisite as the control of divine sense. Master only needs to release divine sense, which is several times stronger than this mirror technique. Gong Mingwei voiced out his doubts. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. You still don't know, right? Xiaohua. He can sense Master's divine sense. If I release my divine sense, wouldn't he? What? How is this possible? The three of them were abnormally surprised and looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 1269. Xiaohua is only in the second layer of the qi refining realm. There's still a long way to go before he reaches the peak of the qi refining realm. How can he sense divine thoughts? Xiao Xinrui couldn't understand. That's right. We're in the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, but we don't even have a trace of divine thoughts. How can Xiaohua do it? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua through the mirror with a very strange expression. This is what Xiaohua told me himself. I don't know why either. Moreover, I also tested it with him. It's just as he said. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. Our junior brother is becoming more and more mysterious. Gong Mingwei looked at Xiaohua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, and said thoughtfully, that's right. First, he practiced my Shang Huaming's cultivation method without any sluggishness. Then for 3 years he didn't make any progress. After taking 12 Peiyuan pill, which is enough to advance to the late stage of the qi refining realm, he actually just advanced to the second layer of the qi refining realm. Of course, the most incredible thing is that he was extremely lucky to find both the absorption fruit and the black tusk grass. Based on this, in the future, all the spiritual herbs that I use, Xiaohua may even be able to find some 300-year-old linglong grass. Gong Mingwei sighed and said, moreover, the Peiyuan pill, which is extremely useful for cultivation, may also be related to him. More than that, he has never entered the pill room, but he actually knows the art of alchemy. Zhang Qingxiao laughed and said, although he doesn't admit it, the slight movement of his left and right hand's fingers is exactly like casting a spell, right? Father, you've really picked up a strange person. Yes. Xiao Yuehong thought for a moment and said, he can use flying talismans faster than you late-stage qi refining cultivators. Moreover, according to what he said, his strength is enormous. He can break a defensive talisman cast by a 5th or 6th layer qi refining cultivator with his bare hands. Ah? Zhang Qingxiao and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other again. Their eyes were full of horror. Father, Xiaohua, he can't be from the devil world. After a long while, Xiao Xianrui asked in a weak voice, it seems that only the devil realm has this kind of magical power in the cultivation world. Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. Over the past few days I've been thinking carefully. 3 years ago, although the war between immortals and devils had just ended, although Master also picked up Xiaohua on the way back from the Imperial Devil Valley, after all, that place was already far from the Imperial Devil Valley. On the contrary, it was very close to my Yellow Flower Ridge. Moreover, Master has also examined Xiaohua's dantian and meridians. They are the same as our human race, and they don't seem to have cultivated. That's right, Master. During the 2 days you picked up Xiaohua, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in our Yellow Flower Ridge. From the looks of it, it was as if someone was going through a tribulation in the legends. This Xiaohua. Could it be that he failed to pass the tribulation? Zhang Qingxiao used his extremely flexible brain. I don't think so. Xiao Yuehong still shook his head. Although I didn't catch up to the lightning and thunder at Yellow Flower Ridge, the thunderstorm happened in my Yellow Flower Ridge, and Xiaohua wasn't here at that time. Moreover, if he failed to pass the tribulation, his soul would have been scattered, and he would have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. How could he be intact? But Xiao Hua has lost his memory after all. If there is no major change, how could it be like this? Gong Mingwei asked. I don't know. Looking at Xiao Hua's appearance, he is obviously an ordinary person who has never cultivated before. What major change can he have? Xiao Yuehong shook his head. But how can we explain Xiao Hua's series of strange things? Master. Zhang Qingxiao disagreed. The world is so big. There are many strange people. Xiao Hua might be a god who descended from the heavens and was born with a strange talent. Xiao Yuehong's face lit up. And maybe he is my Shang Huaming Underworld senior, using a great magical power to give my Shang Huaming Underworld the hope of revival? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Gong Mingwei. Both of them were somewhat aghast. Forget it, who cares? Xiao Hua is honest. If he is really the key to refining this pill. Hey father, you have really picked up a treasure for our Shang Huaming Underworld. Xiao Xianrui laughed. Maybe our Shang Huaming Underworld can use this to become the fourth big sect in the country of Xi. It's still early, still early. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. The most important thing now is to look at the specific reasons. Xiao Hua didn't know that there was a mirror technique in the cave next to him, nor did he know that Xiao Yuehong and the others were discussing him. He had already reviewed the art of alchemy when he first guarded the furnace, and the last time he listened to Xiao Yuehong's guidance, he understood a lot. The only thing he lacked was hands-on practice, so this time, he didn't make any hand seals and only closed his eyes to cultivate. Therefore, every night when Xiao Hua was cultivating, the strange starlight would still arrive as scheduled, wrapping the pill furnace in front of him within the starlight, and traces of the starlight were also absorbed by the Wu Cong pill. On the seventh day, Xiao Yuehong, Gong Mingwei and the others appeared in the pill room on time. Can you collect the pills? Master. Seeing Xiao Yuehong and the others come in, Xiao Hua stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. And Xiao Hua, you have worked hard. Stand aside. Xiao Yuehong nodded with a smile. The Parasol Underworld pill was a much lower grade healing pill than the Peiyuan pill. It was also the pill that Xiao Yuehong was most familiar with, so when he collected the pills, he didn't need any yellow talismans. After a few hand seals, Xiao Yuehong's divine sense swept over, and a trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Xiao Xianrui obviously saw it and couldn't help but ask, Father, how is it? I don't know yet, but this time, it's the same as the first time. 1 furnace 24 Parasol Underworld pills. Gong Mingwei and the others were pleasantly surprised, because except for the first time, the next 2 furnaces all contained 18 pills. There's hope. Not only Xiao Yuehong, but Zhang Qingxiao and the others also had the same thought. With apprehension and suppressed surprise, Xiao Yuehong put the 24 Parasol Underworld pills into a jade bottle. Then, without waiting for the fire under the pill furnace to be extinguished, he threw a Parasol Underworld pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved into liquid and melted into his body, and Xiao Yuehong couldn't help but show a trace of excitement on his face. Then that excitement turned into astonishment, and that astonishment became more and more intense until it finally turned into ecstasy. Xiao Xianrui and the others didn't understand and looked at Xiao Yuehong eagerly. This is simply the best Parasol Underworld pill. Xiao Yuehong finally opened his eyes and said, Father, how is this possible? The best Parasol Underworld pill you refined before was the middle grade. This Parasol Underworld pill is actually better than the upper grade? Xiao Xianrui couldn't help but blurt out, I Shang Huaming, have never seen a best Parasol Underworld pill. It's definitely the best. Xiao Yuehong said resolutely and decisively, My ancestor once refined the upper grade Parasol Underworld pill. When Master was trading with people outside the demon-resisting valley, he used it because of a fight. There's something strange in this Parasol Underworld pill. Perhaps you encountered it when you absorbed the Peiyuan pill. This thing increased the efficacy of the Parasol Underworld pill by more than 10 times. It's far from what the upper-grade Parasol Underworld pill can compare to. If this pill isn't the best Parasol Underworld pill, what other Parasol Underworld pill can be called the best? Then Xiao Yuehong turned his head, stared at Xiao Hua and asked Xiao He, What did you do? Xiao Hua was shocked and said, Sect Master, I didn't do anything. Although you weren't around this time, I really didn't do anything other than cultivate. Of course, Xiao Yuehong knew that he didn't do anything, But the problem was that he didn't do anything. Why did the pills in the pill furnace change with him around? And without him around, the pills were still ordinary pills? Gong Mingwei and the others didn't ask. After all, they stared at the mirror for 7 days. Xiaohua really didn't do anything, they just looked at him curiously, looking at this extremely ordinary-looking young man. Eldest senior brother. Second senior brother, senior sister. I really didn't do anything. Xiaohua was creeped out by their stares and couldn't help but defend himself. I know you didn't do anything. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, I just want to see what my Shang Huaming's future god of fortune looks like. God of fortune? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only thought of exchanging spiritual herbs for spirit stones, and the like for Shang Huaming's revitalization plan. He never thought of the use and value of the top-grade parasol underworld pill. Zhang Qingxiao and the others often went to the trading market, so they naturally knew what this top-grade pill meant. That was a top-grade pill that even the 100 Herbs Gate and 10,000 Flowers Valley couldn't take out. That was a top-grade pill that had a price but no market. Xiao Yuehong's face was also suffused with a layer of red light. He put the 23 top-grade parasol underworld pills into his storage bag and turned to ask, Xiaohua, are you tired? Tired? Sect Master, the pill refining is done by Sect Master. Disciple is just guarding the pill furnace. There's nothing wrong with the pill furnace. Disciple is just guarding the pill furnace and cultivating. How can I be tired? And that's good. Master will refine another cauldron of parasol underworld pills. What do you think? As Sect Master says, disciple will cultivate anywhere. Xiaohua said with a smile. Good. While you're refining pills, Master will teach you some of our sect's pill refining techniques. Xiao Yuehong tempted. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua's face was filled with gratitude. Immediately after, Gong Mingwei and the others returned to the other cave and watched through the mirror technique. Xiao Yuehong arranged the herbs and began to teach Shang Huaming's pill refining techniques to Xiaohua. Of course, when it was time for Xiao Yuehong to leave, Xiao Yuehong didn't say anything and immediately left. Like this, another 7 days passed. As expected, another 24 top-grade parasol underworld pills were refined. Xiao Yuehong and the other 3 no longer had any doubts. These top-grade parasol underworld pills must be related to Xiaohua. They also knew that such a strange thing would only happen when Xiaohua was guarding the pill furnace alone. As for why, they couldn't say, and neither could Xiaohua. Knowing this was enough. Because 3 days later, Xiao Yuehong began to throw the last batch of absorption fruits and black tusks into the pill furnace, and began refining the last batch of Peiyuan pill. Chapter 1270. Just as Xiao Yuehong was about to toss the last of the Peiyuan pill-absorbing fruit and black tusk grass into the cauldron, Xiao Xinrui's expression changed. Her gaze fell on the storage pouch at her waist. Xiao Yuehong stopped and turned around. Xiaorui, what's the matter? When Xiao Xianrui heard her father's question, she patted her storage bag, and a yellow talisman appeared in her hand, emitting a pleasant sound and flashing a 5-colored brilliance. Father, this is the invitation talisman that Zhong'an from the 100 Herbs Gate asked Xiaohua to send over. She invites me to visit Yaonong Peak after 100 days of meditation. Xiao Xianrui looked down at the invitation talisman that Zhong'an sent over. She felt a little uneasy. In the past 10 days, she had been investigating the secret of the Peiyuan pill, and had forgotten about this matter. 100 days? Xiao Yuehong was taken aback. He grinned and snorted coldly. The 100 Herbs Gates calculations are quite accurate. I almost forgot about it. I wonder if they can refine a top-grade pill no matter how accurate their calculations are? Of course they can't. Is there even a need to ask? Zhang Qingxiao said. All right, I hereby announce that your reflection in the tranquil cave ends today. Xiao Yuehong was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, your cultivation will return to normal. Yes, we understand. Gong Mingwei and the rest bowed. TSK, nothing has changed in the first place. Xiaohua secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although he didn't know where Gong Mingwei and the others were in the last few days, he understood that with the curiosity of these people, how could they obediently cultivate in the tranquil heart cave? But father, this Zhong'an, I feel that we should give her an answer. Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed and her tone was a little strange. How could Xiao Yuehong not know what his daughter was thinking? He looked at the cauldron above the earth fire and waved his sleeve. All right, we will not refine pills today. As he spoke, he walked out of the alchemy room. Hearing that her father didn't want to refine pills, Xiao Xianrui's heart skipped a beat. She thought that her father was angry, but listening to his tone, there was no special anger. Xiao Xianrui had to look at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, who were also a little unhappy, with an embarrassed expression on her face. When Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao saw their junior sister's lovely face and pitiful expression, their hearts softened for no reason. The two of them looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Then they followed their master out. Xiao Xianrui followed closely behind the two of them. Only Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. He also walked out of the alchemy room where he had stayed for dozens of days. When they arrived outside Cherishing Birch Peak, a patch of brilliant sunlight sprinkled down on the foothills. It was quite warm and the countless flowers, trees and grass seemed to be thriving. Xiao Yuehong squinted his eyes and raised his head, looking at the clear blue sky. His expression was somewhat strange. When everyone had walked behind him, he used his finger to point at the thick black clouds above his head, as well as the faintly discernible lightning within the clouds. He said, "This astronomical phenomenon is rather strange. It's clearly a clear sky, yet there are thunderclouds. If there are thunderclouds, then there's no rain. It's already been several days." "Oh yes, master. Disciples saw it 7 days ago by chance. Why is it still like this today?" Zhang Qingxiao was also puzzled. "Master, this kind of weather seems to have happened 3 years ago. It was after Master went to the Imperial Demon Valley and brought Xiao Hua back." Gong Mingwei woke up and said, "I don't know how long this clear day and dark clouds lasted." Then, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Disciple was scared to death. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also chaotic. I couldn't draw spiritual energy into my body. Could it be that something happened again? Xiao Yuehong looked at the sky again and whispered, "Little Rui, do you want to go to the Medicine Farmer Peak?" "Father." Xiao Xianrui called, but didn't say whether she wanted to go or not. "If we talk about scenery, my Yellow Flower Ridge is definitely not inferior to the Medicine Farmer Peak. It's just that you have lived here for more than 20 years and have turned a blind eye to it. But even if you have turned a blind eye to it, there are many winding paths that lead to secluded places. As long as you put in the effort, you can find the valuable places. You see, even Xiao Hua can find rare spiritual herbs in places that you can't see. Little Rui, why don't you covet the beautiful scenery?" Xiao Yuehong looked at the flowing water outside the mountain and said softly. Xiao Xianrui knew that her father's words had a hidden meaning. Her face was slightly red. She thought for a moment and said, "Father, I know that the scenery of my Yellow Flower Ridge is unique, but I also want to go out and have a look. Maybe the scenery of the Medicine Farmer Peak is more unique? Is there a more beautiful scenery suitable for me to see? If I stay in this Yellow Flower Ridge, I will never know what the scenery outside the mountain is like." Gong Mingwei's face changed slightly, and Zhang Qingxiao clenched her teeth. Alas, senior sister is determined to go to the Medicine Farmer Peak this time. This Zhang Fan. How can he compare with eldest senior brother and second senior brother? Xiao Hua sighed. "Well, little Rui, you are not young, but speaking of which, for us cultivators, you are not old. You still have a lot of time, you don't have to be like this. Alas, I have said what I should say. Little Rui, this road of cultivation is still your own path. I can't walk it for you." Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly. "Yes, I understand." Xiao Xianrui looked at her father with a trace of determination in her eyes. "Well, Mingwei, Qingxiao, you two send your junior sister to the Medicine Farmer Peak," Xiao Yuehong said with some excitement on his face. "Within 100 days, 3 of my disciples have stepped into the 11th level of the Qi refining realm from the 10th level of the Qi refining realm. This is an extremely rare thing in the country of Xi. Even if the 100 Herbs Gate has a lot of elixirs, they may not be able to do it." When Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao heard this, their faces were also filled with pride. In their hearts, they both made up their minds to practice harder when they came back. They would let the 100 Herbs Gate see which one was the real hero. Thinking of this, the two of them coincidentally looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly beside them. Xiaohua seemed to understand their meaning and nodded slightly. Yes, master, we obey. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao answered Xiao Yuehong in a loud voice. Xiao Yuehong was obviously stunned and a little surprised. He warned, Little Rui, the 100 Herbs Gate will certainly be surprised by your sudden advancement in cultivation. They will certainly ask, you know how to answer. Haha, father, don't worry, I naturally know. Xiao Xianrui's laughter was like a silver bell. Good, you go and wait. Xiao Yuehong waved his sleeve and took out his flying boat from his storage bag. He said, use this. Go and come back early. Thank you, master. Gong Mingwei cupped his hands in thanks and took a small jade pendant from Xiao Yuehong. Using his spiritual power, the jade pendant emitted a hazy brilliance and the flying boat suddenly grew in size. Gong Mingwei jumped into the flying boat first, followed by Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Yuehong transmitted a few more words to Gong Mingwei. After Gong Mingwei nodded repeatedly, Xiao Yuehong said, you guys go first. I'll send a message to the 100 Herbs Gate and have them come out to welcome you. Father, I will go and stay for a few days. I will be back soon. Xiao Xianrui smiled. Yes, father will wait for the message from the 100 Herbs Gate. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Gong Mingwei drove the flying boat and soared into the sky. He went out of Shang Huaming's protective array and headed in the direction of the 100 Herbs Gate. As the flying boat flew away, Xiao Yuehong floated in the air and followed it out of the formation. Only when he saw that the flying boat was out of sight did he withdraw his divine sense. He was puzzled as he thought to himself, what's going on with this 10,000 poison sect? If they covet Shang Huaming, why did they only attack once and not do anything else? If they don't have any ulterior motives, why did they send 2 Foundation establishment stage elders at once? The strangest thing is that they just want to scare the children and then return to the 10,000 poison sect? I really don't understand what they mean. Xiao Yuehong didn't understand the meaning of the 10,000 poison sect, but he wouldn't be an idiot to send a message talisman to ask. He just wanted to make the best use of his time to refine the best quality elixirs and start on Shang Huaming's development plan. It was best if the 10,000 poison sect didn't find fault with him now. After Shang Huaming's strength increased greatly, there would naturally be a day when the truth came to light. After returning to the Grand Formation, Xiao Yuehong did the same as before. He inspected the Grand Formation before returning to Cherishing Flower Peak. Since the myriad poison sect attacked Shang Huaming, Xiao Yuehong would personally inspect the Grand Formation every other day. Moreover, he would leave a strand of his divine sense on the Grand Formation so as to prevent the myriad poison sect from attacking again. On Xihua Peak, Xiaohua was still waiting. When he saw Xiao Yuehong land, he smiled and said, Senior sister and the others left? And they left. Your eldest senior brother and the others used the flying boat. They should be back in 2 days. Xiao Yuehong nodded. Then, Sect Master, are we going to continue refining elixirs? Xiaohua asked. Oh, no need. In 2 days, wait for your eldest senior brother and the others to come back. Xiao Yuehong raised his head and looked at the dark clouds that seemed to be inlaid with flaws. He smiled and said, You've worked hard these past few days. Rest for a while first. Yes, Sect Master. In fact, this disciple isn't tired at all. Xiaohua said with a smile. It's all Sect Master's work. This disciple just sat on the side and watched. And Xiao Yuehong pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitant, but in the end he still asked Xiaohua. You really don't know the reason for the top-grade elixirs? Xiaohua frowned and shook his head helplessly. Reporting to Sect Master, although this disciple doesn't remember the past, this disciple definitely regards Shang Huaming as his home. If this disciple knows the reason for the elixirs, this disciple will definitely report it to Sect Master. AI, that's not necessary. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Everyone has their own secrets and their own ideas. Others can't force them. Xiaohua's heart jumped and he thought, not good, could it be? Sect Master is already suspecting me? But what could the sect leader suspect? There's no evidence at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuehong changed the topic. Just like little Rui, Master never thought that she was so young and so early to have the idea of dual cultivation. Chapter 1271. Xiaohua relaxed and said with a smile, "Disciple also doesn't understand. What's so good about that Jiang Fan? He's not even fit to carry the shoes of our Shang Huaming's eldest disciple. Why did senior sister take a fancy to him?" Xiao Yueheng almost laughed out loud. He waved his hand and said, "Although this is true, you absolutely can't say it in front of little Rui. Disciple knows." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Disciple will only say it in his heart." Xiaohua, you're a wonderful person. You usually look honest, but you're calculating in your heart. Sometimes you follow the rules and do things by the book, but sometimes you're quick-witted and capricious. You know how to adapt to changes. Compared to Mingwei's inflexibility but lack of quick-wittedness, compared to Qingzhao's quick-wittedness but lack of seriousness, you're much stronger. Master really wants to accept you into the sect." Xiaohua blushed with shame and said in a low voice, "Disciple is stupid. I haven't broken through to the third layer of qi refining. I've made things difficult for sect master." Xiao Yueheng shook his head slightly. Master also thought so 100 days ago, but now even if you give Master 100 guts, Master doesn't dare to accept you into the sect. Sect master you? What do you mean? Xiaohua was shocked. Did disciple do something wrong? You don't accept disciples? Don't worry, don't worry. Seeing Xiaohua turn pale with fright, Xiao Yueheng also felt uncomfortable and comforted him. Master is also very conflicted. Xiaohua, especially these days, it's not that Master doesn't want to accept you into the sect, but I, Shang Huaming, am really too young. I'm afraid I'll affect your cultivation. Sect Master. Do you know disciple's origin? Xiaohua asked anxiously with joy on his face. Master, how would I know? Xiao Yueheng smiled bitterly, then waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Yes. Xiaohua nodded and followed Xiao Yueheng to the front of the secret chamber on Minci Peak. You came to Shang Huaming's inheritance palace last time, right? How do you feel? Xiao Yueheng asked Xiaohua as he opened the restriction. Disciple listened to eldest senior brother briefly, but disciple didn't understand and didn't worship the statue. Xiaohua said honestly, Not to mention your eldest senior brother. Even I am a little confused about the origin of Shang Huaming." Xiao Yueheng brought Xiaohua into the inheritance palace. This time Xiaohua didn't dare to look at the spell again. He lowered his head and followed in front of Xiao Yueheng. "Watch the gods." Xiao Yueheng first bowed respectfully, then looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Have we met before?" Xiaohua shook his head blankly. This disciple has never seen such a god. The legacy palace, huh? If you want to talk about it, it should be a place to pay respects to the past sect masters of my Shang Huaming sect, or perhaps a place to commemorate the founding ancestor. But the memorial tablets of the past sect masters of my Shang Huaming sect are all over there. Xiao Yueheng pointed to a remote location in the distance. Xiaohua turned his head to take a look. It was very far from here, and there wasn't anything grand about it. There was only a jade table, and he couldn't even see it clearly. As for the memorial tablets, there are only 30 of them. Master is the 36th sect master. Your grandmaster traveled far away in his early years and hasn't returned yet. However, the life tablet he left behind has already been shattered. Presumably, he has already fallen in a foreign land, so this 30th memorial tablet was personally placed by Master. Xiao Yueheng pointed to the distance. He looked at Xiaohua with some confusion and said, "The life tablet is a kind of jade tablet refined by the disciples of Shang Huaming sect who have reached the 12th stage of the qi refining realm and above. They draw out a strand of their divine sense and combine it with the secret technique of my Shang Huaming sect to refine it. This jade tablet is placed in the inheritance palace. Only when the disciple falls will it shatter, and the sect master of Shang Huaming sect will know about the disciple's situation. This kind of life tablet can be found in every sect of the Xiaoyu continent." This disciple understands. Presumably, it won't be long before eldest senior brother and the others can also draw out their divine sense and make life tablets. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, being able to make a life tablet in itself is a kind of affirmation of a cultivator's cultivation level. It is also a kind of honor. Xiao Yueheng sighed with emotion. Oh, I've said too much. Our Shanghuaming sect should have a total of 35 memorial tablets, but when Master took over, 5 of them were missing. Master asked your Grandmaster, but he also didn't know. Later, when Master had nothing to do, he looked through the ancient records and shockingly discovered that there were no records of the first 5 Grandmasters at all. Therefore, although I know the name of this statue is Wa, I don't know the Grandmaster's name. Whether this statue is the founder of the sect or a deity that my Shanghuaming sect worships is also not clear. This disciple feels that this should be a deity. Xiaohua probed. The cultivation world is filled with all kinds of strange things. It's not something that people of our cultivation level can understand. Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. Although Master thinks the same as you, but I keep feeling that it's a bit strange. I keep feeling that this Hua is the founder of my Shanghuaming sect. And don't ask me. As for what's strange, Master also doesn't know. And our sect's ancient records are also strange. There aren't many records about cultivation techniques. Instead, there are many strange stories. There are many things that other sects have never recorded. Sometimes, Master even suspects that our Shanghuaming sect's cultivation techniques were casually obtained and blindly made for us to cultivate. They are far from being passed down by our Grandmaster. In fact, Xiaohua was somewhat disapproving. This deity was clearly not a human. Even if its upper body was humanoid, it didn't mean that it could speak, cultivate, or establish a sect. Xiao Yuehong's idea was most likely a bit far-fetched. He wanted to make Shanghuaming's birth noble. Although Xiaohua's face didn't reveal his inner thoughts, Xiao Yuehong seemed to have sensed it. He smiled and said, Xiaohua, don't think that Master's words are a bit empty. It's a bit like I'm sticking gold on myself. Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple just feels that sect Master's thinking is a bit unimaginable. Xiaohua said in a panic. Master has said so much because I want you to know that it is precisely because I, Shanghuaming, have a somewhat unique background that I know some rare things. And these things, even the sect masters of the 3 great sects in the state of Shi may not know. Xiao Yuehong said solemnly. And these things will let you know that what Master is about to say is not unfounded and not groundless. What I'm about to say. Xiaohua was obviously stunned. He looked at Xiao Yuehong, not knowing what shocking things he would say next. Actually, my Shanghuaming sect's cultivation technique is water-based. It's suitable for people with water-based physiques to cultivate. Your eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and senior sister all have water-based physiques. So, cultivating my Shanghuaming sect's cultivation technique will complement each other and make rapid progress. Presumably, your second senior brother has already explained this basic knowledge to you. Yes, second senior brother has told disciple before. The cultivation techniques in the cultivation world are roughly divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. And the physiques of cultivators are also divided into these 5 types. If one has the same physique, cultivating the cultivation technique of the same attribute is most suitable. If one cultivates other cultivation techniques that don't counter each other, then the result will be twice the effort for half the result. If one cultivates a cultivation technique that counters each other, then one will not have great success and may even be in danger. And it's roughly like that. Actually, there are many things to pay attention to. You will slowly understand them in the future. Master won't say much here. Xiao Yuehong nodded, then took out a fist-sized bead from his storage bag and said, Do you still remember this bead? Xiaohua glanced at it and nodded. Disciple remembers. 2 years ago, after Disciple entered the first level of qi refining, Disciple's cultivation didn't make any progress. So Sect Master let Disciple use it. This bead is the 5 elements bead that detects the body's attribute. As Xiao Yuehong spoke, he brought the bead close to his body and struck it with a spell. The bead emitted a dazzling blue brilliance. Master is of the water attribute, so this bead emitted a blue brilliance. Xiao Yuehong took the bead away and said, You also know that Master is a bit lazy. Normally, when the sect accepts a disciple and imparts a cultivation technique to the first level of qi refining, the first step is to test the disciple's attribute and see if it matches the sect's cultivation technique. If the attribute doesn't match, then the disciple's perception and other conditions will be considered. Only when the disciple meets the sect's requirements will the cultivation technique be imparted. Master hasn't accepted a disciple for many years, and you are the only one. So, when I imparted the cultivation technique to you, I didn't test it. When you stepped into the first level of qi refining, Master was pleasantly surprised. Master thought that your body was of the water attribute and that your aptitude was even more outstanding. But afterwards, when I saw that you didn't advance, I thought of this problem. Do you still remember the situation at that time? Disciple remembers. At that time, this bead simply didn't emit any brilliance. Sect Master's face was very shocked. Xiaohua naturally remembered. And Master didn't say anything at that time. Because a constitution like yours without any attribute, and I've never heard of it before. Even a mediocre person with all 5 elements would emit a kind of white light. These people can practice any cultivation technique, but they can't practice any cultivation technique to the extreme. Unless they have the highest aptitude, they won't be able to make a name for themselves in the cultivation world. Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, however, a person like you, without the slightest brilliance, Master has never heard of it before. And if you weren't in my Shang Huaming, then no one would be able to explain your origins to you. Then, disciples' origins? Xiaohua's face lit up with joy as he asked urgently, didn't I just say it? My Shang Huaming's records are very strange. Master also didn't finish reading them completely. It was only when Master saw that your constitution was special that I thought of going to the ancient records to look it up. Very fortunately, in an unknown jade slip, Master found a record that somewhat matched your constitution. That's... Xiaohua couldn't help but urge. How is it similar to disciples? And the ancient records say that there are celestials in the overseas Kanwu Island. Celestials are incomparably tall, and their constitution is different from that of ordinary people. They aren't divided into the 5 elements. Celestials have extremely long lifespans and their cultivation progress is extremely slow. However, their magic power is boundless. The cultivators of the Xiaoyu continent can't compare to them. Overseas? Celestials? Xiaohua was greatly distracted. I came from overseas? You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.